Just like that, when the concept energy hurt Ling Lan's body until she couldn't bear with it anymore, she would drink a bottle of the new Y agent. The process repeated again and again. She compressed the concept energies continuously. Finally, Ling Lan drank her last bottle of new Y agent. Yet, the collision in her body didn't stop. Seeing this, Ling Lan's heart turned cold. Was she going to announce her failure here today? The effect of the last bottle of agent was diminishing and the pain got stronger. Blood kept flowing down the side of her lips. Ever since she came into this world, she had been vomiting blood all the time. But, she never died from it. It seemed quite funny. In the face of life or death, this was actually the thought that appeared in Ling Lan's mind. That's really quite funny. However, since I can't die from vomiting blood, I will not die here. Ling Lan opened her mouth and scolded angrily, F***K. You want to play hard? I will not play with you anymore. I want to live. Let's see who will survive to the end. Ling Lan smiled. Since her body couldn't handle it, she wouldn't use her body. Ling Lan decisively moved the violent energy to her mindscape, which caused a severe headache. Fortunately, Ling Lan's spiritual power was strong enough so she didn't lose her consciousness because of the excruciating pain. If you want to charge, let me give you an opportunity. Go ahead. Ling Lan guided the huge energy towards the learning space. Ah! Ling Lan screamed into the air. Her silver hair flew in the wind. Any normal human being wouldn't be able to handle the extreme pain caused by the impact. Veins started popping out on Ling Lan's forehead. Her expression was crazy but determined. The epitome of, to win, or die trying. Number 1, who was nourishing Little 4 and the other instructors, suddenly looked up. For the first time, astonishment appeared on his cold and expressionless face. The next second, he came to the great hall of the learning space. He raised his hand and pushed it forcefully in the direction of the entrance. Boom! The combination of the force outside and inside finally shattered the enclosed passageway. Huh! Number 1 sensed that the concept energy didn't belong to Ling Lan, so he frowned slightly. The next second, invisible barriers appeared and protected some of the doors. Number 1 ignored the other doors. He heard many cursing and swearing in the background. F***K. What the hell is this? What sneak attacked me? Damn it, come out and I'll hit you. The next moment, the other 8 instructors appeared in a haggard state in the great hall. Number 1 looked calmly at the passage. His lips seemed to be tilted at a certain angle. It's a little stupid and reckless, but fortunately, the passage is opened. Then, he disappeared on the spot. Did number 1 just smile just now? Number 3 was flabbergasted. He didn't. You must have mistaken, number 6, number 7, and number 8 replied simultaneously. Number 9 quickly retracted her astounded expression and resumed her cold expression. Number 5 glanced at number 9 with a smile. He moved his mouth without a sound. Your brother is really funny. Number 9 rolled her eyes at number 5. She wouldn't admit that her brother, the ice mountain that never had expressions on his face, would smile. She would never admit it. Number 4 touched her chin thoughtfully. This is fun. I never expect the ice mountain to look even more handsome when there are expressions on his face. I really like him. 1357 starting from 0 the next day. After using concept energies from the heart of Imperial to push through the pathway into the learning space, Ling Lan's mindscape exploded in a bang, causing her to fall unconscious. Even with Ling Lan's strong spiritual power, the terrifying energy created from instantaneous shock was still too much for her to handle. Her mind automatically protected her by making her fall into a deep sleep. Just like that, Ling Lan was in a trance for quite some time, not knowing how long had passed. Finally, she felt something around her. She didn't know who was softly breathing on her face. It made her feel somewhat itchy and uncomfortable. Ling Lan slowly opened her eyes and saw Little White's large round eyes with tears within them. The itchy feeling she had was Little White using its little tentacles carefully wiping off the blood coming out of the corner of her mouth. Seeing its master awaken, Little White called out excitedly. Wah wah wah, master, you're finally awake. You slept for 3 days. I thought you were going to leave me all by myself. Wah wah wah, Little White spoke as tears flew everywhere. It seemed Ling Lan's deep sleep did indeed terrify it. Ling Lan put her hand out and softly caressed Little White's small head and said in a hoarse voice, Don't worry, I won't leave you behind. Little White's white hairs had already turned gray from dust. Some parts of its hairs were even in knots and filled with mud that were already dry. These were all around its body. It seemed that during the past few days, while Little White was guarding her, it didn't even have time to clean its little white hairs. It should be known that Little White liked being clean and would always clean its little white hairs from time to time. Sometimes even Ling Lan thought it was excessive. Now, it seemed like she was the most important thing on Little White's mind. It wasn't how she thought Little White was forced to follow her. If Little White cared for her so much, then she would also treat Little White as an important family member and never leave its side. Acquiring Ling Lan's acknowledgement was actually quite difficult. Ling Lan's would never put forth feelings into someone first. However, if she were to feel that someone cared for her genuinely, she wouldn't shun them away. Instead, she would put them in her care and put forth her true feelings as well. Rawr! Master, how are you doing right now? You spat out a lot of blood. I'm scared. Little White was deeply traumatized after remembering Ling Lan's terrible state in the past 2 days. In those 2 days, it actually thought its master was going to leave it. It thought that it wouldn't be able to see its master open her eyes again and talk to it. I'm awake, so I'm fine. Ling Lan held Little White in her arms and softly caressed the hairs on its body. Little White's warm body temperature made Ling Lan feel that she was still living in reality. At the last moment before she closed her eyes, she felt her mindscape explode after using the Heart of Imperial to force open the learning space. Ling Lan had thought she was actually going to die. However, now it seemed that Hades probably thought she was too troublesome and sent her back into the world of the living. Did anything happen in the Rainbow Palace in the past few days? Since she was now fine, Ling Lan returned to reality and began asking Little White about the current state of affairs. Rawr! Nothing. It's been very quiet. Little White thought carefully for a moment. Although its main body was by its master's side this entire time, there was still a clone of it looking over everyone in the Rainbow Palace. It should be fine since it didn't see anyone coming in to try to destroy them. Forget it. I'll wait until my injuries are healed and go up and take a look. Little White's answer made Ling Lan smile. With Little White's simple thought processes, she actually couldn't get much information out of it. Rawr! Master, don't worry. I will protect you. Seeing Little White trying to get on her good side, Ling Lan smiled. Alright then, don't let me down. After that, Ling Lan closed her eyes once again and began to use her chi exercises to repair the damage caused by the explosion from using the Heart of Imperial's concept energy. Ling Lan had the chi exercises ever since she was inside her mother's womb and never stopped in the past 20 or so years. She didn't know just how many levels the chi exercises had, but looking at how it recovered her body's injuries, Ling Lan hypothesized that the level she reached was probably quite high. She slowly organized the messy concept energies. Other than the ice element and her profound insight concept, there was another unknown concept energy that didn't belong to either of them. Ling Lan knew that the energy must be the culprit that caused the Heart of Imperial to implode. Ling Lan attempted to get rid of that problematic concept energy out of her body, but to her surprise, she found out it was actually entwined with her profound insight concept. No matter how much Ling Lan tried to get rid of it, it wouldn't budge even one bit. After failing to do so for more than 10 times, Ling Lan finally gave up. It was because she had discovered the more she tried to get rid of it, the more the unknown concept energy wrapped around her own profound insight concept energy. It was as though she wasn't trying to get rid of it, but rather compressing and combining it. Man, I still have other things to do. Whatever. Ling Lan gave up on it and began to focus on her chi exercises to repair her body's injuries. One round after the other, the chi exercises began to repeat itself automatically. After not needing her to focus her attention on it, Ling Lan put her focus on her mindscape. The part where her mindscape had exploded worried Ling Lan a lot. It was just that she was injured too severely that she had to focus on her body's injuries. Now that her injuries didn't need her attention, Ling Lan decided to investigate this part of her mindscape. She carefully stepped into her mindscape. As expected, the condition of the mindscape was terrible. The originally vast and limitless mindscape had disappeared, not to mention the dark clouds, strong winds, thunder, and lightning. There was only a wasteland left there, as if it was the end of the world. Looks grim. Starting from zero it seems. Right as Ling Lan was going to use her spiritual power, she felt a sharp pain in her head. It almost caused her to faint, a sign that her spiritual power had been depleted. Currently, Ling Lan couldn't use her spiritual power and could only let her spiritual power recover naturally. It seems now I can only leave it up to fate, Ling Lan said helplessly. Ling Lan turned her gaze to a certain area inside the mindscape since the entire mindscape didn't need her to tend to it. In the past, she had always refused to enter that place, but now. Ling Lan felt somewhat helpless. She hoped that the Heart of Imperial could successfully help her break through into the learning space, but she was also afraid of it failing. She just needed to investigate to see whether it had worked, but Ling Lan actually felt somewhat afraid and scared. If it didn't work, then in her current state, she didn't know when she would have another chance at breaking through the learning space. Her little four and instructors, she really missed them. Even hearing Instructor Number 1's reprimanding voice would still make her feel warm inside. Ling Lan, who lost so much, wanted a family member to stay by her side. She was afraid her hope would be destroyed again. She didn't know whether she would become insane from the pain if the outcome was a failure. 1358 The best son. The best brother. Ling Lan, you're King weak. Ling Lan forced herself to shut her eyes. The fear of failure in her erupted, and by the time Ling Lan realized fear was taking over her, she swore at herself to get herself out of that pitiful state. When Ling Lan felt that her turbulent mind was calm, she opened her now calm eyes that had no hesitation. What was wrong with failing? No failure could stop Ling Lan's drive towards the top. The learning space was only a tool that would help her to the top, but on the road to the top, the constant variable was always her. Ling Lan walked up with determination and pushed the large door that stopped her from entering the learning space for all this time. Unexpectedly, the doors that were heavy as mountains in the past, were easily pushed open. Ling Lan had already prepared for her to fail. So, when the doors opened right before her, the grand scene dumbfounded Ling Lan. Why are you standing there staring at nothing? Instructor Number 1's calm and soothing voice echoed in her ears. This was a voice that Ling Lan couldn't be any more familiar with, a voice that Ling Lan would think about in her dreams. Hearing that voice she so dearly missed broke down Ling Lan's hardened heart. Instructor Number 1. Tears quickly dropped down from the corners of Ling Lan's eyes. Those were tears of happiness, and a rare show of weakness because Ling Lan finally saw someone she could depend on. Come in. Seeing a heartbroken Ling Lan, Instructor Number 1's voice was still very calm, but Ling Lan seemed to hear a soft sigh as well. Yes, sir. Ling Lan immediately disappeared from where she stood, and appeared in Instructor Number 1's dimension. On top of a mountain, Instructor Number 1 was currently sitting on a stone slab meditating with his eyes closed. Sensing Ling Lan's arrival, he slowly opened his eyes and said, "You were too reckless to use the Heart of Imperial in your mindscape. Next time, don't be so reckless." Even with Number 1's reprimand, Ling Lan still answered him with a genuine smile, "Yes, Instructor Number 1. Although the result isn't bad, it would still affect your development somewhat in the future. I'm sure you understand already." Instructor Number 1 looked at Ling Lan. A look of astonishment passed through his eyes in an instant. Yes. Having two domain concepts is already a restriction for advancing into the God realm. Now there's another unknown concept that doesn't belong to me adding to the mix. If I can't resolve this issue, then I would forever stay within the Imperial realm, never having the chance to advance to the God realm. Ling Lan spoke out her realizations. As long as you know, replied Instructor Number 1. This can be a blessing or a misfortune. It just depends on how you resolve it. Thank you for the pointers, Instructor Number 1, said Ling Lan gratefully. Other than her father, Ling Xiao, and her mother, Lan Luofeng, the instructors in the learning space were the only ones who gave her pointers selflessly. However, being able to break through into the learning space so quickly is great for Little Four. Good job. After seeing Ling Lan had learned her lesson, Instructor Number 1 praised her. Instructor Number 1 knew that reprimanding and praising sometimes need to be used in tandem. That was why he didn't forget to praise the effort Ling Lan had put in. Little Four. Ling Lan's heart skipped a beat. She already found it weird that Little Four hadn't actually came to her after she had been in the learning space for so long. Normally, after not seeing her for so long, Little Four would immediately jump on her and ask for hugs and kisses the moment she stepped in. Come with me. Instructor Number 1 stood up and used his finger to slash the air to open up a tear in the dimension. Ling Lan followed Instructor Number 1 apprehensively into the tear. While Ling Lan was thinking of the worst-case scenarios in her head, she arrived at the dimension Little Four was sleeping in. After seeing Little Four laying in the air silently with bands of light around his body supplying him with energy, Ling Lan felt her heart ache as tears uncontrollably came down her face. Her voice turned hoarse. What happened? Come with me. Instructor number 1 didn't answer her and only gestured to Ling Lan to continue to follow him into the next dimension. In this dimension, there were 2 cores giving off light. The first core was bright but gave off a somewhat odd feeling. The other core was dim and lifeless as if it was going to flicker out of existence in the next second. Ling Lan felt the energy presences given off by these 2 cores. The familiar feeling caused tears to fall from her eyes again. This is my father's and Xiaoyi's. Her intuition about her father was correct. But, what surprised her even more was that Xiaoyi was still alive. She couldn't be even more happy than she was currently. It was also because the chance of Xiaoyi surviving from that explosion was so slim that her profound insight couldn't actually detect Xiaoyi's life signal. Ling Lan had always thought that Xiaoyi had actually left them. Luo Lang was heartbroken, but so was she. However, as the boss, she couldn't let herself give in to that feeling of loss and vent the pain in her heart. She could only silently endure all of it in her heart. Yes. When little Four saw your father self-destructing to save your life, he rushed over in an attempt to grab a hold of his spiritual power just like how he did in your past life. But he neglected to factor in how weak your spiritual power was when compared to your father's. Your father's spiritual power is of a different existence. The outcome of trying to take in more than he could handle was backlash. He was lucky that he didn't fully collapse from it. Instructor number 1 finally told Ling Lan the reason why little Four was unconscious. Little Four, you are the best son and brother my parents and I could ask for, Ling Lan said proudly with tears in her eyes. Back when she said her parents would be little Four's parents and little Four would be her only younger brother, she was being sincere. She thought little Four didn't understand such emotions and feelings. Perhaps the father and mother he had mentioned were only seen in books and that he actually didn't understand feelings of child and parent and how one could die for the other. Now it seemed that she was wrong. Not only did little Four understand it, he also did it as well. He was a better human than she could ever be. She was still the child that her father and mother worried about while little Four already protected their father. Son. Brother. Shock passed through instructor number 1's eyes. He had always thought that little Four putting his life on the line to take in Ling Zhao's spiritual power core was because of Ling Lan. He thought little Four didn't want Ling Lan to become sad, evolving to a point where he only acknowledged Ling Lan. Now it seemed that wasn't the case. Could Majesty Four actually have evolved to the point where he possessed emotions and feelings? Yes, little Four is my younger brother and my parents' son, Ling Shi. Ling Lan finally understood that little Four gave himself this name because of her. Note, although Four in Chinese is pronounced Si, Shi is likely used here because Si does not sound as good, reason was not mentioned by author. Little Four really did want to be her parents' son, and her younger brother. He didn't just say it randomly. Instructor number 1 was silent for a short while and then sighed, if that's the case, then Ling Lan, I will leave little Four in your care in the future. Don't let him down. Perhaps Majesty Four no longer needed them to watch him. With Ling Lan here, Majesty Four would not evolve down the wrong path. Ling Lan was the disciple number 1 had nurtured with great care, a disciple he prized the most. Although number 1 never said it out loud, he still trusted Ling Lan with the depth of his heart. He believed that Ling Lan would definitely not disappoint him. Yes, instructor number 1. Ling Lan nodded deeply. Even if instructor number 1 didn't say anything to her, she still wouldn't let little Four down in this life. You've seen everything now, so you now know everyone's situations are all quite dire. Instructor number 1 temporarily stopped talking about little Four and pointed towards the 2 cores. 1359 Forbidden. Yes. Although Father's spiritual power core shines brightly and is full of life, it still lacks a feeling of completion. It's as though something is missing. Xiaoyi's situation is worse since he only has a small piece of his spiritual power core left. It could extinguish at any moment now. Ling Lan spoke out what she had sensed. Your father is actually the same as you, a double innate talent individual. He awakened 2 domain concepts. Number 1's expression was serious. Little Four wasn't aware at the time, so it caused a huge deal of problems when he tried to put these 2 concepts together inside of him. Father is too strong. Ling Lan felt grateful to little Four for saving her father without any care in the world. But, she was also angry at her father for hurting little Four. Strength is one thing, but what hurted little Four the most was the domain of your father's terrifying innate talent. After saying that, number 1's expression turned steeled. Even if it was him, facing Ling Zhao's devour innate talent probably won't be easy either. Terrifying. Ling Lan was shocked. Your profound insight innate talent is the strongest innate talent in the world. However, there is a forbidden innate talent that can almost rival yours. Forbidden, my father, said Ling Lan in shock. Little Blossom is like that too. Instructor number 1 nodded. Devour. Ling Lan took in a deep breath. When instructor number 1 mentioned Little Blossom, she knew what the forbidden innate talent was. Come. Number 1 opened up a tear once again and led Ling Lan to the next location. Ling Lan finally saw Little Blossom. He was unconscious just like Little 4, hovering in the air with countless bands of light pouring energy into Little Blossom. It seemed that Little Blossom's condition was just as bad as Little 4's. What's wrong with Little Blossom? Ling Lan's expression was serious as she asked worriedly. The spiritual power core of Devour isn't something that can be absorbed. That thing would devour all energy once it touches something and would not stop until there's nothing left. Instructor number 1 remembered the moment of crisis from when it first happened inside his head. If Little Blossom didn't use all of his own Devour energy to force your father's Devour spiritual power core out of the learning space, we and the learning space might not exist anymore. However, the result of that is Little Blossom's energy being completely drained, causing him to fall into a coma. His injuries are more severe than Little 4's. Number 1 told Ling Lan Little Blossom's condition in detail, then he led Ling Lan back into the room where Ling Xiao and Xiaoyi's cores were being kept. Look closely at Xiaoyi core, instructor number 1 asked Ling Lan. Ling Lan activated her profound insight domain and saw a layer of dark energy swirling around a dim and seemingly extinguishing light source. That small amount of dark energy was slowly sucking Xiaoyi's life force dry. That's the Devour concept. The concept energy gave Ling Lan a sense of familiarity. It was strange to her because it was something she had never experienced before, yet it was ever so familiar to her. Yes. Instructor number 1's hand slowly reached towards Xiaoyi's core. Then, he transferred his own energy to Xiaoyi's core, supplying it energy while not damaging the core. Slowly, the light source in Xiaoyi's core became brighter. This seemingly simple action actually caused a thin layer of sweat to form on instructor number 1's forehead. It should be known that no matter what instructor number 1 did, he would do them all calmly and nonchalantly. He definitely wouldn't become like this. It seemed like keeping Xiaoyi alive was not an easy task. Ling Lan didn't dare to make a sound, in case it would bother number 1. Just like that, she stood there without moving a muscle for half an hour. Just when she saw instructor number 1 slowly take back his hands. Xiaoyi's core's light source was now much brighter than before and was more lively. However, compared to Ling Xiao's core, it was not even worth mentioning. One session of energy transfer used to be able to support him for 1 week. Now it can only support him for 3 days, said instructor number 1. The Devour concept your father has left behind is much stronger than Little Blossom. Moreover, it has the ability to take in energy and evolve into something even stronger. One of these days, I won't be able to keep it at bay. When that happens, Xiaoyi cannot be saved anymore. Even you are out of ideas? Ling Lan asked anxiously. If forbidden concepts were that easy to handle, they wouldn't be forbidden, said instructor number 1 as he shook his head. On Mandora, it's considered something that cannot be resolved. Whoever touches it, dies. The Mandora star system once had a Devour virus, the Doomsday Flower, appear in our star system. Back then, it almost destroyed the entire star system. Countless hackers, scientists and 2 intellect kings died before we managed to successfully lock up the Doomsday Flower. However, even until now, we can only lock it up. We didn't have the power to completely destroy it. You see, Little Blossom is really strong, right? Well, in reality, he is only just code left over by the Doomsday Flower who evolved into what he is now. He can't be compared to an actual Doomsday Flower back in the day. After saying all that, instructor number 1 turned around and asked Ling Lan, and that was the Doomsday Flower of just the virtual world. However, your father's Devour concept is an existence that can devour energy from both reality and the virtual world. Its power is stronger than the Doomsday Flower by 100-fold. So, only my father can deal with it. Ling Lan didn't want to lose any of her friends. If no one could deal with the Devour concept, her father's own powers should be able to resolve the issue. It would have to be a Ling Xiao with the Devour concept. Instructor number 1 didn't believe that Ling Lan's idea was any good. Especially because after the Devour core was spat out by Little 4, they didn't know where it had gone. Perhaps they might not even find it in this lifetime. If in the future, conditions allowed it, using the duplication core to resurrect Ling Xiao still wouldn't be a way of resolving this problem. Then, is there anyone else in this world that can deal with this problem? Ling Lan clenched her fists forcefully. Why was she always so weak and could only watch as her loved ones die in front of eyes? Little Blossom could perhaps be able to deal with it, Instructor Number 1 guessed. However, Little Blossom was still in a coma. No one knew whether it would work or not. However, there's a problem. We don't know when Little Blossom will wake up and if Little Blossom waking up is related to whether Little 4 can wake. Ling Lan raised her head and looked towards Instructor Number 1 with determination. Tell me, Instructor Number 1, what do you need me to do? Meditate like your life depends on it. Provide more energy to the learning space. You know that the learning space's energy comes from your concept energy and strong spiritual power supply. We can't be short of either of those two things, Instructor Number 1 replied in a serious tone. I understand. Ling Lan turned around, preparing to leave. Are you not going to stay by your father, Little 4 and the others for a bit longer? Asked Instructor Number 1 nonchalantly. Staying by them now won't do any good. I would rather go back and research how I can supply the learning space with more energy, said Ling Lan calmly. It wasn't because she didn't want to stay, but because she knew what was more important for her to do. 1360 What's wrong? Haste will not bring success. If you force yourself too much, you might create trouble instead, Number 1 reminded her. I understand. All the decisions I make currently are not only for myself. I will not be reckless. Ling Lan turned back. Her gaze was sharp but clear. She didn't lose control of her emotions because of her concerns. Number 1 lowered his head and hid the approval and satisfaction in his eyes. He said, go ahead. Ling Lan stepped forward firmly, leaving the learning space in a blink of an eye. Ling Lan, if you want to wear the crown, you have to bear the weight. This is the path you chose. No matter what happened, you must follow through it with determination, Number 1 said softly. Then, he slit the air and returned to his dimension and started meditating. Ling Lan returned to her mindscape. Her mindscape was still withered, filled with wounds and scars. This can't continue. I must find a way to recover my spiritual power. Ling Lan took a deep breath and sat down. Even though she knew that using her spiritual power to cultivate would bring her great pain, she still decided to do it. Once she activated her spiritual power, her head started hurting, as though someone used a hammer to knock her. The pain that came from the depth of her mind so she could fall unconscious to rid of it if she desperately wanted to. However, that was impossible for the determined Ling Lan. Ling Lan gritted her teeth and resisted the terrifying pain. She forced herself to congregate a thin wisp of spiritual power. Luckily, Ling Lan had already tormented herself for 2 lifetimes, so she had a high tolerance for pain. Anyone else would have fainted from the pain and failed. Ling Lan controlled the wisp of spiritual power that was about to disperse. She used the divine command sex method of cultivating spiritual power to regenerate her spiritual power slowly. She did it again and again. Every time she used the method, the pain each time would get stronger. She gritted her pearly white teeth so forcefully that cracking sounds could be heard from her mouth. Her mouth was filled with the taste of blood. Ling Lan couldn't care less about all these. She fully focused on forcing herself to remain conscious and not lose to the excruciating pain. 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. Ling Lan's perseverance finally succeeded. Spiritual fountains started appearing in her withered mindscape. It slowly nourished the dry ground. As the amount of water kept increasing, Ling Lan's face, which had a hideous expression due to the pain, turned calm again. She passed the most difficult obstacle. Ling Lan slowly opened her eyes and let out a satisfied smile. If her father, Xie, Little 4, Little Blossom, and all her other friends weren't waiting for her to save them, she might not have been so harsh on herself. As expected, humans needed to be forced. However, Ling Lan remembered Number 1's warning. Haste will not bring success, and the cultivation of spiritual power was the same. She must relax when she needs to. Ling Lan decided to pause her cultivation for the time being and return to the Rainbow Palace to take a look at what had happened during these few days. Ling Lan opened her eyes. Little White, who had been guarding her all these while, shouted happily when it saw her opening her eyes. It knew that its master was cultivating, but the memory of what happened a few days ago still frightened it. It was afraid that its master would lose consciousness for many days again. Ling Lan smiled as she hugged Little White. She didn't mind how messy and dirty its fur was. She still rubbed it forcefully. Then, the ground of the swamp opened again. Ling Lan slowly walked out of the hole. The swamp was still the reed field. It looked like nothing huge had happened. Ling Lan floated in mid-air and disappeared the next second. When she returned to the Rainbow Palace, she saw the servants guarding outside her room. They were elated to see her. Lord Jen, Guardian Ji and Guardian, you have important things to report to you. Oh. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. She sent these two people out to deal with the matters in Lord Jen's territories, so they would take at least 10 days to finish touring the territories. Why were they back so early? Okay. Ask them to wait for me in the main hall, Ling Lan ordered. No matter what happened, she would meet them first. Yes, Lord Jen. The servants left respectfully and called for Ji Ming and Yu Shangfei to enter the palace. Ling Lan tidied herself casually and placed the red gown the servant prepared for her over her shoulders. Just before going to the main hall, Ling Lan thought of something. She asked Little White, who was washing itself too. Little White, how many days has it been since I entered the swamp for cultivation? Little White counted with its tentacles before replying, 7 days, master. 7 days had passed by unknowingly. That meant Ji Ming and Yu Shangfei weren't very early. Ling Lan shifted her body and appeared in the main hall. She flicked her red gown slightly and floated down from the sky before landing stably on her ice throne. The combination of her cold and handsome face and the dazzling and vibrant red gown made her look enchanting and beautiful, even when her hair was short and black. Yu Shangfei and Ji Ming, who were waiting in the main hall, were shocked. This was the first time they saw Ling Lan's face clearly. But, they were only able to take one look at her. The next second, when they looked at Ling Lan again, they couldn't see her face clearly anymore. However, that one look was enough to make a lasting impression in their minds. They controlled their astonishment and paid their respects. Lord Jen. What's the matter? Ling Lan asked sternly. Little White jumped into Ling Lan's arms obediently. Everyone knew that their new Lord Jen had a very cute little pet. Lord Jen liked it very much. The people in the Rainbow Palace liked it too. They would feed Little White occasionally, and Little White never rejected any of the food. Ling Lan didn't care about that either, as Little White's stomach was made of steel. If someone wanted to poison it, it was a waste of their time. The new Lord Jen was a man of few words. Ji Ming and Yu Shangfei only met Ling Lan a few times, but they knew that this was their new master's style. The leaders of the 3 big factions, Jimu, Fei Wangyi, and Tian Pinjuan, which are under my territory, would like to meet Lord Jen, Ji Ming replied hurriedly. Why? Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. Ji Ming glanced at Yu Shangfei. Yu Shangfei rushed forward and kneeled down. This is all my fault. I drank too much at the welcome party of the leader of Jimu and accidentally revealed some of your details. Please punish me. Ling Lan stopped stroking Little White. Ji Ming and Yu Shangfei suddenly felt a sharp gaze dismembering their bodies. Ji Ming's heart shuddered. He also kneeled down. Yu Shangfei placed both hands on the ground, not daring to look at Ling Lan's eyes. What did you say? Just when the two of them were unable to resist Ling Lan's force of presence anymore, she finally spoke. I just said that Lord Jen is more powerful now. That's all. The perspiration on Yu Shangfei's forehead dripped on the marble floor. The amount of sweat almost formed a puddle, and this was caused by just a simple release of Lord Jen's force of presence. If their master really got angry, Yu Shangfei didn't know how he would die. Ji Ming, I don't have to tell you what punishment you'll receive, right? Ling Lan glanced at Ji Ming indifferently. Ji Ming nodded quickly. Yes, Lord Jen. 3 days later, ask them to meet me here. Ling Lan disappeared after she finished her sentence. 1361 depend on your performance. Ji Ming and Yu Shangfei kneeled for a while longer before they finally found their strength again. They slowly stood up. Do you think that we're doing the right thing? Yu Shangfei wiped the sweat off his forehead as he asked with uncertainty. If he's really powerful, the 3 leaders of the factions will not change anything. However, if he is just, don't blame me for being merciless. A ray of ambition flashed past Ji Ming's eyes. Since anyone could be Lord Jen, why couldn't it be him? The 2 powerful subordinates of Lord Jen had already left. He was now all alone in the Rainbow Palace. Ji Ming felt that he had a chance. Rawr! Master, that asshole wants to betray you. Little White was in charge of watching over the entire Rainbow Palace, so it heard the exchange between Ji Ming and Yu Shangfei clearly, so it immediately reported to Ling Lan angrily. Ling Lan laid on the soft bed in her room lazily with her eyes closed. She seemed to be asleep. She caressed Little White's furry body and said calmly, "It's all right. I can use him as a warning to others. At least, I don't need to search for one anymore." Rawr. Okay. Master, I can help you with this. Little White waved its tentacles excitedly. This was definitely an opportunity for it to perform. It would make use of this opportunity when the person who always prevented it from performing, that irritating person, wasn't here. The irritating person was Li Lan Feng. Sure. I've fed you till you're so fat, so it makes sense that you help me with some things. Ling Lan smiled as she pinched Little White's fat body. The feeling is not bad. Rawr, no way, Little White isn't fat. Little White waved its tentacles angrily. Don't think that just because I came from other planets, I don't understand human language. Master is definitely teasing me. Master is so bad. Not fat. If you use your body to knock out those 3 people, I'll believe you. Ling Lan opened her eyes and smiled as she pointed at Little White's fat forehead with her finger. Little White wrapped its tentacles around Ling Lan's forefinger and whined. Master, Little White can definitely do it. Hence, Little White isn't fat. I'm really not fat. Really, really not fat. Little White was smart. In the past, its master said that if it got fatter, she would cook it and eat it. I still remembered this. I wouldn't give master any chance of cooking me. Humph. That'll depend on your performance. Ling Lan didn't expect Little White to take her joke for real and still remember it until now. Actually, as long as there was a strong spiritual fluctuation in Little White's mind, Ling Lan would be able to detect its thoughts through the spiritual waves even if it didn't roar. Little White thought that it was thinking silently, but in actual fact, Ling Lan knew almost everything it was saying in its mind. Similarly, Li Lan Feng could read Little White's mind too. That was why Little White always lost to Li Lan Feng. Imagine if you tell your opponent what you want to do to him, if you could still succeed, it was definitely because your opponent felt that you were too pitiful and decided to cooperate with your plan. Let's give some tears of sympathy to our naive and cute Little White. 3 days passed with a snap of the finger. During these 3 days, Ling Lan was either cultivating or meditating. Compared to 3 days ago, her mindscape was in a much better state. Her mindscape at least wasn't dry anymore, as there was a thin layer of spiritual sea. Her internal injuries had almost fully recovered with the help of the Qi exercises. After recovering, she could now use her ice element concept, but her profound insight was still a problem as it was still bound by the unknown concept. This was a lethal problem. When she activated her profound insight, the amount of concept energy consumed would increase twofold. The consumption of energy was calculated by the second. The first second, the energy consumed was normal. The next second, the energy consumed was twice of the first second. The third second, it would be 4 times of the first second. The fourth second, it would be 8 times, and the fifth second, it would be 16 times. Based on the amount of energy she had, she could only activate her profound insight for 53 seconds. It wasn't even 1 minute. This was a sad thing. What's that unknown concept? Ling Lan already tried using all of her energy. It was still 53 seconds, not a second more and not a second less. She was tired and helpless. She started meditating to restore her energy. This was already her 3rd test. But, she still didn't understand what that unknown concept was. Besides wasting her profound insight energy exponentially, there weren't any other implications. This revelation made her quite confused. Currently, she was in a normal situation, but during a battle, she didn't know if the unknown concept would cause any trouble. After recovering her energy, Ling Lan didn't investigate the unknown concept anymore. Instead, she had a comfortable sleep to be full of spirit and energy when she welcomed the 3 leaders. Today, Ling Lan was wearing red too. For some reason, the servants at the Rainbow Palace liked to prepare red gowns for her. Ling Lan never cared about her style, so she just wore whatever that was prepared. She didn't like rich colors, but every time she saw the servant carefully walking over with the red gown and the fear and anticipation in their eyes, Ling Lan didn't want to disappoint them. Besides the color, these gowns were really comfortable to wear. They were well fitted too. Ling Lan really respected those servants. They only served her occasionally and never touched her body, but they were able to get the right proportions just by looking at her. They were quite impressive. Ling Lan admired such workmanship, so she respected them a lot. At this moment, Ling Lan sensed something in the main hall. She moved instantly and appeared on her ice throne in the main hall in an instant. The main hall wasn't as dark and gloomy as it was in the past. But, it was very cold, so cold that a normal person would the instant they walked in. To prevent the weaker servants from getting hurt, Ling Lan restricted them from entering the main hall. Anyone who entered the main hall was required to have a certain amount of strength. This rule, in the future, would serve as a guide in measuring the strength of the people in the lawless lands. It would become a legend. Of course, that was in the future. We shall not talk about it now. The main hall was so cold the temperature should be around 0 Kelvin. Hence, by right, besides some unique flowers and plants, nothing could survive here. Yet, strangely, in the 2 rows of flower beds at the side of the main hall, there was a plant that looked like the zephyr lily, which looked like an ordinary green plant. No one knew what plant this was because Lord Jen had planted them personally. They started sprouting in 2 days and after another day, they flourished. The pale main hall appeared lively because of them. 1362 Bottom line. The leaders of Jimu, Fei Huangyi, and Tian Pinjuan walked into the main hall with scrutinizing gazes. The reason for their sudden visit was because they had heard rumors doubting the strength of the new Lord General. To validate their newfound doubts towards the new Lord Gen, they asked for a meeting indirectly so that they could test him personally. And, thinking about it now, what Guardian you said might not be a slip of the tongue. He might have intentionally revealed the information to them. The 3 leaders were all smart people since they could convince the previous Lord Gen to allow them to develop in his territory. After sorting their thoughts, they knew that they were used by Yu Shangfei and Ji Ming. The 3 of them exchanged glances with one another. They had already made a secret agreement prior to this meeting, but everyone had their own ideas on how this meeting would end. Who was this new Lord Gen? They decided to wait and see. Right at this moment, a man in a red gown suddenly appeared on the ice throne above them. While staring them down, he sat down on the throne slowly. Based on the amount of grace and oppressiveness the man had, the 3 leaders instantly knew that he must be the new Lord Gen. The 3 leaders lowered their heads and performed a deep bow. Lord Gen. Ling Lan stared at Ji Ming, who led them in, coldly. Seeing the ice-cold stare, Ji Ming knew he needed to speak up, so he hurriedly took a step forward and introduced the leaders from the left to the right. Lord Gen, they are the leaders of Jimu, Fei Huangyi, and Tian Pinyin. Hui Yan, Lu Jiaqi, and Xiang Tingyun. So, you want to meet me? Well, that's a coincidence, because I also wanted to meet the faction leaders in my territory, Ling Lan replied calmly. The 3 leaders didn't dare to reply to Ling Lan as they were not clear on what the new Lord Gen was trying to suggest with his words. Was he trying to give them an opening gambit or was he still intending to maintain a good relationship with them? This is my territory. Besides my men, anyone not under my reign shall exist. Ling Lan wasn't interested in chatting with them so she just dropped the huge announcement. The respectful expressions on the 3 leaders dropped. Only Ji Ming lowered his head as he gave a knowing smile. You are left with 2 choices. 1. Move out of my territory. 2. Join my Rainbow Palace. Ling Lan gave them no room for negotiation. As this land would be her future headquarters, she wasn't interested in sharing her territory. She wasn't the Ling Lan who was passive until someone touched her bottom line. Now, she wanted to become a king, and to become one, she mustn't make any concession. Lord Gen, we already made an agreement with the previous Lord General. Even if he isn't around now, you can't just overturn the pact we made in the past, Lu Jiaqi replied agitatedly. He couldn't control himself anymore. Ling Lan slightly lifted the corners of her lips, looking as if she was sneering at how easy it was to agitate them. He is he. I am me. If you're not happy with me, I can help you go look for him. Lu Jiaqi replied furiously, sure. I want to see the previous Lord Gen. Hearing his outburst, Ling Lan just smiled mysteriously at him. The mysterious smile made Lu Jiaqi feel like a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. After realizing what he said, he shivered and regained his senses immediately. Do you really want to meet him? Ling Lan raised her eyebrows and asked. Lu Jiaqi opened his mouth. However, he couldn't squeeze the word yes out of his mouth. What a pity. The previous Lord Gen is very lonely in hell. Ling Lan crossed her legs and petted Little White which was lying on her legs. The tone she used sounded regretful. The moment she said this, the 3 leaders looked at Ling Lan with fear. They thought that the previous Lord Gen had just retired and handed over his crown to the new Lord General. That was why they were indignant when they heard that the new Lord Gen wanted to end their agreement. However, now, they knew that this wasn't a peaceful succession. The new Lord Gen killed the previous Lord Gen brutally and got the position that way. But, why didn't the other 12 lords sound any complaints? The same question appeared in the minds of all the 3 leaders. They had stayed in Lord Gen's territory for a long time, so they knew the 13 lords had a relatively good relationship with each other, even though on the surface they were constantly trying to beat each other. Other than that, they felt fear because they could feel the malice this new Lord Gen had towards them. When he said that sentence just now, they really felt a flash of killing intent from Lord Gen. The 3 of them started becoming more vigilant as they were not aware how far this new Lord Gen would go to enforce his reign. Hui Yan's right hand, which was hidden in his sleeve, secretly held on a black round pearl. My patience is limited. Tell me, what do you choose? Ling Lan noticed that the 3 people had calmed down, so she continued pressing them for answers. The faster she took care of this, the earlier she could go back and cultivate. The fate of many people rested on her shoulder. Whether Little Four, Little Blossom, her father, and Xie could wake up or not depended on her concept energy and her spiritual power, so the thing she lacked most was time. If her self-control wasn't strong enough, she might have indulged in cultivation and never come out. Lord Gen, are you forcing us to leave? Hui Yan asked in a pained tone. They had been developing in Lord Gen's territory their entire life. All their men and power were here. To build themselves until this point, he had put in an entire lifetime of effort. If they really left, they would have to start from zero again, but they were already too old to start from zero. They didn't have the spirit or the courage to start all over again. You can take it that way, Ling Lan replied calmly. Lord Gen, you are the lord here, but you mustn't force someone into a hopeless position. Xiang Tingyan clenched his fist. The veins on his forehead were almost exploding. He really hated Ling Lan's ruthless methods, just like the other 2 leaders. I've already given you 2 choices. No matter which one you choose, your lives will be spared, Ling Lan said indifferently. She didn't directly order to kill them. This was the bottom line she guarded. Ling Lan didn't forget the wall painting she saw when she passed her mission in the learning space. She didn't choose to go on the cold and heartless sovereign Dao in the past. Now, she wouldn't choose it either. We will not choose any of the options. The 3 leaders looked at one another before replying simultaneously. In the past, they bore with the suppression of the previous Lord Gen before managing to gain the opportunity to develop their faction. They didn't rely on their tongue to get this opportunity. The previous Lord Gen didn't allow them to develop in his territory because he felt kind either. They got the chance because they had an item that could threaten the previous Lord Gen. Hui Yan suddenly opened his palm, revealing the black round pearl in his hand. Lord Gen, don't force us to use this, Hui Yan said calmly. Ling Lan frowned slightly. What was this round black pearl? Why didn't she recognize it? She didn't have any relevant information in her memory. Was he making an empty show of strength, or was it really a threat to her? Ling Lan narrowed her eyes. She touched little white soft fur with her right hand while looking as though she was considering something. While the leaders of the 3 factions were speaking with Ling Lan, Ji Ming silently moved closer to the door of the palace. When he saw that little white ball appearing, he wanted to rush out of the palace. However, he didn't expect that when he wanted to leave, he felt as though his legs were being pulled on. Bang! Ji Ming fell face first near the entrance. He turned around and looked at his ankles with apprehension. He could feel a slimy tentacle wrapping around his ankles, and the source of that tentacle was the strange flowers behind him. Currently, the plant was looking at him with a hungry gaze while its tentacles were growing longer as it flailed around furiously. Ji Ming immediately realized something. Back when the 5 lords came to this place to probe Ling Lan's capabilities, it was the plant that had stopped them. Everyone had always believed that the tentacles were Ling Lan's own abilities. They never expected the source of the tentacles to be the normal-looking plant. Ling Lan glanced at Ji Ming indifferently. When she discovered Ji Ming's odd behavior, she had already put Little White in charge of keeping him in place. Thus, if Ji Ming behaved or moved oddly, Little White would make a move on him. Tell me, what is that and what can it do? Asked Ling Lan. Ji Ming had a frustrated expression on his face. He indeed knew the faction leaders would use this item to fight against Ling Lan. However, he didn't expect that he would fall into such an unfavorable position. Faced with a threat to his life, he could only choose to tell Ling Lan the truth. This is called a Thunderbolt Sphere, an item created from the heart of Imperial. A look of fear was shown on Ji Ming's face. Thunderbolt Sphere. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. I think I understand somewhat. You think that can harm me? Ling Lan was curious. Even if an Imperial Realm formidable master came down to kill her, it was almost impossible for him to do it alone. She didn't understand why these faction leaders, who were only titled Domain Realm Master levels, could be so confident in a small ball. Ling Lan finally understood the degree of talent in the lawless lands. In the Federation, encountering someone at the domain stage was very difficult, and titled Domain Realm Masters were even rarer. However, here in the lawless lands, one can easily encounter a Domain Realm Master, and anyone that was called upon could easily be a titled Domain Realm Master. It was indeed just as the rumors in the Federation mentioned. The rumors were that in the lawless lands, Domain Realm Masters were all over the place and ace operators were like cattle in a farm, were true. You can test it out, Jimu Huiyen said coldly. A hint of confidence and decisiveness showed in his eyes. Seeing his sudden burst of confidence, Ling Lan thought about it carefully. It was as though she was thinking whether she should try it or not. Ji Ming's expression changed instantly and shouted loudly, Lord Zhen, once the Thunderbolt Sphere explodes, it could reach the strength of 3 Imperial-level Domain Realm Masters combined together. You must not let it explode. Perhaps Ling Lan might not die from it, but the others in the room wouldn't be able to get away with their lives. The Thunderbolt Sphere was indeed very terrifying, but it was usually used as a deterrence. It wouldn't be used unless absolutely necessary. It was because after it is used, it would be an outcome of mutual destruction. Ji Ming did want the throne, but he still loved his own life more. 3 times the power. No wonder you're so confident. Ling Lan finally knew why they were so confident. Do you actually want to give up your lives? Ling Lan leaned against the armrest of her chair as her right hand rubbed little white soft hairs rhythmically. She seemed to not even care about the threat of the Thunderbolt Sphere. That uncaring expression on her face made Jimu and the others begin to hesitate. In the end, none of them wanted to die. You asking us to give up everything here is the same as asking for our lives. If that's the case, then why would it matter if we give up our lives? At least, we will have you come with us. It will be worth it, shouted Xiang Tingyan angrily, and the hesitation of Jimu and Lu Jiaqi instantly turned into determination. If they were to back down now, they would have nothing left. Plus, they were already 1 foot in the grave, so they didn't need those extra years in misery. Although they were all titled Domain Realm formidable warriors, they still lived 20 to 30 years more than the average person in the lawless lands. So if they were to leave without a fight, they would live the rest of their lives with nothing. Unless they have the luck to break through their barriers and advance into the Imperial Realm, they would be nothing for the next few years. After being comfortable for most of their lifetime, were they actually going to become poor, homeless and become stepped on by others in their last few years? Moreover, they had offended many people. As soon as they become removed by the current position, their old enemies would definitely make moves and go against them. When that happened, they would be totally helpless. You people really won't give up until it's over, it seems. Ling Lan sighed. Everyone looked at each other. Only Ji Ming had a sharp look in his eyes, but he immediately put his head down, not daring to look at Ling Lan again. It was as though he was afraid Ling Lan would be able to see through to his thoughts. Right as the 3 of them didn't know whether to accept Ling Lan's terms, they suddenly felt their bodies turning stiff. Jimu's expression changed instantly. He wanted to open his palm to toss out the Thunderbolt Sphere. However, he shockingly discovered that his hand had become a block of ice. Even the Thunderbolt Sphere in his hand was frozen in ice. Break! The flames on Jimu's body roared. He wanted to crack open the ice around his body, but discovered that no matter how strong his flame concept burned, it wasn't any bit effective against the layer of ice. It easily suppressed his power. Their concepts were supposed to suppress each other, but right now, only his was suppressed. What made him feel even more despair was that the Thunderbolt Sphere actually left his palm and slowly floated out of the ice. 2 long, jade-like fingers held up the Thunderbolt Sphere. This is the Thunderbolt Sphere. Ling Lan felt the energy within it and was dumbfounded for a moment. Explode! Another angry voice echoed in the room. Xiang Tingyan, who was originally encased in ice, actually moved. Another Thunderbolt Sphere flew towards Ling Lan. Right as Ling Lan was about to use her ice element concept to freeze the Thunderbolt Sphere, it exploded right after leaving Xiang Tingyan's hand. Ah! Xiang Tingyan was instantly sent flying by the explosion's energy. He smashed onto the wall of the palace before falling limply to the ground. Not long after, a puddle of blood painted the ground red. Xiang Tingyan was covered in blood. The right hand he tossed the black sphere with instantly turned to dust, leaving him with a broken arm. Of course, the explosive energy did not only send Xiang Tingyan flying. The others were also sent flying backwards. Jimu and Lu Jiaqi were somewhat protected because they were frozen by Ling Lan. Although the layer of ice turned to dust after the explosion, the two of them were more or less still intact. They smashed to the ground and fell unconscious as blood continuously poured out of their mouths. If they couldn't receive any medical attention soon, they probably wouldn't be able to live for long. After seeing Xiang Tingyan toss out another thunderbolt sphere, Ji Ming activated his domain to protect himself, so his condition was much better than Jimu and Lu Jiaqi, but he was still severely injured. 1364 refuse. Of course, this was because the imperial level energy created by the thunderbolt sphere was controlled. If it had exploded with all of its energy, they would definitely be reduced to shreds by the terrifying energy equivalent to 3 Imperial Realm formidable masters attacking all at once. Ling Lan sneezed the terrifying domain concept energy and knew it was going to be bad. She wanted to activate her ice element domain to go against the sudden explosive energy. However, right at that moment, the worrying concept that wrapped around her profound insight, suddenly activated with her profound insight domain. Holy sh*t. Ling Lan couldn't help but swear out loud. This power that she had no control over was too damn familiar. Ling Lan remembered when she was in the learning space studying, the instructors loved using this method to pull her back into their dimensions to train without asking whether she wanted to or not. Despite Ling Lan knowing that this uncontrollable energy had nothing to do with the instructors, she still automatically thought of her loving yet annoying instructors. The instructors, who were busy cleaning up the learning space, all simultaneously rubbed their ears and felt hot. It was odd. Why did their ears suddenly become so hot? Did number 1 forget to turn on the AC? Although they were a bit disgruntled, they remembered number 1's stone-cold face and stopped themselves from doing anything stupid. The only one who was brave enough to find number 1. Oh no, she didn't sense anything. It was because when Ling Lan thought of the instructors, she didn't exist in that list. Ling Lan couldn't activate the ice element domain she wanted to use and could only accept using the profound insight domain that could only hold for 53 seconds. Disintegrate. Ling Lan only hoped that the disintegration power of her profound insight would be able to neutralize the force of 3 Imperial Realm formidable warriors combined. Disintegration can reduce the power of any concept, and it was indeed the best method of dealing with this situation. If it didn't last for only 53 seconds, Ling Lan would have definitely used it from the beginning. However, 53 seconds were definitely not enough to completely disintegrate such a large explosion. Ling Lan even suspected that it could only disintegrate a small portion of the energy before running out of juice. She should think how to use the ice element to follow up her profound insight. Ling Lan prepared herself for the worst outcome. There would definitely be flaws during the switch which would cause great harm to her. She only hoped that her body would be able to handle the shock when she switched between the two domains. Even if she would be injured, there at least would be any life-threatening injuries. It should be known that she didn't have any Manhwa agent on her at that moment. However, something unexpected happened. Just like before, when Ling Lan wanted to activate her ice element domain, the unknown concept overruled her control and activated her profound insight instead. This time it was the same as before. When Ling Lan wanted to use her disintegration technique, the unknown concept overruled her control once again. It cooperated with the profound insight domain to create a whole new technique. Ling Lan actually felt the explosive force suddenly losing its strength quickly. This wasn't the power of disintegration, but it was rather compressing these energies down. This behavior of her new technique gave Ling Lan a familiar feeling. As she was feeling the profound insight energy from her body depleting, she began to think why she felt so familiar with the new technique. Ling Lan began to scour through her memories. Finally, she remembered the time when she first obtained her profound insight domain. When she was choosing a technique, there were two different choices. Back then she had chosen disintegration. The rejection power she had given up on, seemed to have this type of power. Could it be this was what was meant by rejection? No, Ling Lan felt it was somewhat different. It came from an unknown concept. It seemed this new technique had an unknown connection with the mystery concept. As time passed, the literal bomb in the palace was slowly being compressed. Seeing the explosive energy being compressed into a large ball, Ling Lan didn't plan on letting up just yet. If she were to let the energy explode now, wouldn't all that she had been through be for nothing? Compressing energy wasn't an easy task, especially when it was about compressing the energy of 3 Imperial-level formidable warriors. Despite the profound insight being the main component and the unknown concept helping it, each second of the compression would cause a backlash towards Ling Lan's body and mind. Luckily, Ling Lan's endurance had already reached a godly state. If she were to deem herself as second in the world in terms of endurance, no one would definitely dare to proclaim themselves as number one. Additionally, with Ling Lan's impressive spiritual power, she was able to endure it all while still conscious. The 50 seconds that she had endured didn't seem long. However, compressing the concept energy for 50 seconds was comparable to torturing both her mind and body for the same amount of time. Compress! Ling Lan shouted. She used the last of her profound insight energy, in addition to all of the spiritual power she could amass to put them towards the large sphere in front of her. Bang! A sharp snap was heard. Ling Lan felt disoriented all of a sudden. She was like that for a moment. When she recovered from her dizzy state, she saw a black sphere floating in front of her. Ling Lan decisively reached out her hand and held it. It was the thunderbolt sphere that she put all of her effort into compressing. Of course, Ling Lan still had a few questions. Why did it return to being a thunderbolt sphere after being compressed? Or perhaps that might be the way the thunderbolt sphere was created. These questions would have to wait until she had time to do some research. However, she now must first resolve the troublesome individuals in front of her. Ling Lan clapped her hands. Soon, a few relatively capable guards came into the main hall. Right as they entered the main hall, they saw the terrible state the three faction leaders were in. They all had terrified expressions on their faces, not knowing what could have happened to them to land in this state. The only thing they could be sure of was that these faction leaders definitely offended their Lord Gen. They quickly knelt down, waiting for Ling Lan's orders. Take these three to the medical department. Doesn't matter how you treat them, just make sure they are alive in the end, Ling Lan said nonchalantly. Ling Lan really didn't care to save the three of them since they already decided to die when they thought about mutual destruction. However, seeing that they had made her discover her profound insight's path to its next evolution, Ling Lan gave them a chance to live because she was in a good mood. Of course, whether they can survive or not would have to depend on the ability of the medical department of the Rainbow Palace. If they didn't have any way of bringing them back alive, what awaited these three was still going to be death. The guards quickly took the three to the medical department. When they turned around to leave, they remembered that they didn't feel cold inside the main hall. In the past, however, they would shudder from the cold if they even got close to the door of the main hall, not to mention being inside. 1365 Convince me. After dealing with those three individuals, Ling Lan looked at the severely injured Ji Ming nonchalantly. You're smart but also dumb, said Ling Lan as she walked beside him while staring him down. Ji Ming endured the pain as he struggled to raise his head. He had a look of innocence on his face before managing to squeeze a sentence out of his lips. Lord Gen, please trust me. I didn't know they would do that. Ling Lan smirked. Do I look like someone that's so easy to be fooled? Yu Shangfei said he misspoke when he got drunk, but I already knew it was done on purpose. On top of that, I knew it was all arranged by you. Ling Lan formed a three-prong ice spear on top of her right palm. You really think you had a chance because I took down Lord Gen and 13 lords accepted me as the new Lord Gen? Are you an idiot? Ling Lan's words turned Ji Ming's originally pale face even more pale and defeated. He didn't think that his little plot had been known by Ling Lan long before this. He didn't know why Ling Lan didn't make a move earlier and just let him play it all out. Ling Lan smiled mockingly. It just so happens I need to do something to show the unruly people in this territory who's boss. But, luckily you came and helped me with this. Ji Ming now knew that Ling Lan was trying to use him to frighten all of those who reside in the Rainbow Palace. But now, you are no longer of use to me. Ling Lan slightly raised the three-pronged ice spear and slowly stabbed it towards Ji Ming's forehead. This spear came extremely slowly. Ji Ming watched as the spear came closer and closer towards him. He wanted to move away, but it was like his body had been sealed, stopping him from moving an inch. No, he didn't want to die. Ji Ming shouted in terror, don't kill me. I'm also from the Huaxia Federation. The ice spear suddenly stopped before Ji Ming's forehead. Ji Ming could completely feel the chilliness of the ice spear. He could feel the coldness seeping into his head, as though it was slowing his mind. Oh. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. The voice floated into his ears. Ji Ming couldn't piece together what the voice was trying to say. His consciousness slowed down to a snail pace. The only thing he knew was the fact that he was still alive. Lord Jen, you are from the Huaxia Federation as well, right? Even if you aren't from the Huaxia Federation, you still have some relations with it. Lord Jen, seeing that we come from the same birthplace, please let me go, pleaded Ji Ming. Ling Lan frowned and thought for a moment. The hand that held the ice spear suddenly loosened, causing the ice spear to fall to the ground. Ji Ming closed his eyes in despair, yet the expected pain didn't come. When he opened them again, he saw the ice spear slowly dissolve before his eyes. Without there being a threat to his life in front of him, Ji Ming loosed up and fell to the floor. He then realized that even in such an icy cold place, his inner shirt was actually soaked by his sweat. I will give you 3 minutes to convince me to let you live. Before Ji Ming had time to make head or tails of the situation, Ling Lan's icy cold voice rang in his ears. Ji Ming immediately calmed his nerves and sat up. He knew that whether he could live or not would depend on those 3 minutes. He would need to find a reason to convince Ling Lan. Ji Ming thought for a moment and then said, Lord Jen, I am a citizen of the Huaxia Federation. It was because of my good innate talent that I was provided the opportunity to get into a military academy, and I graduated with flying colors. However, after entering the military, I mistakenly offended a descendant of a powerful family, which I didn't think was a big deal at that time. Ji Ming smiled bitterly after saying all this. But, what I didn't know was that after offending him, not only was my future destroyed, they also painted me as a criminal. In the end, I was convicted before they sent me to the lawless lands. Ling Lan sat on her icy throne and looked at him indifferently. You still have 2 more minutes. You can think of a better reason. Her words meant that she didn't believe that story. Ji Ming shouted frustratingly, Lord Jen, what I have said was all true. If that wasn't the case, why would I be here? That's the answer you're giving me? Ling Lan leaned against the armrest with her right hand holding her head. She knowingly looked at Ji Ming with a half-smile. The look froze the frustration on Ji Ming's face, and in the next second, his expression slowly returned to normal. What do you want to hear, Lord Jen? That way I can make up a story up to your liking. Ji Ming suddenly became neither haughty nor humble. It was completely different from his behavior of being a scaredy cat who hid behind others and plotted against people. This is your actual personality, said Ling Lan. How could someone who dares to plot against the position of Lord be afraid of dying? Don't take your acting too far. Thank you for pointing that out. Ji Ming knelt on his knees. Despite having heavy injuries on his body, he still straightened his back as he endured the immense pain. He completely got rid of his sleazy behavior from before. If you want to die, I'd be happy to give you that. If you don't want to die, then you should understand what you need to do in order to live. Ling Lan caressed Little White, who had jumped up onto her knees asking for comfort. She had a look of indifference. If you want to get something, you must pay something of similar value. I'm not someone that's so generous. Ji Ming clenched his fists and a struggling expression flashed between his yes. However, he had already reached this point. He didn't want to just give up and die. I'm from the Huaxia Federation. Finally, Ji Ming made his choice. He raised his head and stared at Ling Lan with fire in his eyes. That's the truth. Okay, Ling Lan replied. She didn't raise her head, still focused on rubbing Little White's soft hairs. Rubbing these hairs was like an addiction of sorts. Little White's soft hairs felt more comfortable the more she rubbed them. She really wanted to rub these little hairs on her face, but she had to maintain her cold and unmoving impression. What I said before wasn't made up. I did indeed graduate from the military academy with flying colors. Then I entered the military. Ji Ming's expression was complicated. If he was given the choice again, would he still choose the same path he chose in the past? Probably not. There we go, Ling Lan said calmly. When you entered the domain stage, you probably weren't even past 35 years old. In the Huaxia Federation, being a domain realm master at such a young age, you would be considered a prodigy. Even if you had offended a descendant of a powerful faction in the military academy, with your qualifications, there would still be organizations who would be willing to protect you. Ji Ming's eyes brightened. The hesitation he had originally instantly disappeared. He nodded and said, yes. Although I had some problems with a descendant of a powerful family, there were still organizations who protected me. After entering the military, my development was smooth. I became an ace operator, domain realm master and team leader of a certain ace mecha clan. After saying all that, Ji Ming had a look of pride in his eyes. This was the achievement he acquired on his own. The position he held was 100% acquired through his own abilities. 1366 Plan of Sacrifice. You would have had a great future if you stayed in the Federation. So, why did you come here? Asked Ling Lan. Humans are all in nature greedy, and would almost always give in to their desires. Even if I was doing well in the military, I could only be promoted to a lieutenant colonel, while he had already been assigned as a commander of a regiment and been promoted to senior colonel through his family's connections. Ji Ming smiled sarcastically. Isn't it funny? The achievements I was proud of were nothing in the face of a powerful background. Especially when his military rank was higher than mine, my belief in the system cracked. With your personality, you would never do something like betraying your nation or committing a severe crime. As long as it wasn't too over the top, the organization you were with wouldn't give up on you that easily, Ling Lan guessed. Then there leaves one other possibility. You were unsatisfied. Unsatisfied where you are in life. You wanted to rise higher than that descendant just so that you could return all of the humiliation you received. After hearing that, Ji Ming's eyes narrowed to not show the surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect to have his personality totally be figured out after just meeting this new Lord Gen 4 to 5 times. This prospect terrified him. This person in front of him was not only incredibly strong, just his intelligence, thought process and methods were already heaven-defying. Who could deal with such a terrifying individual? Am I wrong? Seeing Ji Ming be totally silent, Ling Lan raised her eyebrows and asked him, but her eyes were filled with confidence. That sentence awakened Ji Ming from his thoughts and immediately replied, Lord Gen, your guess is spot on. He continued to smile bitterly. Back then, I was young, naive and proud. I always thought that as long as I dared to think it, I would be able to succeed. However, all that changed when my organization drew up a plan to invade the lawless lands. They called it the Plan of Sacrifice. Plan of Sacrifice? Ling Lan frowned. This name already had a bad vibe to it. It definitely wasn't anything good. Yes, Plan of Sacrifice. They would choose the most loyal soldiers of the Federation to give up their current statuses and train them into the most hardened criminals to enter the lawless lands. We would then use our own methods to infiltrate into the different factions to incite many turf wars, and thus depleting the strength of the lawless lands. What's worse is that we are not allowed to expose our identities even if it meant death. Ji Ming said calmly. Because of his hot-headedness, he wasted 30 years during the best time of his life in the lawless lands. Moreover, with the problem of the environment, his body quickly deteriorated to this current state, and soon he will see the end of his days. His body and mind had been depleted of their potential. After trying everything he could to reverse that, even trying to go back to the Federation, he gave up. Now after he gave up, he could finally calmly see all of his mistakes in the past. It seems like you failed, said Ling Lan. I don't know whether there are still spies in the lawless lands. I never knew any of them and wouldn't contact them even if I know their identities. I was just by myself from the very beginning all the way until now. I don't even know whether I had killed my so-called comrades during the past few decades. Ji Ming looked down at his two old and wrinkly hands, the hands that had already committed many sins. Even if he were to successfully complete his mission, he wouldn't be able to return his past self. The 13 lords aren't people you can overthrow. Ling Lan sighed regretfully for Ji Ming's sake. If their goal was to overthrow the 13 lords, the Plan of Sacrifice was already destined to fail. The only thing that was unfortunate was that this plan cost the lives of many outstanding and loyal individuals from the Federation. Ling Lan believed that the spies who were still alive were definitely just as strong as Ji Ming. Otherwise, they would never be able to complete the mission they were assigned. However, just the lords she had met, each of them were old sly foxes. They would definitely look through a person's ancestry before promoting them. Although Ji Ming managed to conceal himself, were the others as lucky as him? Plus, Ji Ming was originally someone who was naturally good at disguising himself. He also cleverly chose to disguise himself as an annoying and negligible person. Through all these years, he managed to avoid suspicion just because of his disguise. Ji Ming was undoubtedly very intelligent. He controlled a few points very well and hid himself among the guardians. He didn't perform too well while also not falling behind. I understood that after becoming a guardian. If you hadn't appeared, I thought I would be living the rest of my life like this. Everything I experienced in the Huaxia Federation would then become just a passing thought in my mind. Ji Ming showed pained expression. If he had known it would come to this, he definitely wouldn't have competed with that descendant. Okay, I'm very satisfied with your answer. Ling Lan held Little White and stood up. Your life is your own now. Whether you can live or not, will depend on whether you can get to the medical department. After saying that, Ling Lan disappeared from the main hall. Ji Ming looked at the empty main hall and smiled bitterly. The secret he kept for his entire life was let out because of his desperation to live. This would be considered as betrayal. Normally, he would feel ashamed of himself, but for some reason, he actually felt relieved. It was as though the burden in his heart was completely lifted after he explained everything. He sat there silent for a few seconds before taking a deep breath. He endured the immense pain on his body and crawled up from the ground. Lord Zhen said that if he wanted to live, then he must depend on himself. Ji Ming felt his injuries become worse. Thinking about it, he really regretted thinking of such a silly plan to scare Lord Zhen with the Thunderbolt Sphere. Luckily, Lord Zhen had blocked off the strongest wave of the explosion. Additionally, his own timely activation of his domain also helped save his life. However, this was all it could do. The only hope he had was the medicinal agents at the medical department. He hoped it could be strong enough to stop his injuries from becoming worse. That way, he would be able to live another day. Ji Ming slowly limped towards the medical department. This was the first time he hated the fact that the medical department was so far from the main hall. If he were to live through this, he would definitely move the medical department near the main hall. At that moment, in the faraway Huaxia Federation, on planet Chiyu, Ling Tian Independent Army, that had recovered their strength, received 2 uninvited guests. Qi Long kept a straight face as he pretended to not see the 2 VIPs from the Flying Dragon Special Forces sitting on the leather sofa in his office. Major General Qi, we're considered acquaintances, right? Don't give us that kind of look please. Mu Chaoran had a smile on his face. He wasn't any bit awkward after seeing Qi Long's rude expression. Senior Colonel Mu, we've only met a few times on the field. I don't think that qualifies as being acquaintances. Qi Long put a fake smile on his face. He really didn't want to talk to these 2 people. Every time these 2 came to Ling Tian, it wouldn't be for anything good. In the past, Boss could deal with them, so he was carefree about their presence. However, now, according to Han Jijian's words, he must stay as far as possible from them as possible in case they drag them into something troublesome. Don't be so heartless. In the past, we also went through hardships with your boss so we can be considered brothers. Mu Chaoran began trying to get on Qi Long's good side. He had no other choice. It was because Ling Lan's whereabouts were too secretive, so they had no choice but to meet Ling Lan's underlings for some information. 1367 Bad or good thing? Qi Long smiled in a friendly manner. I wouldn't dare go that far. Forget it, I don't want to go around in circles with you. Mu Chaoran heard Qi Long's perfunctory tone and stopped smiling. His expression was somewhat stern. We came here because we hope Major General Qi can provide us with some information. Qi Long's expression also became stern. Please go ahead. Where did Lieutenant General Ling go? Mu Chaoran asked this question straight away. Qi Long raised his eyebrows. Ever since Lieutenant General Ling disappeared from the battlefield in the battle against the Twilight Empire, there hasn't been any news of his whereabouts. Hasn't military headquarters been trying to find him all this time? I also want to know where he is. Tang Ningyu, who was sitting on the other side, spoke up. You can only fool outsiders with those words. Everyone knows that it was you, Major General Qi, who brought Lieutenant General Ling to Planet General. Qi Long had an innocent smile on his face. Senior Colonel Tang, your words don't make any sense. Let's not even say whether or not Lieutenant General Ling had gone to Planet General. Even if he had gone there, I would think he had gone through with your connections. After all, Senior Colonel Mu just said that you were like brothers who had gone through hardships together with Lieutenant General Ling. Qi Long seemed to be an honest and obedient person on the outside, but in reality, he was ranked 3rd among everyone in Ling Tian in terms of evilness. Boss didn't even need a mention. He was definitely the most evil out of all of them. Li Lanfeng on the other hand, who liked hiding his intentions behind a smile, showed as a mild-mannered individual on the outside. He made people feel warm and cared for, but was actually plotting to kill them behind their backs. Every sentence he spoke might be a trap. A person wouldn't know when they had fallen into a trap. Qi Long feared Li Lanfeng the most and would never challenge him unless absolutely necessary. However, other than these 2, even Han Jijian was only just strategic, not evil in his eyes. He had a good heart, but wasn't as evil as Qi Long. Han Jijian was also considered someone with an odd personality. This ranking was internally accepted by everyone in Ling Tian. Otherwise, why would they have worked together to get Qi Long into the highest commanding position? It was because everyone believed other than Boss and Li Lanfeng, only Qi Long could carry the heavy burden of the Lingtian Independent Army on his shoulders. Qi Long's words made Tang Ningyu speechless. He didn't know how to respond for a short while. Major General Qi, let's not test each other anymore. We don't have any negative feelings towards Lieutenant General Ling. It's just that we received our chief's orders for us to follow Lieutenant General Ling and protect him. Mu Chaoran didn't want to waste any more of their time here and instantly told Qi Long the reason they came here. Chief. General Ren from the Flying Dragon Special Forces, asked Qi Long in surprise. Yes, that's him. Mu Chaoran nodded heavily. Qi Long remembered that him becoming the commander of the Lingtian Independent Army was largely because of his help. Although he didn't know whether it was with good or bad intentions, he still couldn't forget the help he had given to him. I don't know, Qi Long said slowly. He wasn't lying to them. He really didn't know where Boss had gone. When Boss left, he only told him that he was going to the vast universe to create his own organization. After he did that, he would come back and fight against the top brass of the military headquarters to avenge his father. At that time, Qi Long didn't want to ask for more detail. The safest way of keeping a secret was not knowing it. Qi Long knew this very well. Thus, he didn't ask back then because he knew if he had asked, Boss would definitely tell him the answer. That was his intuition and was the trust between brothers. However, the more it was like that, the more Qi Long didn't want to know the answer. He didn't want Boss to be exposed to more dangers. If it had been Qi Long himself, Boss wouldn't have wanted that either. Lieutenant General Ling didn't leave any information behind. Mu Chaoran's eyes showed that he was somewhat anxious. The universe, Qi Long thought for a moment and then said this word. He knew only this word. As for whether they could find him or not would depend on their abilities. Why did Qi Long choose to tell them? It was because his animal instinct told him that it would be better if he told them. Other than Boss, Qi Long trusted his animal instinct the most. It was because Boss had said it was his strongest ability. Although there wasn't any reasoning behind it, the information his animal instinct innate talent gave him had always been the most suitable, relevant and correct. Qi Long kept that in mind. Thus, when his animal instinct innate talent notified him, he would follow it to make the most suitable decision. Universe. Mu Chaoran's eyes brightened. He could now confirm that he definitely wasn't anywhere in the nation. The rest is up to you guys. I can't help you anymore, Qi Long said plainly. Understood. Thank you for putting your trust in us, Major General Qi. Although Mu Chaoran felt it was odd that Qi Long was so cooperative, they now had hope of finding Ling Lan. Mu Chaoran didn't want to waste any time here with Qi Long, so he and Tang Ningyu said their goodbyes and left. After they had left, the door of the restroom on the side opened silently. Han Jijian walked out from there and frowned. Are they safe to deal with? I'm not sure, but they probably shouldn't be a problem. Qi Long smiled. Oh. Your innate talent. Han Jijian knew Qi Long the best. After hearing Qi Long say something like that, he understood what he meant. Yeah. I also have a feeling that something big will happen and it will be connected with these two. Qi Long had a slight look of anxiousness on his face. The information his animal instinct had given him was too vague. He just knew that it wasn't going to be a bad thing, so perhaps it would be something good? Can you determine the rough time? Asked Han Jijian. If Qi Long said something big was going to happen, then something big would definitely go down. No matter if it was good or bad, he must make proper preparations. Qi Long rubbed his forehead and felt his thoughts for a moment. It should be within 3 days. 3 days quickly passed by. Inside the headquarters conference room of Lingtian's base, Qi Long, Lin Zhongqing, Luo Chao, Han Shuya, Li Jinghong and He Chaoyang were discussing the progress of preparations done by the logistics department. Suddenly, Qi Long raised his head. A sharp look appeared in his eyes as he disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he had already reached the door. An iron fist with an explosive sound went through towards the empty doorway. Poof! A muffled sound traveled to their ears. Then, a silhouette appeared from thin air, blocking Qi Long's iron fist with both of his hands. The strength of both of them actually created a large dent on the metal door. Qi Long saw that person and was overjoyed. He took back his fist and shouted in excitement, Luo Lang. Luo Lang. Everyone present who was familiar with that name all looked towards that person. As expected, it was the face that they couldn't be more familiar with. A face that they didn't see each day, but still thought of each day. It was Luo Chao's older brother, Luo Lang. How come you're back? Where is boss? Qi Long walked up and hugged Luo Lang's shoulders as he shouted in excitement. Boss didn't come back, Luo Lang said calmly. Didn't come back. Qi Long put his hands down disappointedly. Aren't you supposed to be protecting boss? Why did you come back? Although they were very happy seeing Luo Lang come back, they were still more worried about boss. Of course I have a reason for coming back, Luo Lang said in an annoyed tone. Quick, prepare some food for me and water. I'm dying from hunger and thirst. Luo Lang went to the neutral nation that was the closest to the Federation on the 7th bugle call. 7th bugle call was a big target which made it inconvenient for it to go into the Federation. Thus, Luo Lang let those on 7th bugle call start purchasing supplies. Luckily they brought some native products from the lawless lands with them to sell, so they could acquire some money that way. It was just that selling and buying would take a lot of time. However, that wasn't a problem. According to Ling Lan's plan, the 7th bugle call was originally taking on the role of drawing the attention of the 13 lords to the neutral nation. Luo Lang on the other hand would use that opportunity to sneak into the Federation, make contact with Qi Long and let Qi Long prepare the supplies. Afterwards, they would take the Jialan ship and transport it to the lawless lands. All in all, the 7th bugle call was just bait to make the 13 lords not know the real powers behind Ling Lan. They could think it was the Soul Society or the mercenary world. The more unsure they were, the safer Ling Lan was. In order to not expose himself and to save time, he had his domain activated all the way here. Other than when he was incredibly hungry, he didn't waste any time on any other miscellaneous matters. Seeing Luo Lang's disheveled look, Luo Chao immediately prepared food and drinks for her older brother. Luo Lang gulped down a large cup of water, and only after he felt he was all right, he spoke, "Boss has an assignment for all of you." After hearing Luo Lang's words, everyone stood on attention with their backs straight. It was as though it was no longer Luo Lang standing before them, but rather Boss Ling Lan who they admired and respected. Boss needs supplies. This is the list. Luo Lang took out a list of items and handed it to Han Jijian, who had already arrived. Han Jijian opened it up and took a look. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes for a moment. Although there were some restricted military supplies in the list, most of it was basic supplies for living needs. Some were even very common. Could boss be somewhere where these resources are limited? Han Jijian looked through the list of items and accurately determined the situation Ling Lan was in. Time is of the essence. We came here as fast as we could. Even with the destruction devil, it still took us 31 days, and plus the fact that I also used up 4 more days to get here. In total, we used up 35 days. Now there's a problem. This shipment of supplies must reach boss within 25 days, Luo Lang said in a serious tone. How is that possible? After hearing the time restraint, Han Jijian's expression changed slightly. We still need to gather the supplies. The fastest we can do that is 3 days, then we would only have 21 days on the road. No starship can fill in the difference of 10 days. Destruction devils were already the fastest starships in the Federation. Han Jijian couldn't think of any other starship that could be faster than a destruction devil. They required a starship that had triple the speed of a destruction devil to even barely stay within the time limit. This was definitely not a mission they could complete. You have to make it possible even if it's impossible. Luo Lang's expression was not good. Otherwise, boss will be in danger in the lawless lands. What happened? Everyone there all had surprised expressions on their faces. Let's stop asking. Zhongqing, Jijian, Jinghong and Chaoyang, you 4 go and prepare the supplies. The quicker the better. Qi Long was the most calm out of everyone. He knew that it was a race against time. Thus, he ordered those 4 to go do what they needed to do. As for the questions, they could save them for when they finished gathering the supplies. Qi Long's words calmed everyone down. Soon, Han Jijian, Lin Zhongqing, Li Jinghong and He Chaoyang all rushed to different warehouses and began to go through the supplies the base already had. They knew very well that if the supplies could be gathered quicker, then they would have more of a chance of staying within the given time limit. After seeing everyone beginning to gather supplies, Luo Lang breathed a sigh of relief. After relieving his concerns, he was able to focus on the bowl of rice in front of him as he ate in a crazed manner. After sensing his digestive system no longer protesting that it needed food, Luo Lang then raised his head to look at Luo Chao. Little sis, boss said you and Jialan will be responsible for the shipment this time. Qi Long's eyes brightened. How could he forget about Jialan's ship? If other destruction devils couldn't complete this task, Jalan combined with Luo Chao might be able to do it. However, could Luo Chao endure the long and arduous journey? Combining with Jalan used much of her limited amount of energy. With Luo Chao's current level of Qi Jin, no one knew how long she could do it for. Luo Chao's eyes shined brightly. She enthusiastically clenched her fists and nodded with force. Understood. I will definitely complete the mission. Luo Chao can feel the trust Boss had in her because Boss gave her a mission that put her life in her hands. It was just like in the past when Boss chose to expose her real gender to her and Han Shuya without any hesitation. Bang! An angry fist smashed into the table in front of Luo Lang. Luo Lang immediately reached out with his hands, creating multiple afterimages in the process. They all safely grabbed the plates and bowl that are flying up in the air, not letting even one bit of the food get spilled. I also want to go, Han Shuya said angrily. Luo Lang calmly put down the food plates and bowls and replied, I didn't say you aren't going. I want to go. I have to go. Ugh. I can go. Han Shuya thought Luo Lang would refuse, so she shouted reflexively. Boss knew that you and Luo Chao wouldn't leave each other. If Luo Chao goes and you aren't allowed to go, the world will be turned upside down. You follow Luo Chao to the lawless lands, and turning that place upside down would be better than leaving you here and give Qilong a headache. Luo Lang rolled his eyes. Even though Boss didn't come back, he still knew everyone's reactions. He had told Luo Lang how to handle every one of them before he came here. Ha ha ha, the person who knows me best is still Boss. Han Shuya laughed out loud with her head towards the sky. Alright, go, just don't cause trouble for Boss, said Qilong worriedly. Han Shuya ruthlessly glared at him with a look of dissatisfaction. When did I cause trouble? Did you not? A few days ago, you broke the rules to drink alcohol, and you actually got drunk. You were even in a drunken fit. That was fine, but you also shamelessly put your hands everywhere. After Qilong remembered this part, his expression was somewhat annoyed. Hey, yes, I broke the rules. Yes, I got drunk. But who the F***ck said I got into a fit and put my hands everywhere? Who was I touching with my hands? After hearing Qilong's words, Han Shuya exploded with anger. In her memories, she slept like an angel. The next day when she woke up, she was wearing her pajamas and her uniform was folded near the front of her bed frame. This was enough to prove that she got drunk and went directly to sleep. She even remembered to change into her pajamas and fold her military uniform. You put your hands on. Qilong suddenly closed his mouth and stopped talking. Then, he snorted coldly, all in all, you are not allowed to drink alcohol while you are there, in case you cause Boss any trouble. Humph, cat out your tongue. Han Shuya raised her head proudly. Don't worry, I know my place. Plus, if it wasn't because I miss Boss so much, I wouldn't have drank anyways. Now that I can be together with Boss, why would I need to drink that foul thing? After hearing Han Shuya talk about being together with Boss so enthusiastically, Qilong felt a bitter taste in his mouth. It was probably because he wasn't the one following Boss in the lawless lands. Qilong finally felt the taste of being restrained by his responsibilities. He couldn't do whatever he wanted. He could only restrain his desires while trusting Boss and comrades and do what was best for everyone. On another front, Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran, who had been surveillancing Ling Tian's headquarters all this time, discovered Ling Tian's suspicious movements. I think there's something going on. Tang Ningyu put down the infrared binoculars and turned towards Mu Chaoran, who was laying down at the top of a hill. That definitely the case, Mu Chaoran said confidently as he spat out the grass he was chewing in his mouth. What do you think it could be? Tang Ningyu's eyes brightened. Although they're being very careful, the things they're moving are still too much. As long as someone went in to investigate, they would definitely be able to find something odd, Mu Chaoran said while in deep thought. I don't mind using the power of the Flying Dragon Special Forces to go investigate. I keep getting the feeling that it has something to do with him. Tang Ningyu nodded, I also think that's the case. But, during the time he doesn't want to come back, what we need to do is to not expose him. Both of them knew very well who they were referring to as him. I think we should pay them a visit. Mu Chaoran smiled somewhat devilishly. Perhaps we might accidentally find something. Tang Ningyu also smiled. At that moment, Ling Tian was fully working in full force to help gather the supplies Ling Lan had requested. The people Qilong sent to do the work were all veteran mecha operators and veteran logistics personnel who had followed Ling Lan from the very beginning. Of course, these mecha operators were now team leaders of mecha teams, or at least deputy team leaders. The logistics personnel were almost all logistics team leaders and deputy team leaders. In order to keep the secret from spreading, most these people, who usually delegate the work to others, didn't bring any team members with them. At most, they would bring only the confidants they could 100% trust. Additionally, they themselves would do the work as well. The result of bringing less than the usual amount of people was that everyone was exhausted to the point where they couldn't even stand. It reminded them of times when Ling Lan mercilessly pressured them. That taste of darkness, pain and being at death's door they dearly missed. For them, it tasted sweet as nectar. It was as though they had gone into the embrace of their mothers. Seeing this, Zhao Jun and Lin Zhongqing, who were leading them, could once again confirm these veterans were all masochists. They wouldn't feel comfortable if they weren't in pain. Of course, only boss had the qualifications to put them through that type of pain. This time, after hearing they were going to prepare supplies for boss, they ran very fast, arriving at their destinations in the blink of an eye. They definitely didn't have the unwillingness from the past when they were given a mission. In the past, when asked the reason for their laziness, they would say that they were old and needed to retire and that those types of assignments should be given to the younger soldiers to help them gather experience. What they said wasn't wrong, but they could say that so blatantly was because Qi Long and the others didn't have boss's ability to make these veterans fully comply with their words. Of course, when it came to major matters, these veterans wouldn't drag Ling Tian down. They would do what they needed to and also complete them with flying colors and perfectly. Qi Long and the others knew the reason they were so cooperative and hardworking. It wasn't because of them, leaders only by title, but rather it was because of the commander they all admired, Ling Lan. In reality, they only acknowledged Ling Lan as the only commander of the Ling Tian Independent Army. Qi Long was a great representative, but that was it. If Qi Long had even a single thought of changing the Ling Tian Independent Army, those veterans would do things that would definitely hurt Qi Long's feelings. However, Qi Long indeed didn't have any thoughts of changing anything. Seeing the army working so well with boss, he admired boss's abilities even more. Even though boss left, Ling Tian Independent Army was still boss's independent army. It would still develop in the path he had designed and not stray into a different one. Going at this speed, the most we can cut is 2 hours. Do we need to choose a few more trustworthy people to go and help transport and load the supplies? Han Jijian said worriedly. The number of people they could use were too small in numbers. As luck would have it, the supplies boss wanted were way too much. This time, the entire Jelon ship was filled up. In order to create more space, the soldiers going with Luo Chao were cut to 2,000 from the original 5,000. If it wasn't for the fact that they were afraid of not having an ace mecha clan holding the fort and fighting off dangers, they would have taken out the entire mecha clan and made space for the supplies in the mecha hold. We can't any more people. The veterans we can trust are all here. Those who aren't going are more or less unclear in terms of trustworthiness. We can't take that risk. Plus, the more people there are, the bigger the commotion. It would also draw the attention of certain people. It wouldn't be any good for us. Qi Long shook his head and overruled the idea. If that's the case, Luo Chao will be under a lot of pressure. Han Jijian was worried about their little sister. They will need to grow up sometime, Qi Long said calmly. Boss called Luo Chao for this mission probably because he thinks she has the qualifications to fly solo now. You think so? Han Jijian asked with uncertainty. Back in the day, boss fully protected their 2 little sisters. Although he behaved in a secretive manner, they still knew boss very well. How could they not have sensed that? As for men like them, it was just cruel torture. They would be tossed into dangerous situations against dangerous people, and boss wouldn't hesitate even for a moment. Boss fully believed that their real potential could only be forced out at death's door. It was a way of improving themselves in an explosive manner. Each one of them came out from those types of training alive. Facing death was already something they deemed as normal. If it wasn't like that, they wouldn't have used it either. However, their boss's determined life-or-death training method completely collapsed when it came to their 2 little sisters. When dealing with their 2 little sisters, the training amount was slowly changed. Boss was afraid if he had gone overboard, it might cause some permanent problems for their 2 little sisters. All the male underlings cried in pain. Why didn't boss worry about them having problems with their bodies? Not only that, when their 2 little sisters were training, Li Shiyu was waiting on the side. It was because boss was afraid an accident might happen which required treatment at a moment's notice. All the male underlings cried in agony once again. Why did they still have to crawl to the medical department by themselves for someone to save them after they only had one breath left in their bodies after the training? Not to mention, Boss had personally researched a training method that was suitable for their two little sisters. He even taught them the Ling family's fighting technique, self-defense technique, for females. This difference in treatment made these male underlings all look at their two little sisters with envious looks. Li Lanfeng did not express his jealousness, but he would bite on his blankets at night. All in all, the difference in treatment allowed these male underlings to understand that they were just random spurts of mud on the ground in Ling Lan's eyes. Their two little sisters, however, were viewed as precious treasures in Boss's eyes. With that in mind, the fact that Boss would be willing to send their precious little sisters onto the front lines boggled Han Jijian's mind. Although Boss has protected Luo Chao and Han Jijian very well in the past, have you not noticed the path Boss has arranged for them? Asked Qilong. The moment Qilong said that, a light bulb lit up in Han Jijian's mind as he immediately figured out why Boss had a sudden change of treatment towards their two little sisters. So Boss has been developing Luo Chao and Shuya from the very beginning, said Han Jijian. It's just that the method he used to develop them is different than ours. Qilong slowly stood up from his seat. When the bright gleam of the eastern sun shone upon his face, he looked as though he was an ancient sage who was gleaming into the inside of the universe. Forceful and conservative. Both very good methods. Men are more suited to be trained with the forceful method. If I was told to train in the same way as Luo Chao and Shuya, I would definitely die from boredom. Han Jijian thought for a moment, and understood why there was such vast difference in treatment. This is what Boss decided early on, Qilong said calmly. From the very beginning, Boss never planned to pamper Luo Chao and Shuya into weaklings who needed our protection. He wanted them to fight with us side by side. I only submitted to Boss because he would never give up on any of us. He would shatter every perception of us and build us up to the top with him. This includes the supposedly weak women. Qilong clenched his fists. At that moment, he discovered that compared to Boss, they were too inferior in every possible way. While they were running in the front, their minds were filled with thoughts about Boss and their brothers, which one of them was thinking of the two little sisters who were lagging behind them. Only Boss remembered that there were still two silhouettes running behind them. Those two wanted to catch up to them, but they didn't know how to do that. In the end, they became saddened by that fact. It was Boss in the end who held their little sisters' hands and helped them catch up step by step. Aren't we all the same? Han Jijian walked beside Qilong and stood shoulder to shoulder. Sometimes I think we're lucky to have such worthy Boss to put our trust in. Qilong nodded. Right as he was about to say something, he saw two uninvited guests rushing right past the guards, who tried to stop them, and got into his office. Do you think Ling Tian is part of the Flying Dragon Special Forces that you can come and go as you please? Qilong had a stern look on his face. When they were putting all their effort into preparing the supplies Boss needed, these two suddenly barged in here. This was definitely not a good sign. Tell us. Where are you going with all those supplies? Mu Chaoran plopped down on the sofa with his leg propped up and got straight to the point. Humph. Qilong suddenly had the urge to punch someone in the face. Why are you still here? Mu Chaoran opened his hand and said, well, it can't be helped. That one word you gave us didn't give much information, so we can only monitor you to acquire more useful information. Are you not afraid that we won't have any information? Qilong was a bit annoyed. How's that possible? You're the brother-in-arms Lieutenant General Ling trusts the most. He would definitely contact you. It's just a matter of how long it would take, Mu Chaoran said confidently. In reality, everyone knows this. If it wasn't for the Flying Dragon Special Forces, do you actually think your little operation here could deceive the surveillance of the military headquarters Special Ops team, said Tang Ningyu, who sat on the side with an expressionless face, coldly. In order to protect that person, they used all of their efforts and connections to lead those surveying around Lingtian's base away. Of course, the main reason they could do that was because they had the chief's full support in whatever they did. Otherwise, just the two of them wouldn't be able to deal with that many people. Alright, what do you want to know? Qilong walked to the front of Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu before sitting down forcefully on the seat opposite of them. Does Lieutenant General Ling need these supplies? Tang Ningyu's eyes looked straight at Qilong. He wanted an answer to the question. That's right, Qilong didn't beat around the bush and instantly admitted to it. Han Jijian slightly raised his eyebrows. Although he didn't know why Qilong was so straightforward, he was still very trusting in Qilong. He knew Qilong definitely had some reasons for his decision, so he just stood on the side and watched on. We want to go where the supplies go. Mu Chaoran leaned his body forward and placed one hand on the coffee table in front of them while he stared at Qi Long right into his eyes. His eyes were filled with an unwillingness to be rejected. Hearing that, Qi Long just crossed his arms as he smiled cheekily. Don't worry. The order we received is to protect, not anything else. Tang Ningyu also leaned forward with a serious look on his face. I believe that, but after I let you go, you will lose everything you have by going there. You won't have your name, your identity, and there is a chance you might not come back in this lifetime. Are you sure you want to go? Asked Qi Long while laughing. When we took up this mission, we were already no longer part of the Flying Dragon Special Forces, Mu Chaoran said in a serious tone. The sudden statement shocked Qi Long. It was as though the chief of the Flying Dragon Special Forces had predicted something like this would happen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such arrangements beforehand. Alright, after 2 hours, the supplies will be fully loaded and the starship will officially depart. Qi Long didn't deliberately try to make it difficult for Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran, and just allowed them to go. That's great. Mu Chaoran excitedly clapped his hands. Suddenly, he raised his head and asked, why did you let us go this easily? I thought you would ask us to promise something before allowing us to go. Promise what? Qi Long raised his eyebrows and asked. Such as making us promise to obey Lieutenant General Ling's orders or to not do anything that could endanger Lieutenant General Ling, said Mu Chaoran. Heh heh, laughed Qi Long, you actually think you can threaten boss with your meager strength? Plus, after getting to boss and you still dare to defy him, then I can only say you've done living life. Qi Long's words incited anger in Tang Ningyu. As a proud member of the Flying Dragon Special Forces, Tang Ningyu had a type of pride that Qi Long didn't have. It was clear that Qi Long was looking down on them. That was why he let go so easily. It was because Qi Long was sure they definitely couldn't be a threat to Ling Lan. Don't be angry. I'm only speaking the truth. Despite how outstanding you are, compared to boss, the difference is between night and day, Qi Long said indifferently. Right as Tang Ningyu was about to stand up and refute what Qi Long said, Mu Chaoran held him down. He smiled, but his eyes had a hint of coldness. He spoke to Qi Long, I know Lieutenant General Ling is a 1-in-a-million prodigy from the heavens, so those words can perhaps only be said by Lieutenant General Ling. You on the other hand aren't qualified. Hearing Mu Chaoran trying to put him down, Qi Long just spoke in an indifferent tone, sure, whatever you say. In reality, you know better than anyone. If you could actually be somewhat troublesome for boss, I would love to hear and see that. Qi Long's attitude of looking down on them ignited the fury in Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu's heart. Right as they were about to explode, they heard Han Jijian speak to them from the other side of the room, Senior Colonels, are you not going to prepare anything? After all, there's nothing where you're going. Mu Chaoran's eyes narrowed. Really nothing? Han Jijian shook his head side to side. Piss poor. Understood. Thank you for the reminder. Mu Chaoran nodded towards Han Jijian before snorting coldly towards Qi Long. Then, he stood up and left with Tang Ningyu. Of course, he didn't forget to ask Han Jijian the time they needed to gather for departure. It wasn't because they didn't want to instantly go over to the area of departure, but because Qi Long and Han Jijian were too careful and only agreed to bring them there when it was time for departure. After seeing the two of their silhouettes disappear, Han Jijian turned around towards Qi Long, who had stopped looking prideful, and asked him, you wanted to bring them down a notch? From what we heard from Luo Lang, we can know that boss isn't having an easy time in the lawless lands. Other than having strong enemies pressuring him from every angle, he also lacks strong fighters under his command. Unfortunately we can't go since we have to make sure to guard the Lingtian Independent Army for him. Qi Long sighed in resignation. Those who can go are like Zhao Jun, who has a commoner background with no ties with any factions, and Luo Chao and Han Shuya who are enemies don't put focus on. Yeah. All the brigade leaders are all being watched closely by different factions and organizations. Once they leave the base, they would definitely investigate them. Although Zhao Jun would also be followed, it would be fine as long as he was sent out under the name of a 4- or 5-star mission, replied Han Jijian. Luckily, Zhao Jun took many 4- and 5-star missions in the past in order to find a breakthrough for himself. They investigated him quite a lot back then, but after discovering he was indeed on assignments, they just let him go without checking him too much in the last few assignments. Moreover, Zhao Jun never showed signs of being close to boss. Qi Long deviously. In those people's minds, Zhao Jun works under Li Lanfeng. They see him as someone out of the 10 brigade leaders who isn't a confidant of boss. That's why we treated Zhao Jun differently, right? After hearing Qi Long's words, Han Jijian smiled. Although Zhao Jun entered Ling Tian because he followed Li Lanfeng, after so many years of growing up, moving forward and bonding with them, he had already elevated his own status to being their brother for life. Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng's relationship was indeed close and separable, but his admiration and respect towards Boss wasn't any less than the others. It will be hard for us to send out more people to help Boss. There's no doubt that two strong people like Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran going there will be a good thing, said Qi Long. However, I can't let them think that they're actually that important. That's why you stomped their pride into the ground, making them think that we just think of them as a nuisance and that we did them a favor by helping them. Han Jijian sighed as he shook his head. They're going there to be Boss's underlings, not be his master. Plus, they said they are going there to protect Boss. It must have been hard for them to speak so shamelessly. Isn't it better for them to understand the reality of it all earlier? Qi Long replied calmly. I thought you're very friendly with Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran. Han Jijian's intuition was on point. I'm not sure why, but whenever I see that guy, I just get annoyed, but I don't see him as an enemy. Qi Long's animal instinct was oddly discriminatory against Mu Chaoran. That was why Qi Long didn't have any good expressions on his face when speaking to Mu Chaoran. Oh right, is Zhao Jun ready? Qi Long put aside the problem with Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu and continued to discuss the matter they were speaking about before. For this assignment, Zhao Jun brought his own brigade. He also chose a few capable and trustworthy mecha operators and combined them into an ace mecha clan of 2,000 people to protect Jelan's ship. This time, in order to ensure the battle potential of the ace mecha clan, they brought with them the Federation's newly invented second-generation free transform ace mechas, while those who were now Imperial operators on the other hand, brought the Federation's standard Imperial mechas with them. However, the outer appearances of these mechas were not any different than the second-generation free transform ace mechas. The capable mecha engineers of the Ling Tian Independent Army perfectly disguised these mechas. He is already done. The logistics department brought along a group of experienced veterans. They're all great at repair and maintenance, without any need of getting used to the environment. They can work the moment they get on the job, replied Han Jijian. That's good. Qi Long's eyes began staring into the void. This was all that he could do right now. He could only send out as many capable individuals as he could and hope that they would be of help for Boss far away in the lawless lands. After a short while, Jelan's ship finally departed from the port 2.5 hours ahead of the prearranged time. On the surface, it was taking off to facilitate Zhao Jun in his 4-star team mission. He would lead the mecha operators who worked under him towards the designated planet of the assignment. Although using a destruction devil as a transport vessel was considered luxurious, it still wasn't considered outrageous because he was one of the 10 brigade leaders of Ling Tian. Plus, the 3 commanders and the vice commander had agreed to it. At most, the military headquarters would speak out on how this senior Colonel Zhao Jun from Ling Tian was being inappropriate by showing off. On this front, Jelan's ship successfully departed, but on the other front, Li Lanfeng went through many neutral nations. He changed many different starships before finally arriving at the chaotic lands. His speed was much slower than Luo Lang. After all, he wasn't like Luo Lang who had the luxury to board the 7th bugle call. Although the chaotic lands were deemed as ungoverned on the outside, it was still realistically being completely controlled by the many large factions and organizations. If it wasn't for the fact Ling Lan had cooperated with Xia Qingyi from the Soul Society after taking out the Frost Monarch and quickly taking control of the Frost Monarch's faction, much of the chaotic lands wouldn't be in their control. Additionally, after taking over Hades' territory with the power of the Soul Society backing him, Xia Qingyi was able to stabilize everything they had acquired in the chaotic lands. Of course, on the surface, the territory of the Frost Monarch still belonged to him and the Soul Society controlled Hades' territory. Even the Soul Society believed from Xia Qingyi's reports that they only controlled one territory and was only cooperating closely with the Frost Monarch. The only person who knew about this secret was Xia Qingyi, who controlled both territories by himself. Every time that the Frost Monarch worked together with the Soul Society, Xia Qingyi would always respectfully provide the Frost Monarch some unimportant benefits during the negotiations. It was these mutually beneficial negotiations that made the Frost Monarch's faction and Soul Society's relationship even closer. The Soul Society also didn't feel any dissatisfaction from the way Xia Qingyi dealt with these matters. The 2 guardians, who were sent by the Soul Society to protect him, but actually to watch him, had begun working for Xia Qingyi a long time ago. When they made their reports, they would make it sound as if they're working really hard. Additionally, the Soul Emperor of the Soul Society was quite satisfied because of the amount of benefits the Soul Society had reaped from the chaotic lands. After achieving such accomplishments, Xia Qingyi was awarded the position of the governor of the 18th district. When such arrangements were made, there was originally going to be a newcomer replacing him in dealing with the business in the chaotic lands. However, how could Xia Qingyi give someone else the business that would dictate his own future? So, he immediately arranged for the Frost Monarch's side to refuse any discussions with the newcomer and proclaim Xia Qingyi as the only person they were willing to do business with. No matter how the Soul Society tried to make this change, the Frost Monarch's side wouldn't budge and would always ask for Xia Qingyi and no one else. How could the Soul Society let their arrangements in the chaotic lands become messed up after putting so much effort there? On the surface, Xia Qingyi had already accepted the new arrangements, but he refused it after hearing the Frost Monarch was not too happy with the newcomer. He was willing to take up the role for the sake of the Soul Society, even if it meant double the work, which thus made a good impression with the higher-ups of the Soul Society. In the end, other than being the governor of a district, he was also the manager of the business in the chaotic lands. After a few years, Xia Qingyi had organized the chaotic lands like a bunker. Oh right, wasn't there still a hermit? Indeed, the hermit was still that hermit, but he wasn't the one from before. As for why, Xia Qingyi knew very well that his master and two guardians from the Soul Society had made a move. The hermit was still governing his own territory and would ally with other factions to go against the faction of Hades controlled by the Soul Society, as Ling Lan didn't want the Soul Society and the hermit to have a close relationship. Them fighting amongst themselves made it easy for an absent Frost Monarch like her to sit quietly on the throne. The hermit was simultaneously very afraid and admired the Frost Monarch. The attitude the Frost Monarch showed was that he didn't want to come in between them and the Soul Society's quarrels, which made the hermit respect the Frost Monarch even more to the point of regarding him as a master and himself as a disciple. It was because of such complicated relationships that the chaotic lands was stable. If other powers wanted to enter the chaotic lands, they wouldn't be able to do anything and could only ask the three kings for a business cooperation. Even though the Frost Monarch, who had a closed-door policy for years, didn't come out in the eyes of the public, no one would dare to make any moves on the Frost Monarch's faction. It was because both the Hermit and the Hades factions controlled by the Soul Society were respectful towards the Frost Monarch. These foreign powers were afraid that if they weren't careful, they might cause trouble for themselves, causing the three kings to gather together and eradicate them. Li Lanfeng arrived at chaotic lands and instantly went into Hades territory. Actually, it was fine no matter which one he went to. It was just that Hades was the most appropriate. As long as a person knew what was actually happening in Hades, they would know that it was under the Soul Society's control. With a token, Li Lanfeng quickly met up with the two guardians. Xia Qingyi was no longer the poor and drab-looking Xia Qingyi. At that moment, he held a high-ranking position with great power. Unless there was anything important, he wouldn't be in the chaotic lands normally. The two guardians were also Ling Lan's underlings. After hearing it was their master sending Li Lanfeng here, the two of them didn't say anything and contacted Xia Qingyi, telling him to come as quickly as possible. After less than 2 days, Xia Qingyi arrived. This was already the result of Xia Qingyi using the fastest starship available in the Soul Society. Xia Qingyi went straight to the room Li Lanfeng was resting in. When Li Lanfeng saw him, he didn't waste any time and instantly told him everything Ling Lan had ordered Xia Qingyi to do. Xia Qingyi then knew that his master was actually preparing to make a foothold in the lawless lands, the place where even the Soul Society had sacrificed countless strong individuals but in the end still had to retreat from it. The lawless lands was the place where the Soul Emperor wanted to take revenge against. Unfortunately, he never had the courage to make any moves on it after that one time. Of course, the Soul Society had probed the lawless lands under the guise of some other organization. Despite failing countless times, they hadn't actually exposed their real identity. This was why when Ling Lan used the Soul Society's name, the 13 lords didn't suspect anything. What shocked Xia Qingyi even more was that it seemed his master had succeeded. He instantly got rid of one of the lords and took his place. He even made a temporary promise with the other lords. As long as the promise was kept, he would officially become a lord of the lawless lands. Something that even the Soul Society couldn't do. His master had done. If someday, his master could take over the lawless lands, and in addition to the chaotic lands. After thinking to this point, Xia Qingyi excitedly shuddered. He seemed to have followed an incredible individual, and he himself was actually one of the participants working under that individual. Xia Qingyi knew very well that on the surface, the chaotic lands was ruled over by the three kings. However, in reality, there was only one king. As long as his master came here personally and hinted towards the hermit would definitely bow down and work as his master's underling. Despite almost exploding from his excitement, Xia Qingyi was after all still Xia Qingyi. After a few seconds, he controlled his emotions and asked, "What do you need me to do?" "I need the Soul Society's name and for you to write up a contract of collaboration to send the needed supplies to the lawless lands," Li Lanfeng said calmly. "Make it a long-term periodic thing." "Master used the Soul Society's name?" Xia Qingyi frowned. He knew very well the Soul Emperor abhorred anyone who used his name. If the Soul Emperor knew about this, it would be a big problem for his master. "That's why you need to say it's business collaboration," replied Li Lanfeng. "Of course, the responsibility will be on you. As for how you would resolve Soul Emperor's anger, that'll be up to you." Li Lanfeng's words were somewhat heartless. Despite Xia Qingyi's expression not changing, his eyes still turned somewhat cold. "What? Feeling a bit uncomfortable?" Li Lanfeng smiled slightly. "As the governor of the 18th district, you are already considered in the top ranks after eliminating those pseudo-ranks of those elder guardians. It's quite normal for you to have an attitude after being treated so coldly by our master." "No, not really," Xia Qingyi smiled. The coldness in his eyes instantly vanished and returned to how it was before. "It's better if you don't. If you want to catch up to our master, you have to improve your own abilities." Li Lanfeng cheekily smiled. "Our master doesn't care for people working for him, especially those who fall behind." After saying that, Li Lanfeng's smile got even wider. However, the more he smiled, the more Xia Qingyi felt it was cold as ice. Master thinks of those people as flawed, and such flawed objects don't need to exist. Xia Qingyi smiled coldly. "Are you threatening me? Motherf asterisk Ker. Isn't he just with Master a few years earlier than me? Plus, he got to stay by Master's side all this time, shamelessly taking all the benefits that came. He actually dares to think he is superior than me just because of our circumstances. So F asterisk King shameless." "It's not a threat, just a reminder," Li Lanfeng said lightly. "Everyone's smart. I'm just afraid you might be too smart for your own good. Moreover, the type of people that our master lacks the least are smart people." The list. Although Xia Qingyi was smiling, those two words were said as though they were squeezed out through his teeth. Li Lanfeng took out a list of supplies from his pocket and handed it to him. "These are the important ones. You can add some standard supplies if you want." "If I want?" "Just this list needs 3 transport starships." After seeing the amount of supplies on the list, Xia Qingyi felt his gums itch. There was already that much and he wanted him to add some if he wanted. Transporting this many supplies was still going to take some effort even if it was him. Plus, he couldn't sneak it past the Soul Society even if he wanted to. "That's your problem," Li Lanfeng replied without any sympathy in his voice. "Okay, I will prepare the supplies, but I need to return to the Soul Society," said Xia Qingyi as he frowned. He must receive the Soul Emperor's approval first before moving this much supplies. If he didn't have a good reason, he probably wouldn't be able to convince the Soul Emperor. Xia Qingyi was worried because this wasn't an easy issue to go about resolving. Just say you have made contact with Lord Zhen of the 13 Lords. Lord Zhen's cooperation will depend on these supplies. That's the condition he gave. If the supplies are successfully delivered, Lord Zhen will agree with the Soul Society entering into the other areas to develop their influence. Li Lanfeng spoke out the reason Ling Lan had prepared for Xia Qingyi. Xia Qingyi's eyes brightened. That's a good reason. This was actually an empty promise. If anyone else dared to negotiate like this, the Soul Emperor would definitely look the other way and not even roll his eyes. However, when it came to the lawless lands, it had been the Soul Emperor's biggest regret. This promise was like sweet poison, where he clearly knew it was bad but still would rather die trying. "Good luck." Li Lanfeng waved towards Xia Qingyi to show that their conversation was over and he could now leave. Xia Qingyi was quite annoyed. This was his territory. Unfortunately, this person in front of him didn't have the thought of behaving like a guest one bit. Doing things like he was the boss of this place, and doing it proudly too without any bit of shame. There weren't any stops in between as Xia Qingyi rushed back to the Soul Society. He immediately reported this situation to the Soul Emperor. Li Lanfeng could only wait patiently for Xia Qingyi's good news. Time passed by quickly and soon, it reached the deadline Ling Lan had promised with the 13 Lords. Ling Lan was holding Little White while sitting on the icy throne in the main hall of the Rainbow Palace. She was calm and unnerved. It was as though she didn't what this day would entail. Ji Ming, who stood below, couldn't hold the worry in his mind. He couldn't help but raise his head and look at Ling Lan. Ling Lan didn't react to him as she just continued rubbing little white soft hairs rhythmically and calmly. Seeing that, Ji Ming didn't know why, but he calmed down. It was as though everything was going to be okay. Yu Shangfei felt it was odd. When did Ji Ming care so much for Lord Zhen? When he knew Ji Ming's plan had failed and almost died along with the 3 faction lords, Yu Shangfei had been hiding outside, not daring to return. He was afraid that Lord Zhen would know that he was working with Ji Ming on that plan. Although Yu Shangfei knew for certain that Lord Zhen knew about it, he still chose to hide himself. As long as Lord Zhen didn't ask for him, he would just hide away and pretend to not know anything. Right at that moment, the main hall suddenly had strong ripples of domain concept energies. Ling Lan raised her head and flicked her right sleeve. Ji Ming and Yu Shangfei suddenly blacked out, and in the next second, they appeared behind Lord Zhen with a thin layer of domain concept energy wrapped around them. At the center of the main hall, 5 people appeared out of nowhere. It was indeed the 5 lords who had made the promise with Lord Zhen 2 months ago. Lord Holy spoke up, "Time is up. Can you tell me where the promised supplies are?" Hearing him, Ling Lan just continued to calmly rub little white soft hairs. She indifferently replied, "We haven't reached the final hour yet." "Lord Holy, don't be so impatient." Killing intent rushed through Lord Holy's eyes. At that moment, Lord Zhen, who was standing on the other side, smiled. "Our little friend is right. It hasn't reached the promised time yet. How about we have a conversation with him and drink some tea? We can wait for our little friend's good news together. You guys should know that Lords Qian and Lord Kun are very interested in the items our little friend has promised. We can't disappoint them, can we?" Ling Lan raised her head and half-smiled at Lord Zhen. She looked confident as ever as she said, "If you 5 lords want to do that, then as the master of this place, I of course would happily welcome all of you." Afterwards she spoke to Ji Ming, "Ji Ming, call someone to get us some tea." "Yes, Lord Zhen." Ji Ming accepted the order respectfully and left the main hall in the blink of an eye. Soon, Ji Ming brought tea with him. With 6 Imperial Realm Masters in the main hall, the standard servants definitely didn't have the capabilities or guts to walk in. Even Ji Ming and Yu Shangfei felt suffocated under the force of presence of all 6 Imperial Realm Masters. Luckily, Ling Lan wrapped her concept energy around them, saving them from the embarrassment it would be if they kneeled down under the pressure. The 6 of them silently drank their tea. Ling Lan was silent the entire time, while the other 5 lords didn't want to speak with Ling Lan either. Perhaps they were waiting for the promised time to arrive before deciding whether they should kill Ling Lan or not. Finally, time still merciless reached the last second of the promised time. Lord Holy laughed coldly, "It's already the first day of the 3rd month. We still don't see supplies right now. According to the rules, you must pay for your crimes of killing the original Lord Zhen." Ling Lan smirked. "So, you want to fight?" Ji Ming and Yu Shangfei jumped away from Ling Lan instinctively. Their movements made it seem as though they were not associated with Ling Lan. Lord Holy looked towards them with a satisfied gaze. "Very good. As for the mistakes you 2 have made, we will deal with that at our own discretion." Yu Shangfei had a look of joy on his face, while Ji Ming on the other hand had his head down respectfully. No one saw the complicated look in his eyes. "Huh, look, even though you were Lord Zhen for 2 months, you're still just by yourself with no one to depend on." Lord Holy sneered. "Are you sure?" Ling Lan smiled as she asked. At that moment, Ling Lan had already spoken with Little White. If the 5 lords attacked all at once, they would push with their spiritual power together, making them temporarily lose their focus to make it easier for Ling Lan to escape. Ling Lan wasn't so confident to believe that she could fight against 5 Imperial Realm Masters at once. If she couldn't escape in that time window, she would definitely be dead. Seeing Ling Lan still have an expression of indifference even after reaching this point, Lord Holy's killing intent got even stronger. As a lord who could control the life and death of the citizens of lawless lands, he hated people like Ling Lan, who he couldn't control, appearing in the lawless lands. From the beginning, his suggestion was to kill Ling Lan. Unfortunately, the other lords were thoroughly convinced by the supplies Ling Lan had promised and the amazing future she had painted in front of them. That was why they gave her 2 months of time. In the past 2 months, he had already endured to his limit. "Kill!" Lord Holy shouted angrily. The 5 lords all activated their domains simultaneously and covered Ling Lan from all directions. Seeing this, Ling Lan pinched Little White's round body. Right as the 2 spiritual powers were about to explode, Ling Lan sensed something. She pinched Little White again and forcefully pushed back the rush of spiritual power back into Little White's throat. Ugh! Little White put all its effort in swallowing the terrifying spiritual power shockwave back into its stomach. Luckily, its stomach was a multi-layered space that could store spiritual power. Otherwise, just the backlash from the shockwave was enough to cause it to sleep for a few days. Sensing the immediate danger, Ling Lan instantly activated both of her domains to resist against the pressure created by the domains of the five lords. Boom! Suddenly, a white flash of light blinded everyone's vision. When they regained their vision, they only saw a wide snowy landscape densely covered with fog. Water molecules in the air could be seen clumping together to form exquisite snowflakes. The main hall had turned into an icy image of itself. Without warning, the entire foundation of the Rainbow Palace shook as if a massive earthquake was to ravage the lawless lands. If Ling Lan hadn't ordered everyone to temporarily retreat out of the Rainbow Palace earlier, just this force alone was enough to shock them to their core, instantaneously killing them. Even Ji Ming and Yu Shangfei, who were an inch away from the front door of the main hall, were also severely injured by the large shockwave. They each spat out a mouthful of blood. The two of them pitifully fell to the ground. Their eyes dilated and their face drained of blood out of fear. Even so, curiosity took the better of them, as they turned to look directly at the source of fear behind them with apprehension. The current Ji Ming was very worried for the well-being of the new Lord Zhen. Lord Zhen was facing 5 lords by himself. Could he escape out of their clutches with his life? Ji Ming didn't dare to think of the other likely possibility. Lord Zhen already shocked the whole lawless lands by killing the previous Lord Zhen, and if he were to fend off 5 lords simultaneously, none could ever match his prestige. Ever since he knew the new Lord Zhen was related to his nation, the Huaxia Federation, he felt a feeling of kinship with Lord Zhen. As a sort of distant kin, he didn't want anything happening to him. After Ling Lan endured the combined efforts of the 5 lords, she swallowed the blood that was about to rush past her throat with an unchanging expression on her face. She calmly scanned at the 5 lords who had surrounded her, looking as though what they were doing were of no threat to her. In reality, if Ling Lan had only used her ice element, the only consequence wouldn't be just blood rushing up the throat. Luckily, her profound insight innate talent was a concept that was somewhat heaven-defying. Tying the profound insight concept with the ice element concept created a monstrosity, being sub-zero ice that could disintegrate everything it touched. The main advantage of the disintegrate concept was that it could disintegrate foreign concept energies that were coming from all sides as fast as possible. However, the more pressure Ling Lan was under, the more energy the disintegrate concept had used. Her fully filled tank of profound insight concept energy only held on for less than 20 seconds before it was completely depleted. Even with just 20 seconds, it was still enough to disintegrate more than 70% of the incoming concept energies, leaving the leftover energy for the ice element domain's strong defensive strength to handle. Even so, Ling Lan was still severely injured by that exchange. It was just that Ling Lan was used to tolerating any internal pain from her body, which disallowed any of the 5 lords to discover that she was indeed injured, not like how she seemed on the surface. Not seeing the results they had expected, the 5 lords were frozen in shock. Right as they were about to attack again, they heard Ling Lan said, although they got here late by a few minutes, they still arrived. Really, do think about whether you really want to continue this farce. Lord Holy's eyes glimmered, looking as though he was calculating something. Suddenly, a decisive gleam showed in his eyes. He instantaneously disappeared and reappeared in front of Ling Lan with a fist aiming directly towards Ling Lan's solar plexus. That one fist had all of Lord Holy's domain concept condensed into one giant amalgamation of glowing energy. He was hoping to kill Ling Lan before she could uphold the end of her deal. Already sensing what Lord Holy was going to do, Ling Lan's eyes flickered and a cold smirk appeared on her face. She preemptively flew up from her throne and a large spatial tear suddenly appeared in front of the throne. The lighting angles shown on the tear made it seem as though it had sharp white canines that were ready to swallow everything coming its way. Lord Holy could clearly feel the limitless suction force from the spatial tear in front of him. Alarm soon blared his mind with the warning of danger. In that moment, Lord Holy made a swift decision to retreat. He flickered in the air before appearing beside his allies. The 5 lords carefully watched the fearsome spatial tear before them. Twice they fought with Ling Lan, she had always shown a different concept. The first encounter was the ice element. This time, it was even more exaggerated than the already crazy powerful ice element. She revealed to them the most legendary and heaven-defying concept in the known universe, space concept. The space concept was too applicable in every situation. It could be used defensively. It also had incredibly strong killing potential. At the same time, it was also the best concept for escaping. In layman's terms, it was called the concept of undying. No matter if it was used for attacking, defending, or protecting one's life, it didn't have any weaknesses. It was even considered the strongest in all of those aspects. How could such a concept not be heaven-defying and not be feared by others? The killing intent in Lord Holy's mind slowly dissipated as calmness quickly took over his brain. You are truly someone from the Soul Society. I have nothing but respect for you. Lord Holy's attitude did a 180 to appear nothing but humble. It was as though the person who had just attempted to take out Ling Lan wasn't him, but someone else. Ling Lan spoke calmly, "You're too kind." Her expression was unwavering, looking as though the scene about Lord Holy trying to kill her never happened. The five lords looked at each other, and in the end Lord Jin smiled. "Young friend, since you can keep your side of the deal, then I can't heartlessly refuse such a cooperative business partner just because the shipment was late by a few minutes, right?" After saying that, Lord Jin looked towards the other four lords and said, "Let's vote on it." Before the others could speak, Lord Jin casted his vote out loud, "I vote to continue our business with our little friend here." Seeing his shameless attitude, Lord Card just rolled his eyes towards Lord Jin. Now, with no grounds to reject Ling Lan's deal, Lord Card instantly said, "I don't have any problems with that." When Lord Demon saw the two of them make their choice, he cheekily covered his mouth as he snickered. That snicker caused the assets on his chest to shake, creating a sight that was mesmerizing to the less informed, but to the informed, it would only incite looks of disgust. Our little friend here is so pretty and tender. I really like him a lot. I finally don't have to look at these old bags of skin around me anymore. After so many years, I've already got sick of it. When Lord Demon looked at the other four wrinkly old lords, he also had a look of disgust. However, when his gaze landed on Ling Lan, he looked love-struck as though he wanted to gobble up Ling Lan. He then smiled sweetly. "I'm very pleased that you can join us." Ling Lan could feel goosebumps all over her body. The veins on the sides of her forehead also popped out. She suddenly had the urge to immediately punch someone in the face. Lord Yu on the other hand, seemed to be used to Lord Demon's antics as he wasn't affected in the slightest. He still calmly spoke out his opinion, "It can be discussed." Seeing the other four lords all settling for peace, Lord Holy could only reply unwillingly under his breath, "I also don't have any problems with it." Ling Lan glanced at Lord Holy before looking away indifferently. She waved her right sleeve and 5 ice thrones appeared out of thin air on both sides of the main hall. "Have a seat." Ling Lan raised her hand as she gestured for the 5 lords to sit down. The 5 lords chose the ice thrones closest to them and sat down without speaking a single word of thanks to Ling Lan. Instead, they turned their gaze towards the entrance of the main hall in unplanned unison. Similarly, Ling Lan didn't speak as she also set her gaze at the door. Everyone was waiting. They were waiting to feel the energy fluctuations of a landing starship. These energy fluctuations were usually very weak because of how far they were from the source. Standard domain realm masters might not be able to sense it, but for Imperial realm masters like them, it was definitely something they could sense. 1375 Let us wait and see. They didn't wait for long. After tea in the hand simmered down to room temperature, a few silhouettes appeared at the entrance of the main hall. The person leading them was indeed that same beautiful and charming young man, Luo Tianhua. At that moment, there were also 3 other similar aged individuals beside him. They were all unique in their demeanors, but from their auras, they were not less capable than each other. Beholden with such a sight, the 5 lords were flabbergasted. An inexplicable Lan Shao had already shocked them to their core. Now, suddenly appeared a few more monstrous geniuses who were only slightly weaker than Lan Shao. Such powerful geniuses, other than those major nations, could only be nurtured by an organization like the Soul Society that had been around for millennia. The 5 lords suddenly sensed a deep-seated frustration in their hearts. As natives, they had always been proud of the lawless land's monstrous physical constitutions, believing that in terms of physical skills and mecha operating, those from the lawless lands were far more talented than anyone in the galaxy. However, these young men who stood before them shattered that perception into pieces. Even monstrously talented citizens of the lawless lands might not even be able to reach their current realm at their age, and there was no need to compare them with the monstrous demon Lan Shao. He was an impossible existence. The 4 of them entered the main hall despite noticing the unrecognizable faces. Noticing their lack of respect towards them, the 5 lords intentionally put forth their pressure to take them down a notch. Among the 4 people who arrived, Luo Tianhua, who the lords have met once before, along with a barbarian-like young man seemed to not react to their pressure. They both looked on calmly. The other 2, one with a devilish look while the other has a sharp and cold presence, only frowned slightly before returning to their normal expression in the blink of an eye. The pressure the 5 lords gave off didn't affect them too much. The 4 of them walked towards Ling Lan's ice throne uniformly until they were 3 meters away. Then, they knelt on one leg and placed their left hands on their right breast, performing a standard bow for underlings when greeting their superiors. They were showing their respect to the Soul Society. Master Lord Zhen, shouted the 4 of them respectfully and in unison. You're 5 minutes late. Wait to receive your punishment later. Seeing 2 unexpected faces, Ling Lan was somewhat surprised. However, even so, she still calmly made the decision to punish the 4 of them all together. Ling Lan knew that they had gone through many hardships and had tried their best to arrive on time. However, they were still late. Luckily, Ling Lan had some trump cards to withstand the combined attack of the 5 lords. If she was just somewhat weaker, not only would she die, they who arrived late would also definitely die with her. Only when people die, information would not be leaked. Only when they die, could the lawless lands paint themselves as innocent for killing them. Despite no one believing them to be innocent, there wouldn't be anyone or anything to disprove of their claims. Even if the Soul Society knew it was the lords who killed them, the Soul Society still needed to think carefully about whether the war would be worth it or not. After all, dead people were worthless. Even if they were monstrously talented when they were alive, talent was useless when it came to a corpse. Understood, Luo Lang and the others bowed and responded respectfully. This was Ling Lan's usual way of dealing with things. Luo Lang and Zhao Jun had already gotten used to it, and did it naturally and smoothly. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran on the other hand did it subconsciously because Zhao Jun had helped them to acclimatize to the customs of Ling Tian. Zhao Jun told them they must accept anything boss told them to do. If they couldn't do just that, then they should just not see boss. After being told that continuously for more than 20 days, Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran were successfully brainwashed. After Ling Lan's order, they subconsciously reacted like Zhao Jun had told them, kneeling down and accepting the order given to them obediently. This is the first shipment of supplies the Soul Emperor has made me bring. Luo Lang respectfully pulled out a list of supplies and held it above his head. Ling Lan used her mind to contact Little White and a white tentacle rushed towards Luo Lang. It grabbed the list on Luo Lang's hands and then handed it to its master. Ling Lan took it and carefully scanned it. A slight smirk appeared on her face. She raised her head and looked towards Lord Zhen. Lord Zhen, because of the time crunch, the Soul Emperor will send full shipment in batches as they are still gathering the rest of the list. Following this shipment, there will be a second and a third one. After saying that, Ling Lan flickered her finger lightly. The list in her hands floated towards Lord Zhen and then slowly landed in his hands. Lord Zhen could sense that there was no residual domain concept energy left on the list that landed on his hand. Just this perfect control of power was enough for him to acknowledge Ling Lan. Lord Zhen knew very well that moving objects like this through the air, no matter what the object was, the slower the speed, the more difficult it was to control. The way Ling Lan passed the object through the air was definitely more than difficult. Despite Lan Xiao being so young, the insights he had of his domain concepts didn't seem to be weaker than any of them. His degree of control over his energy was even greater than them. This was perhaps why he was able to endure a combined attack from the 5 of them. Lord Zhen pushed the random thought to the back of his mind and opened the list. After reading through it, his expression warped into one of joy. Of the things on the list, most of them were rare weapons and equipment they had always wanted but couldn't get their hands on them. There were also a portion of needed supplies of daily necessities for the citizens. Although they were already cooperating with the mercenary world to obtain such necessities, the mercenary world would sometimes not be able to get their hands on the necessary amount. The nations in the central region were too guarded against the lawless lands. They definitely wouldn't let the mercenary world get their hands on too much of the stuff and let the lawless lands have the possibility to develop faster. Lord Zhen's look of joy drew in the attention of the other lords. Soon after, they all looked through the list Ling Lan had given them. Like Lord Zhen, they all had looks of surprise and joy on their faces. They didn't expect the Soul Society to be so courteous when they had just barely cooperated. This is how our Soul Society is presenting itself. Now, we want to see how the 13 lords present themselves, said Ling Lan indifferently as she put her head down and rubbed Little White. Although she sounded indifferent, her tone of voice suggested that if they sincerely cooperated with them, everyone would win. If not, everyone would lose out on this deal. The five lords met each other's gazes as they discussed in hushed tones. After they finished discussing with one another, Lord Jin stood up and smiled. My little friend, we have seen the Soul Emperor's good faith. However, we will go back to Lord Qian and Lord Kun to further discuss how we can compensate you for this grand gesture. How about we give you an answer tomorrow? Ling Lan gave a half-smile towards Lord Jin. After a minute of full silence, just as Lord Jin's smile was about to crack, Ling Lan suddenly let out a huge smile. All the ice and snow in the palace a few seconds ago suddenly melted. Lord Jin was someone who had seen the beauties of the world. However, after seeing Ling Lan's smile, he was dumbfounded for a full second. When he fully realized what he had done, the expression on his face turned unfriendly. Ling Lan still smiled brightly as she said, "That's fine too. I will wait for your good news." The five lords then said their goodbyes and disappeared from the main hall. They only left behind 5 empty ice thrones in their place. Ling Lan's smile slowly disappeared and her expression finally turned as cold as ice. "Boss, what do they mean?" Luo Lang seemed to sense something was off and immediately asked. What do they mean?" "Well, that is for them to decide." Ling Lan laughed coldly. The fingers on her right hand softly rubbed together before flicking outwards. The 5 ice thrones instantly shattered into dust. "We already showed them our goodwill, but they're actually still not satisfied yet." Zhao Jun took in a deep breath. In order to help boss increase the amount of bargaining chips he had, Lin Zhongqing packaged all of the good stuff from Lin Tian's warehouse. Of course, even if he hadn't done that, Qi Long and Han Jijian would have made the decision to do so. If they thought it was not enough, they would have asked the military headquarters for more. Even if the military headquarters didn't give it to them, Qi Long could still ask his father for them. This shameless way of doing things was completely inherited from boss. It could be considered a tradition within Ling Tian. If you can swallow more, then why not do so? In the end, it's just a game between us, Ling Lan said calmly. Troublesome. Luo Lang rubbed the back of his head annoyingly. Without the calm personality by his side, his brain was really useless in everything except for motor skills. However, it seemed little Lang hadn't come out in a long while. Luo Lang was somewhat worried about him. He didn't know if something had happened to him and whether everything was alright. At least he still has the conscience to think of you. After sensing the thought of the primary personality, the evil personality smiled devilishly towards the calm personality. He's always been good, said the calm personality. Recently, the evil personality had been restricting him from leaving his side. He had already expected this to happen when he called upon the evil personality, which was why he wasn't furious about his current situation. Plus, the primary personality wasn't in any danger, so the calm personality just let him do as he pleased. What you said is so annoying. The evil personality's gaze turned ice cold. The two of them were always on the opposite side, constantly suppressing each other. The evil personality always thought the calm personality was the most important person in his life. He was his opponent, but also brother. However, the person who entered his heart, put someone else in his heart. Although the said person was their master on paper, in the eyes of the evil personality, that primary personality was too weak in his eyes. Just what qualifications did he have for the evil personality to think of him as his master? When will you understand? The calm personality drew a long sigh. The primary personality's truthfulness and honesty did indeed draw the calm personality towards him. In the time he stood by Luo Lang's side as he grew up, Luo Lang had respected each of his personalities as an actual person who had the right to make their own decisions. He treated them like his own flesh and blood. How could the calm personality not sense the sincerity he showed them? In the end, he wholeheartedly and willingly wanted to help Luo Lang until he climbed to the top. However, before all that, what made him willing accept being a servant wasn't the primary personality's sincerity but instead, it was boss Ling Lan. That person, once angered, might be able to kill them even if all the personalities went against him all at once. I don't need to understand. I just know that he isn't qualified, said the evil personality in an annoyed tone. Whatever you want. The calm personality didn't want to speak any further. Some things could only be known after someone experienced it. The evil personality wouldn't believe anything he said right now anyways. The two personalities became silent once again. On the outside world, Ling Lan turned towards Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran. She raised her eyebrows slightly, also, why are you two here? Tang Ningyu snorted coldly. What? We're not welcomed. Mu Chaoran was smiling slightly. We've missed you. After all, we were friends once. Ling Lan smirked and said, it's probably because you received a mission to come find me, but didn't have any leads, so you could only shamelessly stay around Ling Tian to hitch a ride. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran blushed after hearing Ling Lan blatantly exposing them. Mu Chaoran then got even more shameless and said, oh man, if you knew, why did you have to make it so obvious? At least save some face for us. Just tell me, who gave the order for you to track me? Ling Lan wasn't going to fall for that. She just wanted to know what she wanted to know. Ling Lan's attitude forced Mu Chaoran's smiling face back. He quickly got stern. Flying Dragon Special Forces highest commanding officer, General Ren. Ling Lan was surprised. She only heard about his person once from her father. When her father mentioned their relationship with each other, it didn't seem that good. Now a person, who had an average relationship with her father, suddenly ordered Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran to find her. What was he planning? Was he an enemy or ally? Or perhaps he had some evil plot in mind. Ling Lan knew very well that he must have discovered that the two of them had worked with her before, so he sent them to her. These two had some relationship with her, making it easier for them to locate her. Her father's planned assassination forced Ling Lan to be very guarded against everyone from the Federation's military headquarters. That was why she couldn't help but doubt their intentions after seeing Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran arrive. Seeing Ling Lan's surprise, Zhao Jun quickly walked up and told her about how the chief of the Flying Dragon Special Forces, General Ren, helped Qilong to acquire the commander position of the Lingtian Independent Army. Along with the fact that he spoke out to support Lan Luofeng to be the 23 RD Division's stand-in general. After hearing all that, it seemed that this chief of the Flying Dragon Special Forces should be her father's friend, or perhaps someone who was really friendly with him. If so, then it might just be as Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu had said. That person was only worried about her, so he sent them solely to protect her. There was too little information for Ling Lan to rely on to have an accurate idea of what General Ren was planning to do. She could only put a large question mark on General Ren's face for now. Ling Lan would never lower her guard against someone just because he had helped her in some way. When she didn't have any evidence to confirm it, Ling Lan would be guarded against anyone, including Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran. All of you should return to Jialan ship now. There might be people probing us out tonight. After deciding it was not worth her time to think about such matters right now, Ling Lan promptly gave the four of them orders. Yes, and you two will follow as well. Ling Lan suddenly pointed to the side where Ji Ming and Yu Shangfei had been wallflowers for a long time. Yes, Lord Zhen. The two of them immediately accepted the order. Just then, the two of them were carefully studying the three new underlings their master had gained. Luo Tianhua they had already seen before, was a titled domain realm master just like them. They had thought someone with monstrous talent like Luo Tianhua was only an outlier. So, they were quite shocked to see that they were actually three more individuals who were not any weaker than Luo Lang. They were at most only just a tiny bit weaker. Compared to Ji Ming's mild shock, Yu Shangfei was more unsettled. After all, he did something similar to betrayal when Lord Zhen was in danger. He was afraid Lord Zhen would remember that and deal with him afterwards. So, he really didn't expect Lord Zhen to not punish them but instead, sending them on a mission. Yu Shangfei breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for Lord Zhen's attitude of letting bygones be bygones. The clock struck midnight in the Rainbow Palace, signaling for those weary that it was time for bed. Even when multiple homes turned off their lights to prepare for their slumber, the Rainbow Palace was still lit up as bright as day. Often, patrol would be seen doing their duties around the palace. However, today was an exception. Halls, rooms, corridors, all empty with no one in sight. Although such a scene would usually be indicative of misfortune befalling, today was a celebratory day, as everyone in the palace was relieved from their duties for the night. Family members who usually worked during graveyard shifts were able to spend some quality time with their families and create everlasting memories together. For those with no family, it was still a glorious day as sleep would be their number one priority for the night. These times of happiness were ordered by one person, Lord Zhen, who was in a great mood for the whole day. Although no one understood why Lord Zhen made such a decision, no one would be mad about not working, and thus after being notified of their leave, the servants and guards all happily packed their bags and went home. The only exceptions were the leaders of the patrol and guardians who were taken by Ji Ming and Yu Shangfei to defend Jialan ship. Ling Lan sat on the ice throne in the main hall with her right hand holding her forehead as she closed her eyes slightly. This whole scene created a picturesque image of a lonely king racking his brain to think of ways to improve the environment his subjects were living in. On her crossed leg, Little White was there flopping on its belly while sleeping with its tentacles pointed in different directions. A drop of morning dew was hanging on for dear life near the corner of its lips. When the liquid was about to drop, Little White instinctively sucked in forcefully to get it back into its mouth. Right at that moment, at the certain area of the main hall, a green plant suddenly emerged from the marble flooring. In the blink of an eye, it grew to the height of a man and then slowly changed into the figure of Silhouette. There stood a man with a pristine green cape with vines interwoven between each thread. His pitch-black hair naturally flowed down from his head to the back of his neck. The man stood there quietly before lifting his head, parting the hair that was covering his face to reveal a strong chiseled jaw with sharp eyebrows complementing his already cat-like eyes. He didn't look any older than someone in his early 30s. He had a slight smirk on the corner of his lips. He exuded a warm and fresh aura to anything and everything around him. With just his presence alone, the cold hall got a few degrees warmer. Sensing a gaze on her, Ling Lan slowly parted her closed eyelids. After seeing the relatively middle-aged man in front of her, Ling Lan wasn't surprised as she spoke out calmly, "I've been waiting for you. What should I be calling you? Lord Qian? Or Lord Kun? You knew I was coming." The middle-aged man said with a surprise in their voice. "You may address me as Lord Kun. With such a massive undertaking by the lawless land, it is obvious that one of you will come and meet me." Ling Lan pushed against the handles of her throne as she slowly sat up straight. "I see why you gave your people a day off." Lord Kun showed a contemplative look on his face. "Isn't that what you want too? I'm only just fully cooperating with you." Ling Lan laughed lightly. Clap. 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 Lord Kun also laughed with her and slowly clapped his hands. "To think Soul Society actually developed someone like you. They are really making me look at them in a different light. To be one of the lords of the lawless lands while being so young is quite impressive as well. In terms of influencing the lawless lands, the 13 lords are doing a much better job than the Soul Society." Ling Lan seemed to be suggesting something. "It's nothing really. I was just lucky enough to be nurtured and developed in the lawless lands," said Lord Kun plainly. Suddenly, Lord Kun's tone turned cold. "With us here, no other faction or organization can have a piece of the lawless lands. If the Soul Society has that kind of thought, I would suggest you turn around and leave. Lord Kun, you don't need to worry about that. The Soul Society's goal was never the lawless land. We only want to keep a lifeline on the lawless lands, that's all," Ling Lan said without any fear in her tone. "Is that Soul Society's promise?" Elder Kun's eyes shined with a bright green light for a moment. A sliver of his domain concept silently activated. This was the domain technique from the branch of the language concept called oath. Under that concept, a conversation could be made into an oath bound by heaven and earth. Once the oath was broken, heaven and earth would dictate the punishment. How could Ling Lan not have detected it? However, she still gave Lord Kun the oath without hesitation. "That's right. This is the Soul Society's promise. The Soul Society doesn't want to become the ruler of the lawless lands. The Soul Society only wants territory that it could hold in the lawless lands. Is Lord Zhen's territory enough?" Lord Kun kept pressing for the oath to be more binding. "Yes, the Soul Society only wants Lord Zhen's territory. It is enough." Ling Lan looked straight at him and didn't hesitate one bit. "All right. The oath has been created." Lord Kun's eyes shined green for a moment once again. Then, on both his and Ling Lan's foreheads, the letter spelling out oath appeared. Then, it slowly sank into their heads, symbolizing that their promise was acknowledged by heaven and earth. Lord Kun was very satisfied with how the oath ended up. It was because this oath wasn't not restrictive to them, but only Ling Lan. Ling Lan was nonchalant about it because her oath was made to the 13 lords with the Soul Society's name, not her own. "Tomorrow, the 13 lords will officially announce to the lawless lands for you to take up the position of Lord Zhen," Lord Kun finally said the words Ling Lan wanted to hear. "However, on the subject of supplies, you must satisfy our needs," Lord Kun immediately brought up his demands. "We will be responsible for the supplies, but only when money comes to me," replied Ling Lan. In terms of supplies, Ling Lan wasn't actually worried. Firstly, she had the chaotic lands, along with Soul Society's 18th district's governor, Xia Qingyi, helping her to prepare and gather supplies. If Xia Qingyi was smart enough, he would grasp this opportunity to acquire the Soul Emperor's full support. That way, she would actually then be a real representative of the Soul Society on paper. It would also make her deals with the Soul Society become proper. Secondly, on the matter of acquiring high-end weapons and equipment, the Ling Tian Independent Army would be able to resolve that if the Chaotic Lands and the Soul Society were not able to. Thirdly, Ling Lan believed that Little Four would definitely wake up. It was only a matter of time. Once Little Four woke up, she would be able to continue working to build up their corporate empire. When that happened, what wouldn't she be able to do? These 3 points were enough for Ling Lan to have the confidence to accept Lord Kun's conditions. Of course, Ling Lan wasn't some idiot in business. Money that she could make still needed to be made. That's not a problem. Even if we don't have money, we can use items to exchange for them, said Lord Kun as he smiled slightly. It was clear that he didn't want to give money. That's fine, but that price must be lower than the market by half. Ling Lan mercilessly haggled down the price. No way. You're crazy. Lord Kun, of course, wouldn't agree. That condition was like squeezing him dry. We can't do business without money, Ling Lan said calmly. One trip to and fro, no matter if it is manpower or supplies, everything is doubled. The losses I suffered there can only be managed with the money you give me. Hadn't you already made money by bringing in the supplies? Lord Kun said calmly. Don't you have such a large appetite? Otherwise, if you make everyone unhappy, it wouldn't be good for you. 1378 You want to fight? If we're talking business, exchanging items for my supplies is not sustainable for my side. You already know I can't sell the exchanged items for 100% of their value, and selling them at 60 to 70% of their value is already being optimistic, so me accepting the exchanged items at 50% of the value is a reasonable offer. Lord Kun, I'm not trying to cheat you. If any other merchant was in my position, you would have been given an even lower price when it comes to your proposal. Ling Lan was actually quite knowledgeable of the business world. Her eloquent words stunted Lord Kun for a moment. What you say makes sense, but the other lords will not consider 50%. If the Soul Society wants to enter into the lawless lands quickly, you should concede a little. Thinking about the potential profit they could make, Lord Kun got a little excited, but on the surface, he still had a stone-cold expression. You should think about it carefully. Ling Lan massaged her temples, contemplating the offer of Lord Kun. After a few seconds, she finally relented and said, Then tell me, Lord Kun. At what price can you accept? Lord Kun calmly said, 80% of the original selling price. Hearing the ridiculous offer, Ling Lan shook her head regretfully. I will lose too much with that price. If this is a short-term deal, it will perhaps be fine, but considering that it is a long-term deal, the Soul Emperor would definitely not agree to that price. You really won't consider it? Lord Kun's eyes sharpened slightly. The temperature of the entire main hall suddenly dropped. Ling Lan stared directly at Lord Kun fearlessly. It's not that I won't agree to it. That price is simply not acceptable to the Soul Emperor. Hearing Ling Lan denying any fault in this failed argument, Lord Kun's expression got even worse. Lord Kun, you should really think where you stand in this deal. I'm being nice when I say you should be the conceding party here, not me. Although we do wish to have a place to call our own in the lawless lands, we are not desperate for it. Just think about it. Letting us suffer losses while you reap profit, doesn't sound like a good long-term business relationship. Only when both sides profit, we're happy. Don't you think so? Ling Lan said slowly. Lord Kun visibly contemplated for a few seconds before slowly speaking up, Tell me the lowest you can go. Don't go around in circles with me. I only want to hear it straight up. Ling Lan bit her lip in frustration. 70%. That's our limit. When Lord Kun heard that, a small smirk appeared on his face. Alright, we'll settle with 70%. Looking at the gloating Lord Kun, Ling Lan suddenly realized she had been fooled. She smiled bitterly. I'm still too naive. It's just as you said, it's better when both of us win. Lord Kun smiled happily. Yeah, it's very good, but I will be punished by the Emperor. Ling Lan helplessly sighed. If the Emperor wants to discipline you, tell him to come find us. Lord Kun gave Ling Lan some empty words to comfort her. Suddenly, he shifted his gaze to the green plant growing in the corner of the frozen hall. He uncontrollably let out a confused sound. I've never seen this species of plant before. Lord Kun instantly teleported next to the plant. He reached towards the plant as he said in a joyful tone. Before his fingers could clamp down to pull a lead off, the green plant suddenly retracted back into the soil before emerging a meter away from him in the soil. It could sense my intentions. Lord Kuen's lips curled upwards as he looked curiously towards the green plant. He again reached out with his hand in an attempt to stop the plant from escaping. However, before he knew it, a pale jade-like hand had already lightly held his wrist. Lord Kuen, are you that bored to play with my pet? Don't you think that's a bit rude? Ling Lan looked at him with raised eyebrows. Pet. Lord Kuen looked at the green plant that had now vanished, with a shocked expression. The presence he felt earlier was clearly of the plant element. Could it be a plant that had a certain degree of intellect? Ling Lan wasn't nice enough to explain to Lord Kuen, so she only looked towards Lord Kuen indifferently, hoping that he would take his hand back soon. She didn't want him to annoy Little White's clone. What if I must? Lord Kuen was a person who wouldn't stop until he got what he wanted, so he obviously wouldn't stop even if Ling Lan told him to stop. Hearing Lord Kuen's dominating words, Ling Lan narrowed her eyes. A dangerous presence leaked through her voice as she said coldly, perhaps, you want to fight? The two of them stared at each other coldly. The originally harmonious atmosphere was instantly replaced by a bone-chilling atmosphere as it slowly diffused through the whole hull. Bang! The two of them both expanded their concept energies and sent each other flying backwards. Ling Lan waved the red cloak behind her and landed firmly on the ground. Her right hand had 3 ice spears in it. Lord Kuen on the other hand softly landed on the ground. As he landed, the ground below him cracked open to reveal countless of green vines wrapped around each other. The interlocked vines seemed to have come alive as the vines slowly expanded and contracted like a beating heart. The small buds on the surface of the vines slowly blossomed into bright red flowers the size of bowls. Plant concept, what a rare sight. Ling Lan got cautious. The concept instructor number 5 had was similar to what was shown before her. In her spars against instructor number 5, Ling Lan never got ahead of him before. Most of the spars ended with her getting beaten to a pulp by instructor number 5. Such terrible memories about the plant-based concept naturally made Ling Lan abhor any person who had the plant concept. You're not too shabby either. You are quite perceptive yourself. Lord Kuen believed that his sneak attack was well hidden in the first exchange between them. Other than Lord Qian, any of the lords would have been injured by that. They definitely wouldn't have been like Lan Xiao who sensed it the moment Lord Kuen had made his move. Ling Lan didn't respond to his compliment. She wasn't going to tell him that the reason she was able to sense it quickly was completely because she had a lot of experience dying to sneak attacks infused with the plant concept. After dying so many times, her body had naturally completely memorized the presence of those sneak attacks. Once any sneak attack infused with the plant concept came near her, her body would instinctively escape from it. I have heard a lot about you from Lord Zhen, but since we've started already, let me see just how strong you are. Right as Lord Kuen finished speaking, the flowers on the vines suddenly increased in size and then began to outwardly grow. Seeing this, Ling Lan immediately leaped off the floor. The place she was standing at originally had already become a wall of ice. Phew! The red flowers suddenly spat out bright red liquid at the ice wall Ling Lan had just formed. Then, a sharp sizzling sound echoed in the area, and the ice wall instantly liquefied into a puddle of red liquid. It's a type of poison concept. The strong poison has the ability to disintegrate domain concepts. Ling Lan's expression tensed up. This ability was quite similar to the disintegration ability of her profound insight concept. However, it was still much different in terms of how they would disintegrate concepts. Her profound insight's concept of disintegration would cause her opponent's domain concept to disintegrate by its own accord and split up in a molecular level. Lord Kuen's strong poison concept on the other hand was disintegrating the concept by rearranging his opponent's domain concept structure, causing his opponent's domain concept to be filled with flaws or cracks. Then, the flawed domain concept wouldn't be able to hold together and completely collapse. Despite the two being fundamentally different, they still produced the same results. 1379 Return. Using your ice element concept alone won't be enough against me. I heard a lot of fanfare about your space concept. I really want to witness the so-called invincible space concept. I want to see just how invincible it is under the assault of my plants. Just as Lord Kuen finished speaking, his gentle aura turned malicious. Then, he lifted a finger to point at Ling Lan's direction. Ling Lan immediately felt something was not right. Without wondering why, she just jumped off the ground. A crimson bug suddenly emerged from the floor where she was standing at. As the crimson bug crawled out from the ground, it shook its body a little to reveal the razor-thin wings. Seeing Ling Lan flying above it, it let out an ear-piercing screech, revealing its mouth which had rows of teeth much like a meat grinder. It then flew towards Ling Lan at lightning speed with its intimidating teeth. Humph! Seeing the crimson bug coming towards her, Ling Lan just snorted in response. She flicked her sleeve and multiple green tentacles shot out of her sleeve. Slit-like holes could be seen all over the tentacles, where it housed rows of thin and sharp teeth. There was also still saliva hanging off the teeth. Seeing the revolting bug coming towards them, they weren't frightened by it but instead, they got excited, as if they met their lunch. More saliva started to form in its mouth, but most of it dripped on the ground which corroded a huge area. Screech! Roar! When the two monsters faced off against each other, they started taking mouthfuls of each other's body. Screech! Roar! The two monsters continued to bite each other ruthlessly. Everything depended on which one was stronger. Only the strong were able to devour their opponent. At this moment, one could even hear the sound of chewing, which sounded exceptionally eerie in the empty main hall. After Ling Lan released Little White's clone, she disregarded the crimson bug. She landed on the ground lightly and placed her red cloak over her shoulder. They were like her red wings as they glided down slowly along with her. Along with her arrogant and domineering aura, she looked like an emperor looking down on her subjects. Lord Kun suddenly had this gut-wrenching feeling from the depths of his body. He felt shame, ashamed that he had intruded on the territory of a king, and fearful of what was about to come. However, the feeling only lasted for a fleeting moment. But, before he could analyze these emotions, Ling Lan flicked her fingers with her outstretched hands. In an instant, an overwhelming amount of ice needles were formed densely in the air. And with a snap of a finger, they flew towards Lord Kun like the rain in a storm. Simple tricks. Lord Kun scoffed. He placed his palms together and his body immediately sunk into the ground like a plant. Phew! 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 The ice needles pierced the marble flooring like a pin cushion. Suddenly, Ling Lan's entire body suddenly shattered into ice shards. Vines with glowing red flowers could be seen shattering through all the ice. After the vines missed their target, they fell heavily onto the ground cracking the marble floor into tiny pieces. What a pity! Behind the spot where Ling Lan was standing, a plant had grown out from the ground. In an instant, it turned into Lord Kun. 2 failed sneak attacks. His instinct is really amazing. Lord Kun carefully scanned around him. He wanted to find where Ling Lan was hiding. He carefully took a step forward. Suddenly, his expression froze as he could feel something brushing his legs. Lord Kun remained motionless. His eyes slowly got tainted with green. With the help of the eye of plant, he finally saw what he felt. It was a thin and almost invisible thread laid horizontally in front of him. This was the thread that his leg touched. Lord Kun raised his head to carefully look at the area near him. Under a certain lighting angle, he could see threads covering the main hall from the right to the left, forming a huge web. Unexpectedly, he had become the prey of the web. A figure slowly appeared in the air to show Ling Lan crossing her arms in front of her chest. There was a transparent thread linked to each of her fingers. Without a doubt, the creator of this huge web was Ling Lan. I didn't expect you to have such a technique, Lord Kun said with a stern face. Every Imperial Realm formidable warrior had their own signature Imperial technique. They would rarely be used until the final moment. Just based on this huge and frightening presence, as well as the powerful threat he felt from the web, Lord Kun had reasons to believe that this was Lan Zhao's Imperial technique. If I didn't have this ace up my sleeve, how would I have been chosen to come here? Ling Lan replied with a calm expression before tightly clenching her fist. The threads in the main hall started to enclose on Lord Kun from all directions. Break! Lord Kun waved his hands and numerous vines burst out from the floor below him. Then, they attacked the threads crazily. The two parties started fighting bloodily. Either the red flower vines got minced by the threads or the threads were torn apart by the vines. The battle would only end when one party depleted all of their domain concept's energy. Ling Lan watched as her threads got lesser and lesser slowly. As for Lord Kun's vines, there seemed to be an infinite number of them. New ones kept appearing to replace the ones that died. This was an expected result as Lord Kun was more powerful than her. No wonder he was one of the figureheads of the 13 Lords. His strength was indeed a tier above the other members of the 13 Lords. One Lord Kun was already powerful. Then, how powerful was Lord Qian, who was rumored to be in the God Realm? The more she understood about the Imperial Realm, and the closer she got to God Realm, Ling Lan got a deeper understanding of how scary God Realm was. When she was young and naive in the past, she just knew that her master was powerful. She would at most think that her master was only a little more powerful than her father. This naive perception remained until she became a titled domain formidable warrior. But, after she smuggled herself into Planet General to meet her mother with the help of her master, was when she finally understood how frightening God Realm was. At that time, even though her master was standing in front of her, she was completely oblivious to her presence. When he revealed himself, the sense of danger she felt then was terrifying. Her profound insight told her clearly that if her master was her enemy, she must run away immediately as far as she could. When an Imperial Realm formidable warrior met a God Realm formidable warrior, the only thing she could do was run. This showed how frightening God Realm was. The God Realm was definitely unbelievable in the range of human capabilities. Honestly, Ling Lan thought becoming an Imperial Realm formidable warrior was already an unbelievable feat, but at least an Imperial Realm formidable warrior could still die. The threads were disappearing at a noticeable rate. In the end, there were only a few hundred threads left. Seeing this, Lord Kun smiled lightly. Although his smile looked normal, the feeling it gave was exceptionally cold. Since you have been so kind to show me your beautiful show, let me return the favor. Lord Kun waved his hand and vines erupted from the floor around Ling Lan. The red buds on the vines bloomed instantly. In that instant, a gentle breeze blew past the main hall. The petals of the flowers seemingly couldn't withstand the wind as they detached themselves to be carried on by the wind. The main hall suddenly dove into a world of red petals. It was eerily beautiful. 1380 calculated their steps. Witnessing such a beautiful sight, Ling Lan's heart trembled. Although a scene like this would usually invoke a feeling of admiration and appreciation within someone, it only invoked a feeling of dread in Ling Lan. The more beautiful something was, the more dangerous it was. In the learning space, under the guidance of her instructors, Ling Lan had a deep understanding of this principle, whether it was the written meaning or the hidden meaning. The petals suddenly seemed to have given a burst of life, as they naturally changed their direction to fly towards Ling Lan ferociously. At the scene, Ling Lan instantly understood what Lord Kun meant when he said he would return the favor. Without a doubt, he was returning her with petals like how she did to him with ice needles. Ling Lan placed her hands together and a giant ice dome congregated around her. Boom! The razor-sharp petals exploded as soon as it hit the ice dome. A dense red mist soon began to spread around the hall from the exploded petals. The emergency alarm in Ling Lan's mind started blaring furiously. Without a second to waste, she quickly held in her breath. However, Ling Lan immediately realized something had gone terribly wrong, as the red mist was slowly infiltrating into her domain concept. It was corroding her domain concept. Right at this second, Little White's clone, who was fighting with the crimson bug, finally devoured its opponent. It burped in satisfaction. The meal it ate today was very nourishing for its body. After it finished the battle today and had a good sleep, it would be able to advance. Suddenly, its body shuddered. It turned wild with joy as it looked at the thick red mist. It smelled something that was even more delicious. This red mist was definitely the tonics of tonics. Rawr! Master, please let me eat it. Little White shouted agitatedly as the appearance of the red mist was a huge opportunity for it. If its master ate the red mist without sharing with it, it would cry itself to death. In Little White's eyes, anything that was good for it was good for its master too. Thus, in his mind, its master would like to eat anything that it liked to eat too. Fortunately, Ling Lan didn't know that Little White had this weird perception about her. If not, she would definitely give Little White some quality education to let it understand that there was a difference in the taste between humans and monsters like it. While Little White was being jealous of eating the good food by herself, Ling Lan was still thinking of ways to solve this danger that could erode her domain concept. Suddenly, she could hear Little White shouting with all its might. That's good too. Ling Lan decisively stopped using her ice element concept. Almost instantly, a slit appeared in front of Ling Lan. It slowly opened, revealing a deep and endless multidimensional space. It's really the space element. Lord Kuen's expression turned serious. He carefully observed the multidimensional space that was opened. After the multidimensional space appeared, a huge suction force came out of it. All the red mist in the air got sucked into the multidimensional space. Little White was a pet that loyally protected its master. After the red mist was sucked into its belly, it noticed that Lord Kun still wanted to attack its master, so it got angry and it tried to bite Lord Kun. Humph, Little White must be a qualified loyal pet that attacked without barking. Who instilled this thought into Little White? Please look for its razor, Ling Lan foam. In Lord Kun's point of view, he could only see the multidimensional space extending and moving towards him. His gaze turned sharp. He waved his hands in an orderly manner and a patch of grass magically grew ground from the pulverized marble floor. Then, the grass grew out radically until it was like a giant wave of grass. With its immense momentum, it moved towards the multidimensional space with the intention to wrap itself around it. The giant grass wave covered the entire hole. Although the suction force coming from the hole was strong, the grass wave could still hold on as its ends were clinging on the edge of the hole, helping it to hold on with perseverance. No matter how much Little White sucked, it wouldn't go in. This stalemate was maintained for a few seconds. Little White soon realized it couldn't do anything to the grass wave, so it decided to stop. Snap! The multidimensional space closed up. The grass wave slowly fell to the ground without the suction force from the black hole. When it fell to the ground, everyone could see that only the edges of the grass wave were left. The center portion had already been sucked away. Little White felt a little full. The mass amount of energy was wreaking havoc in its body, so it must immediately enter its evolution state or the energy would go into an uncontrollable state. If that happened, it would get injured. Hence, it started roaring out loud a few times. Master, I'm full. I need to evolve so I'll leave first. Before Ling Lan could reply, all of Little White's clones in the main hall withered away. Little White followed its withered clones and flowed down their roots, piercing through the marble floor to reach the soil below the Rainbow Palace to hide in the depths of the soil. Space element is indeed impressive. Take another attack from me. A cold intent appeared in Lord Kun's eyes. His hands danced around each other quickly, and soon the entire main hall was swarmed with plants. The extravagant and brightly lighted hall turned into a world of plants. Ling Lan could distinctively feel her opponent's domain concept pushing away and segregating her ice element domain from the main hall. This was clear evidence that her opponent's domain concept was more powerful than hers. Although they were both in the Imperial realm, there was a huge difference between her and Lord Kun. Killing intent suddenly appeared in Ling Lan's gaze, and a powerful force of presence descended on Lord Kun's head. Lord Kun was caught off his guard by the sudden change, so he vomited out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, this force of presence only lasted for a split second. Even so, Lord Kun felt cold sweat all over his body, even his legs were a little weak. God realm. He stared at Ling Lan with dread before finally managing to squeeze these two words out. He didn't expect such a frightening existence to be present around Lan Xiao. Ling Lan placed her hand behind her back and said calmly, "The 13 Lords of the Lawless Lands is very powerful. If the Soul Society doesn't show some sincerity, how can we ask for a peaceful collaboration? In order to do business in this vicious land, you needed to have a powerful background. If not, you're not here to do business, you're here to give up your life." Soul Society really covered all their steps, Lord Kun said with a pale face. He was pale because having such a powerful person stationed here didn't mean anything good for the lawless lands. Plus, he was also quite injured from the altercation. "Thank you for the compliment. The Soul Emperor doesn't like to fail." Ling Lan smiled and said, "The promises of the Soul Society still remain effective." "Good. I'll tell Lord Qian about this." Lord Kun replied resolutely, "Tomorrow at 8 a.m., the news of a new Lord Kun will be announced. This is a decision made by the 13 Lords of the Lawless Lands." Ling Lan nodded. "Thank you. The goods will be here 3 days later." "It's a promise then," Lord Kun confirmed. "Yes." Ling Lan gave her promise again. After this affirmation, Lord Kun's figure disappeared from the main hall. The world of plants quickly subsided. In a blink of an eye, the main hall returned to its normal appearance. Only after a few minutes did Ling Lan feel that Lord Kun's aura had completely disappeared. She finally spat out the blood that she had been withholding in her chest. 1381 nothing. He only took over my body for 1 second, but the backlash is already so severe. Just how strong is Instructor Number 1? Ling Lan pressed against her chest and smiled bitterly. However, asking Instructor Number 1 to possess her body for a while was a part of her plan. Even though it would severely injure her, it was something that needed to be done. For her plan to conquer the lawless landed, she needed the strength to stand on level ground with them. Even if she didn't have it, she still needed to fake she had it. This should be enough to stall them for a while. Ling Lan endured the immense pain and walked to the ice throne to sit down. Then, she began to practice her chi exercises. Without the Nuwa agent, Ling Lan could only use her own restoration techniques. She was lucky that the chi exercises had always been good to her. Despite not being as strong as the Nuwa agent, it still showed some positive results. At the spaceport, where the Jelan ship was docked at, it was just as Ling Lan had expected. A few unknown factions attempted to steal the supplies on the Jelan ship. However, these people didn't think that they would be met with a brick wall. There were actually more than 10 titled Domain Realm formidable warriors guarding Jelan's ship, and Domain Realm masters swarmed the ship. Of course, the thieves weren't weak either. Although they were caught off guard in the beginning, they quickly calmed themselves and pushed back those on the Jelan ship. Right as other factions were watching from the sidelines, deciding whether they should join or not, the Jelan ship finally revealed their fangs. No one expected the Jelan ship to have an ace mecha clan of 2,000 soldiers, and most of them were peak-level ace operators. It should be known that an elite ace operator with a top-class ace mecha could easily deal with a beginner Domain Realm master. A peak-level ace operator with a top-class ace mecha would be able to fight against titled Domain Realm formidable warriors. It was just like if the Jelan ship suddenly had 2,000 men who were just as strong as titled Domain Realm formidable warriors. Would any standard faction be able to fight against them? Unless it was a faction under the 13 Lords. However, the factions of the 13 Lords had made a pact with Ling Lan, so they definitely wouldn't take the risk of exposing themselves by sending their own ace mecha clans to join the battle. Those factions who saw the situation turn badly for them, quickly retreated. Zhao Jun and the others remembered Ling Lan's orders and didn't chase them. They stood firmly and guarded Jelan's ship without leaving its side. Li Shiyu, who had been busy saving the injured soldiers, finally treated the last patient. After some grueling hours of work, he finally stepped out of the medical operating room. Luo Chao, who had been busy dealing with all kinds of administrative affairs, was currently lounging on a sofa in front of the operating room. She was leaning on the back of the sofa with her eyes closed. Her face showed that she was completely exhausted. As the commander of the starship, she was given the responsibility of commanding the battle. It was her first time taking on such a huge responsibility, so it really exhausted her. When Li Shiyu walked out of his operating room and saw this pitiful sight, he felt sad for Luo Chao. He walked into his own room beside the operating room, took out a blanket and gently placed it over Luo Chao. His gaze fell upon Luo Chao's beautiful and elegant face. Despite Luo Chao and Luo Lang's faces being almost identical, Li Shiyu could always differentiate between the two of them ever since the first time they met. Although everyone basically reached a consensus that even their smiles were completely identical, Li Shiyu never actually agreed with that. From his point of view, Luo Chao and Luo Lang's smiles were completely different. Luo Chao's smile had a hint of shyness to it, while Luo Lang's smile on the other hand was a blank sheet. If he were to say it nicely, it would be considered a pure smile. If he were to say it in a mean way, then it would be considered just Luo Lang being stupid. But, all of this was just his own opinion. After all, Li Shiyu wasn't someone who would force people to agree with his subjective opinions. The differences he saw between the two of them were kept in his mind, never to be told to anyone. However, it was because of his unique perspective that made him pay more attention to Luo Chao. In Lingtian, Luo Chao had always been the person who everyone neglected. Her brother Luo Lang just shined too brightly in front of others. No matter if it was physical skills or mecha piloting, among the younger generations in Lingtian, not including Lingtian's boss Ling Lan who wasn't considered a human, he was definitely among the top 3. In addition, he was also the one of the brigade leaders. Luo Lang was definitely the person everyone had their eyes on in Lingtian. In contrast, his younger sister Luo Chao, other than the friends she grew up with, along with a few older individuals who she was in good relations with, most would ignore Luo Chao's growth because of the traditional and primitive thoughts about women. If she were to appear in front of everyone, she would either be mistaken for her brother Luo Lang, or be given the label of brigade leader's Luo's younger sister. It could be said that in Lingtian, even though she had become the department head of one of the departments in logistics, there were still people who believed she got to that position because she had such a good brother. Furthermore, they also brushed off her personal achievements just because she was boss's fiancée. No one truly acknowledged Luo Chao's abilities. She was constantly being underestimated and wronged, even her dumb older brother Luo Lang didn't notice. Boss Ling Lan however. As the commander of an army, there were too many matters he needed to handle, which constrained his time to concern himself with his fiancée. Additionally, Luo Chao had always been a strong-willed woman. Even if she had been wronged, she wouldn't speak out about it. She would only bite her lip and work hard to quickly grow, in order for everyone to acknowledge her sooner. It was like that when she followed Li Shiyu to learn medicine. There were many times, when he did checks at night, he saw her staying back in the operating room by herself. She used needles on her own body to study where the pressure points were precisely at. Only after experiencing the effect and pain that came along with it could one finally acquire this technique. Luo Chao understood that, and did not go easy on herself. Li Shiyu acknowledged that in the past, he was more or less affected by the traditional way of thought. That was why when boss sent Luo Chao and Han Shuya to learn under him, he only taught them some basic first aid for emergency purposes. He didn't want to teach them too much. However, Luo Chao's perseverance and her willingness to improve made him acknowledge her, and all her drive to improve was because of one person. Wasn't he the same when he first set out to be a military doctor? It all was to help that one person who he treasured the most. Li Shiyu understood Luo Chao's thoughts because he was in her position before. After noticing her strong drive to improve, Li Shiyu began to patiently teach Luo Chao all of his learned medical techniques. He was willing to teach whatever Luo Chao wanted. After Ling Tian became an army and Luo Chao left to become a department head within the logistics department, Luo Chao finally felt she could hold her head up high. Luo Chao faced the suspicions against her, worked hard and slowly proved everyone wrong. Others might not have seen all of her hard work behind her glorious achievements, but he saw it clearly. He knew the path Luo Chao took was not an easy one, but rather quite hard. Most importantly, no one helped her in this difficult path. Luo Lang had always been negligent and careless, so he wouldn't understand Luo Chao's trouble unless told. Boss on the other hand. Li Shiyu actually believed Boss clearly knew about Luo Chao's troubles, but Boss never chose to do anything about it, he just watched from the sidelines. Sometimes, even Li Shiyu couldn't understand why Boss would be so heartless. After all, Luo Chao was his fiancée, not just another subordinate. Why did he treat her that way? Even if he didn't help her, at least he should give her some words of comfort. Unfortunately, he never said anything to her. 1382 This was love. Li Shiyu saw everything. He felt his heart hurting for Luo Chao. He interacted with Luo Chao for a long time, so he knew she was working so hard for Boss Lan's sake. Luo Chao didn't want to be left too far behind by Boss Lan. She wanted to catch up with him and stand beside him. This was probably what love was. Li Shiyu didn't really know anything about love, since he placed all his focus in his medical research, so he never really had the time to experience love before. However, after learning Luo Chao's feelings towards Boss Lan, Li Shiyu felt that her actions could only be explained by love. Actually, Luo Chao just wanted to catch up to her idol. Unfortunately, the man Luo Chao loved wasn't someone who would prioritize his family. Boss Lan's heart was too big for just his family. He fitted too many people inside his heart, leaving the space for Luo Chao almost negligible. Boss Lan was definitely a good boss and a good brother. Li Shiyu acknowledged Boss in those aspects wholeheartedly. However, looking from Luo Chao's point of view, Boss Lan wasn't a qualified lover or fiancé. However, this was all Luo Chao and Boss Lan's personal matter, while he was just a bystander. He didn't have any right to decide whether they were qualified to be together. Oh, he needed to talk about his little sister, Shuya, too. This was their matter. Although he couldn't say anything about their relationship, he could still have his own opinion about it. In his opinion, Boss Lan was a bad lover and a bad fiancé. He felt pity for Luo Chao, so maybe because of this feeling that he started to take notice of Luo Chao. Unconsciously, he started doting Luo Chao as though she was his blood-related little sister. He hoped that Boss Lan wouldn't let down such a good young lady. He didn't want to see his beloved little sister getting hurt or cry because of love. If that day really came, he hoped that he would be able to provide Luo Chao with a sturdy shoulder to cry on. Thus, when he heard that Luo Chao wanted to lead the Jialan ship to reinforce Boss Lan, so as someone who was worried that she would get hurt, he decisively moved his surgery room onto the Jialan ship. Of course, this was only a small part of the reason. Most importantly, he was worried about Boss Lan. When Boss Lan left, he didn't bring many bottles of medicinal agents with him. Li Shiyu was afraid that without him, based on how Boss Lan always disregarded his safety when he was fighting, Boss Lan would be severely injured. He was really afraid of this. Still, he didn't expect the first night at the lawless lands to be so dangerous. If the reinforcements didn't come in time, if there wasn't a Dr. Frankenstein like him stationed here, a lot of soldiers would have died. As the captain of the Jialan ship, Luo Chao had a torturous night. Luckily, she managed to pull through it. Li Shiyu's gaze landed on Luo Chao's furrowed brows. She was frowning even in her sleep. Ever since Boss disappeared during the battle with Twilight, Luo Chao's brows had never relaxed. Li Shiyu was worried about Luo Chao's state of mind. Impulsively, Li Shiyu raised his right hand and massaged Luo Chao's brows lightly. He wanted to straighten the creases on her forehead. His little sister Luo Chao was most beautiful when she was smiling. Suddenly, Luo Chao opened her eyes with vigilance when she felt someone touching her forehead. Li Shiyu retracted his hand in shock. He looked at Luo Chao, who opened her eyes, with a gaping mouth. He didn't know what to say suddenly. Brother Shiyu? Luo Chao looked at Li Shiyu in surprise. She didn't understand why he looked so scared. Luo Chao sat up, causing the blanket covering her body to slide down. Instinctively, she lowered her head and pulled it up. When she saw the blanket, she knew that Li Shiyu must be the one who placed it over her. She looked up and said gratefully, Brother Shiyu, thank you for the blanket. Li Shiyu finally regained his senses. He said seriously, don't sleep like that in the future. The temperature here is a little low. It is easy to catch a cold here, especially when you're so tired. I understand, Brother Shiyu, Luo Chao replied obediently. She knew that Li Shiyu reprimanded her because he was concerned about her, so she accepted it readily. Luckily, you're all right. Li Shiyu suddenly turned to walk into his room. After some time, he came out carrying a leather suitcase. Brother Shiyu, where are you going? Luo Chao asked sternly. They just fended off the thieves. It wasn't safe to go out now. I am going to see Boss Lan, Li Shiyu replied calmly. Why? Didn't Boss say he would come and find us? Luo Chao asked in confusion. Boss sent everyone out yesterday, why do you think he did that? Li Shiyu asked Luo Chao instead of replying to her. Luo Chao started thinking seriously. After a moment, her pupils dilated in fear. Boss is fighting too. Do you think that they will only mess with us? Li Shiyu sneered. If they wanted to uproot us, they definitely would not let Boss go. Why didn't you say earlier? I'll call people over immediately, Luo Chao jumped up and said agitatedly. This is not the right time for them to go over, Li Shiyu replied in a composed manner. Why? Luo Chao didn't understand what Li Shiyu meant. Shouldn't they send help to Boss as soon as possible? Boss's fight isn't something people like us can take part in. He sent everyone here probably because he was afraid that his fight would implicate us. He is concerned about our safety. Li Shiyu's mind was as clear as day. As someone who was once an inheritor of the Li family, he had been groomed to become a family head ever since he was young, so his thought process was smooth and based on reason. If there wasn't already a better choice, the Li family would never bear to let Li Shiyu walk on the medical path. I'm just worried that Boss might be injured and that he doesn't have enough medical agents with him. If he doesn't get the agents in time, it may affect his health in the future. Li Shiyu explained why he wanted to leave now. The thieves came and left quickly, so there was a huge possibility that Boss won his fight. I understand, but I want to go too. Luo Chao hurriedly caught up with him. If you leave, what will happen to the Jialan ship? Li Shiyu understood that Luo Chao was worried about her fiancé, but as the captain of the Jialan ship, it wasn't right for her to leave. It's all right. My brother is here. Luo Chao gave a naughty smile. Huh? Li Shiyu was puzzled. What did this have to do with Luo Lang? Luo Chao pouted. Humph, my brother always asks me to pretend to be him. This time, he can pretend to be me. Huh? This time, Li Shiyu was stunned. Let's go, Brother Shiyu. I've already told Jialan to inform my brother. Luo Chao hooked Li Shiyu's arm and smiled at him sweetly. I see. You're Luo Lang now. Li Shiyu understood her intention now. Luo Chao would return to the Rainbow Palace as Luo Lang. Fine, this could be a way for Luo Lang to compensate his little sister after years of not taking care of her and leaving her without a care in the world. Li Shiyu abandoned the poor Luo Lang decisively. Thus, Luo Lang, Ji Ming, Yi Shangfei, Tang Ningyu, Mu Chaoran, Li Shiyu, and Han Shuya brought a portion of the servants from the Rainbow Palace back. Lord Zhen's guardians were with them, so their journey back to the Rainbow Palace was very peaceful. No insensible people came out to block them or create trouble for them. 1383 Reckless. When they returned to the Rainbow Palace, they went directly to the main hall. As they pushed open the door to the main hall, the sight of an apocalypse was revealed to them. However, there was no one in sight. Everyone's expression turned grave when they couldn't see Ling Lan. Under Ji Ming's lead, they rushed towards Ling Lan's room. Boss. Han Shuya was the most anxious out of everyone. She was so worried about Ling Lan's safety that she recklessly pushed the door open without asking and ran inside. Behind her, Luo Chao stood there, looking helplessly at her hand. She wanted to grab Han Shuya but she missed her by just an inch. Humph! A cold snort was heard. Then, the familiar voice of Boss entered their ears. Come in. Hearing the calm voice, everyone finally felt relieved. They took a deep breath before stepping into the room. Once they entered the room, they saw Han Shuya being locked up in a huge ice cube 3 meters away from the main door, only her head was not encased in ice. She looked at them pleadingly as she mouthed out the word, help. She was obviously asking them to save her as soon as possible. She was probably afraid of angering Boss so she didn't make any sound. Mu Chaoran smiled when he saw this. He walked over and patted the sturdy and huge ice cube. He said, we can't destroy this. You have to wait for Boss. Han Shuya glared at Mu Chaoran when she saw him teasing her. She turned and looked pleadingly at Luo Chao and Li Shiyu. She knew that only these two people could help her. Luo Chao shook her head helplessly. She had no choice but to shout into the bedroom, Boss, we're here. Are you still resting? Wait for me for a moment. Ling Lan's cold reply came from the room. Li Shiyu frowned slightly. Boss's voice sounded a little weak. It looked like Boss was seriously injured in his fight. However, there were some people here whom he wasn't sure whether they were his allies. Thus, Li Shiyu suppressed the worry in his heart. He would wait until there was no one around before treating Boss. After some time, Ling Lan slowly walked out of the room with a red cloak over her shoulders. She glanced at the group of people indifferently. Luo Chao blushed at the sight. She didn't expect Boss to be so handsome when she wore a red cloak. The bright red color and the cold aura of Boss were two extremes, but on Ling Lan, they seemed strangely harmonious. Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu felt confused when they saw Ling Lan. Was this still the pure and invisible little brother Xiaoyun in their memory? Of course, this wasn't the cold and oppressive Major General Ling they saw on Planet General either. The current Ling Lan was still cold, but he wasn't extremely cold like how she was in the army. She was more indifferent now. She gave off the feeling that she had forsaken the world, looking at the world coldly as a bystander. It felt as though nothing mattered to her. Her aura wasn't as domineering as before when no one dared to look at her in the eyes. However, her nonchalant glance was still too piercing for someone to look directly at her. Sit. Ling Lan signaled for everyone to sit down and talk. Hearing Ling Lan talking, Luo Chao regained her senses. She couldn't bear to see Han Shuya being punished, so Luo Chao pleaded for her. Boss, Shuya was reckless, but she was just worried about you and wanted to see you. Please forgive her. Ling Lan glanced at Han Shuya. Han Shuya looked like she knew what she did was wrong. Thus, Ling Lan flicked her finger and the ice cube around Han Shuya dispersed immediately. Don't be so reckless in the future, Ling Lan said. Based on how natural Han Shuya pushed open her door, she probably did it many times in the military camp. It was alright if she just pushed her door or Luo Chao's door, but if she pushed other men's door like this, wouldn't she suffer if she saw anything she shouldn't see? Fine, Ling Lan never thought that the men would be the ones that would suffer in that situation. If a situation like that happened, she would decisively stand on the lady's side. I understand, boss. Han Shuya quickly raised her hand to show that she understood. Everyone sat down. Ling Lan looked at Ji Ming. What happened yesterday? Ji Ming quickly stood up and replied, there were indeed many factions that got greedy. Many of those dirty thieves came. As he spoke, he looked at Luo Chao and Li Shiyu before continuing. However, the Jialan ship had a mecha clan protecting it, so everything ended well. Even the people of the starship came to visit Lord General. From the looks of it, Lord Gen's position in the Soul Society wasn't as simple as he thought. That's good. Ling Lan looked at Li Shiyu. Li Shiyu didn't need Ling Lan to open her mouth to know what she wanted to ask. He said, there are some injured but no one died. Ling Lan nodded her head in satisfaction. This was just the start of her overall plan, so she didn't hope to see casualties so early. Although Ling Lan knew that they would be casualties in her pursuit to conquer the lawless lands, she still hoped to push it as far back as possible. Ji Ming remembered the mess they saw in the main hall. He couldn't suppress his curiosity, so he asked, "Lord Jen, what happened in the main hall? Did someone attack the Rainbow Palace?" "Oh, that place. Lord Cohen and I got excited during our chat, so we decided to have a duel. I didn't notice the state of the main hall." Ling Lan replied dispassionately, "Since you asked, you'll be in charge of the maintenance of the main hall." "Yes, Lord Jen," Ji Ming replied happily. To him, this was the first step Lord Jen was taking in trusting him. "Go ahead." Ling Lan waved her hand. Ji Ming left the room and started getting busy with repairing the main hall. There were now only the people from Ling Tian and the Flying Dragon Special Forces left in the room. Li Shiyu looked at Ling Lan and inquired whether these two people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces could be trusted. Ling Lan gave him a look to tell them that they were all right. Li Shiyu put down his worry and immediately rushed over to Ling Lan's side. He took out a small device and started inspecting Ling Lan with it. Luo Chao and Han Shuya looked at Ling Lan worriedly as they noticed her pale face. "Boss, why didn't you take the Nuwa agent?" Li Shiyu was slightly furious. He detected that Ling Lan's old injury had flared up again because she fought before her old injury could recover. Hence, with the addition of this new injury, seriously damaged her body. This kind of injury was the hardest to treat as it needed to be treated slowly. Once a mistake was made during the recovery process, there would be lasting implications. As a responsible military doctor, Li Shiyu hated this kind of patient. First, they were hard to treat, and second, they were irresponsible people who didn't take care of their bodies. "I finished it," Ling Lan said calmly. "You finished it?" Li Shiyu exclaimed in surprise. "Boss only left them for a few days and he already finished all the Nuwa agents he brought along with him. Those were life-saving agents. Did boss drink them for his 3 meals? Yeah. I almost died, so I used all of them." The way Ling Lan talked about her close shaved to death made it sound extremely casual. 1384 Identity of the Spy. Li Shiyu was shaken to his core. Just how severe was boss's injuries for him to use up that many Nuwa agents? Everyone was totally aware that boss was Heaven's child who could have anything he wanted in life. Their current situation was a perfect example of this, where boss easily took over the position of Lord Jen after coming to the lawless lands for only such a short amount of time. However, no one knew that him acquiring this position almost had cost him his life. After thinking about the struggles boss had encountered, Li Shiyu rejoiced that he made the decision to come. At least when boss goes to the front lines, he would be able to nurse boss's body when he returned back after a tough battle. While he was praising himself in his head, his hands didn't stop moving as he prepared 2 vials of Nuwa agents before handing them to Ling Lan. Ling Lan calmly took them off Li Shiyu's hands and drank them immediately. With Nuwa agent by her side, her recovery speed would increase by quite a lot. In a place that was fraught with danger, quickly recovering can ensure her own battle strength and safety. Ling Lan quickly absorbed most of the Nuwa agent's effects. The rest of the effects must be absorbed slowly. The amount of Nuwa agent Li Shiyu had given her was very precise. If there was any more, her body wouldn't be able to absorb it, which would be a waste. After all, this was not the Federation. Li Shiyu had the ability of creating the agent, but here he didn't have the materials to create any more. In a barren place like this, Nuwa agents were basically equivalent to another life, so they must not waste even a drop of it. Feeling her condition becoming much better, Ling Lan placed her attention on Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran. Yesterday, when she was deflecting the suspicion on her from the 13 lords, she didn't have any time to speak to them in detail. Now, the danger had passed, so Ling Lan was in the mood to speak with them. "You probably already know roughly what I want to do. Tell me, are you planning on going back or staying?" asked Ling Lan in a straightforward manner. "You want to make use of this barren land?" Tang Ningyu asked with a disapproving expression. "Will that be of any use? You should return to the Federation with us instead. The position of General of the 23rd Division is waiting for you. Your future shouldn't be wasted in such a barren place." "What's the military headquarters answer for my father's death?" asked Ling Lan coldly. Tang Ningyu was silenced by Ling Lan's oddly piercing words. He didn't know how to respond. "Just say it. Although I already know what they did, I still want to know how despicable they can be." Ling Lan pulled on her sleeves as her expression turned colder than normal. Looking at the sight before them, Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran felt that the icy cold Major General Ling from the past had returned. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran looked at each other with vigilance. Then, in the end, Mu Chaoran bit his lip as he said, taking on the enemy without being given any orders to engage. Dealing with private matters over performing his duties. Great, great, great. Ling Lan laughed angrily. Her malevolent aura quickly exploded outwards. Ugh. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran's chests felt as if a fist had ruthlessly struck them. A mouthful of blood instantly came out from their mouths. Luckily, Ling Lan only fully let go for a slight moment. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't be just spitting out blood. On the other side, Li Xiyu, Han Shuya and Luo Chao were not even one bit affected. Despite being overly angry, she didn't lose her rationality. Her force of presence was still controlled perfectly. It was only sent towards Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu. That's the military headquarters for you. In the Twilight Empire, which one of the steps that my father took wasn't after careful planning and thought? If it wasn't for their devious scheme, why would he leave a winning battle to come and save me? Ling Lan laughed out maniacally. Even though it is all their fault, they not only push away all responsibility for their crimes, they even dirty the name of my father. Tell me, what can I do against a completely corrupt military headquarters if I go back? I probably would become a puppet that they can toss back and forth. However, you can't resolve General Ling's grievances by being here, shouted Mu Chaoran. He didn't want Ling Lan to walk a crooked path. The stronger Ling Lan became, the more afraid he was that she would walk the wrong path. If that day were to come, it would be the end of the Federation. I can't now, but it doesn't mean I can't go back in the future, Ling Lan regained her composure and said in a calm expression. The anger she had festering in her body seemed to have disappeared. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran stared blankly after hearing those words. Mu Chaoran recovered quicker of the two. You want to take over the lawless lands? That's impossible. Only by becoming the king of the lawless lands, would Ling Lan have the qualifications to negotiate with the Federation. Then, there would be hope for the military headquarters to give some leeway and right the wrong they did to Ling Xiao. Why would it be impossible? I'm already one of the 13 lords, asked Ling Lan. It's impossible. No matter if it's the Federation, Caesar, or any other nations, they won't allow the lawless lands to have just one king, said Tang Ningyu with certainty. As the next generation leader who was developed by the Flying Dragon Special Forces, the database Tang Ningyu had access to was vast. For example, secrets regarding the lawless lands. I know. There's spies hidden in here from many nations. Once they discover danger, they would work with their home nation to create chaos and bloodshed. During the time on the lawless lands, Ling Lan had been reading through the documented events on the lawless lands. She had more or less discovered some patterns. Tang Ningyu's mouth moved, but in the end, no words came out of his mouth. In his mind, the Federation wouldn't resort to doing that. I also know that some of these spies have risen quite high here. For example, being the guardians of the 13 lords. While Ling Lan was speaking, she was also focused on Tang Ningyu's expression. Some may even have become one of the 13 lords. After those words were said, Tang Ningyu's eyes twitched a little. Despite it being hard to detect, how could it escape from Ling Lan's sharp eyes? Seeing that, Ling Lan narrowed her eyes and smirked. It was just as she had expected. In the past few days, Ling Lan had been thinking about an issue. It was clear that Lord Qian and Lord Kun were strong, but why had they never thought about unifying the lawless lands? With the strength of the Lord Qian and Kun, it was definitely possible. Unless, Lord Qian wasn't in the God realm like the rumors said. However, all of the documented information showed that the possibility of Lord Qian had entered the God realm was highly likely. Lord Kun, who just fought with Ling Lan, was clearly halfway into the God realm. Someone who could be respected by someone who was halfway into the God realm, other than an actual God realm individual, there was no other exception. The fight with Lord Kun wasn't just to buy her more time. Ling Lan was also using that fight to determine Lord Qian's real strength. Both sides were probing each other. Perhaps Ling Lan fell into the trap of believing the fake facade the opponent had purposely created. However, Ling Lan had always been cautious. She would rather assume her opponents to be stronger than her than to think they were weaker. The only thing that could scare Lord Qian from unifying the lawless was definitely the person or people pulling the strings behind the 13 lords. Or perhaps Lord Qian himself was also a spy. This prediction seemed absurd, but after careful thought, it was a possibility. 1,385 damage. It was highly likely the lawless lands being in a messy state was because of that possibility. A treaty of alliance between the 13 lords, but on the surface, they flooded each other's land, pillaging, killing, raiding, doing everything possible to make it seem that peace would be impossible between the 13 lords, and the reason for them doing so. They wasted countless lives of innocent citizens with terror just to create an image of an unstable land to throw off the surveillance being put on them by the other nations. So what if spies were embedded in their power structure? They had spent their entire youth, maybe even their entire life at the lawless lands. Ultimately, humans were slaves to their emotions, and as time passed by, emotions would change. When people obtained positions of power, they would be more susceptible to their selfish desires, abandoning what they had in the Federation just to fulfill their selfish desires here. All in all, people's intent would change over time. The 13 lords are very interesting. Ling Lan smiled. We have a lot of time. We can slowly dig deeper into them, and I'm sure there'll definitely be something. Tang Ningyu calmed down and took a deep breath. He said, Lieutenant General Ling, I hope that you can consider this carefully. You're one of the 13 lords now, but it won't affect the overall power structure of the entire lawless lands. Hence, the nations won't act when they receive the news. But, when they realize that you have the intention of unifying the lawless lands, they will definitely get rid of you at all costs. There is no question in that. We won't let them know my intention then. Ling Lan smiled at Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran ambiguously. Are you planning to tell them what I said to the Federation? Tang Ningyu pursed his lips tightly. The emotions in his gaze were complicated. He couldn't decide what he should do in that instant. After remaining quiet for some time, he finally replied, the order I received is to protect you. The spies have nothing to do with me. In the end, he still lost to his feelings for Pei Xiaoyun. He only interacted with Pei Xiaoyun for a short 1 month and met with his real identity a few times after that. By right, he shouldn't have such a deep emotional attachment to him. However, in the depths of his mind, the innocent smile and the eyes that trusted him fully would always appear in his mind whenever he tried to ignore him. Because of this feeling of guilt, he was unable to do anything harmful to the real identity of Pei Xiaoyun. Forget it, he should just pretend that he didn't know anything. He was supposed to watch over the Ling Lan, not the lawless lands. Why should he care? Also, if Ling Lan was able to hide the truth from the tight surveillance and unify the lawless lands, that was his ability to do that. Tang Ningyu decided to be a bystander. As for Mu Chaoran, he wasn't as loyal to the Federation or to the Flying Dragon Special Forces as Tang Ningyu. Thus, he obviously wouldn't report Ling Lan to the Flying Dragon Special Forces. From the very beginning, he already decided to side with Ling Lan. Plus, a hacker like Ling Lan wouldn't let them have any opportunity to leak the news out. The two of them understood this point, so they chose not to do anything. They were already Ling Lan's guests, so they wouldn't be so stupid as to become his prisoner. Li Lanfeng, who had stayed in the chaotic lands for 3 months, finally compiled all the supplies Ling Lan needed with the help of Xia Qingyi. He yearned to go back to Ling Lan, so he left the port the same night and rushed all the way to the lawless lands. By the time he arrived at the lawless lands, he had already left Ling Lan for 5 months. The moment Li Lanfeng reached the port of lawless lands, he called the manager of the port to look after the 3 transport ships. After he settled everything he needed to do, he rushed all the way back to the Rainbow Palace. This was the first time he left Ling Lan for so long. He missed Ling Lan so much that he almost went mad. 1 day apart feels like 3 autumns. Li Lanfeng finally had a taste of what this felt like. He dashed straight to Ling Lan's room. He knew that if there wasn't any matter for him to deal with, Ling Lan would most probably be cultivating or resting in his room. Ling Lan. Li Lanfeng pushed the door open and shouted happily. Ah, Big Brother Li is back. A pleasant voice much like the gentle sounds of a wind chime floated over. Li Lanfeng stopped in his tracks abruptly. The joy on his face disappeared instantly and his expression turned cold. But, the next second, a smile appeared on his face again. His aura turned gentle. It's Luo Chao. Yes, it must be because the Jialan ship had arrived. He missed Ling Lan so much that he forgot all about the Jialan ship. They needed Luo Chao to merge with Jialan in order for them to send the supplies within such a tight time limit. Why are you in boss's room? This was the matter Li Lanfeng was most concerned about. Even if she was boss's fiancée, they should avoid arousing those rumors, right? Boss asked Shuya and I to move in together with him, Luo Chao said shyly. Although they knew that boss was a lady, others didn't. Thus, when they moved in, everyone would definitely think that they were already boss's women. In actual fact, this was indeed the case. Luo Chao's words made Li Lanfeng's heart ache tremendously. His heart couldn't bear such torment. Si Khan, he wasn't able to say the word congratulations, no matter how hard he gritted his teeth. Li Lanfeng didn't say anything, but Luo Chao understood what he wanted to say. Her face immediately turned hot. Fortunately, she still remembered the order Ling Lan gave her. She said hurriedly, "Boss asked you to meet him in the study." Although Ling Lan's decision would cause some misunderstanding, Luo Chao and Han Shuya knew that this was Boss's way of protecting them. There were too many powerful people in the Rainbow Palace. All of them were unruly and belonged to the previous Lord General. They didn't dare to create any trouble now because they succumbed to Boss's frightening strength, but that didn't mean that they might not do something stupid. For instance, they might challenge Ling Lan's subordinates to crack down Ling Lan's powerful image. The two ladies were on the weaker side, so they were easy targets for these people. When someone wasn't strong enough, their identity became even more important. Li Lanfeng forced the heart-throbbing pain back into the recesses of his body when he heard this. He quickly turned around and dashed into Ling Lan's study. The moment he entered the room, he heard Ling Lan's indifferent voice. "You are back." Hearing the words, Li Lanfeng felt warmth in his heart. Ling Lan's words seemed to have appeased the throbbing pain a little. "I didn't expect your two fiancés to come." Li Lanfeng had already lost his cool. He didn't choose to report his work but instead, insisted on finding the truth. Luo Chao came, so it would be weird if Xia didn't come. Ling Lan looked at Li Lanfeng in surprise. With Li Lanfeng's intelligence, he should be able to guess what had happened easily. "I thought that Qi Long wouldn't bear to let her go." Li Lanfeng couldn't control his desire to tamper their relationship, so he acted decisively. Ling Lan was shocked. "What do you mean?" Li Lanfeng rubbed his forehead in frustration. He seemed to regret what he said without thinking just now. "I knew Xia likes Qi Long. Are you saying Qi Long likes her too?" Ling Lan was happy. She didn't want her two younger sisters to really become her fake wives. If there were really people who liked them without fearing that they would offend her or get beaten to death by her, and she felt that the man was good too, she didn't mind letting her younger sisters go. Ling Lan had more expressions than normal, but the greater the fluctuations in her emotions, the colder her expression became. This made it harder for people to understand her true emotions. Hence, in Li Lanfeng's eyes, Ling Lan looked angry. As expected, Ling Lan liked women. He liked his two fiancées. 1386 The result of hunger. At this realization, Li Lanfeng was in despair. Did this mean that he doesn't have any hope at all? No. Nothing is certain until the last moment. I still have a chance. I must have. Li Lanfeng's eyes were sparkling. Initially, he was planning on progressing their relationship slowly. He wanted to ingrain himself into Ling Lan's heart with baby steps. However, the arrival of Luo Chao and Han Shuya lit a fire under his butt. He now understood he must take the initiative. If not, he would lose everything. In the past, I unintentionally noticed that Qi Long's gaze is a little special when he looks at Shuya. That's why I took notice of it. The moment Li Lanfeng decided to take the initiative, he wouldn't be soft-hearted. Qi Long has been hiding it from me very well. Ling Lan controlled her urge to roll her eyes as she spoke calmly. It was no surprise that they were starting to look for love since they were now adults. She still remembered in the past when Han Shuya confessed to Qi Long. That brat rejected her directly with the reason of wanting to focus on becoming stronger. I think he's just afraid of offending you. After all, Shuya is your woman. Even if Qi Long really likes her, he won't dare to say it. Li Lanfeng pushed forward secretly again. You know that I was heavily injured at that time, so I had to accept Luo Chao and Shuya's care under those circumstances. My family rule is like this, so I must abide by it. But, if the two of them like each other, I can't heartlessly break them up, right? But, the brat's performance really disappoints me. He is really bad, Ling Lan said angrily. Was she so unreasonable in Qi Long's eyes? Maybe the more you love someone, the harder it is to break the status quo. Plus, Qi Long has respected you ever since he was young. He takes you as his elder brother. He might feel bad if he troubled you with his love struggles. Li Lanfeng pretended to be speaking up for Qi Long. I have to thank you for telling me this, Li Lanfeng. Ling Lan felt thankful in her heart. She didn't believe that Li Lanfeng had a slip of his tongue. He must have discovered something, so he used this chance to remind her. Ling Lan lifted her right hand and rubbed the middle of her eyebrows. In the future, she might have to worry about her younger sister's marriage to prevent some men from snatching them away when she wasn't paying attention. Although Qi Long was a brother she groomed personally, in this case, she would stand on her younger sister's side. If anyone dared to bully her younger sisters, even if they were her brothers, she would beat them up. Li Lanfeng saw this and hurried forward. He stood behind Ling Lan and helped her to massage her temples. Actually, there's no need to be angry. You should know that you're the dream lover of all the women in the Federation. If you want, there will be a line of women waiting to marry you, Li Lanfeng comforted Ling Lan softly. He was afraid that the issue he said would make Ling Lan unhappy. The Federation? Dream lover? Isn't that talking about my father? Ling Lan felt speechless. Everyone envied her, but to her, this was nothing to be happy about. That's the generation before us. 2 years ago, the military did a survey. The person that the ladies in our generation wanted to marry the most is you. Li Lanfeng's heart was dripping blood. If he had a choice, he didn't want to say this. This meant that he had many potential love rivals, too many. What made him the most frustrated was that he still reminded Ling Lan about it voluntarily. Li Lanfeng felt that in this relationship, all of his actions were getting dumber by the second. You mean that without Han Shuya, there will still be many ladies waiting for me to pick? Ling Lan finally understood why Li Lanfeng said this to her. She found it infuriating and funny at the same time. She felt touched too. Without a doubt, Li Lanfeng was worried that Qi Long and Han Shuya's issue would hurt her, so he took great care to console her with those words. You said it. Li Lanfeng pushed the blame away from him instantly. I'm not a stud, Ling Lan said with disdain. One wife is enough for me. Also, I don't have the heart to think about these now. This is what I've discovered during this period of time. Lanfeng, take a look at it. Ling Lan quickly ended the useless conversation and took a file from her table. She passed it to Li Lanfeng, who was behind her. Li Lanfeng took the file and quickly read through it. About a minute later, he closed the file. What do you think? Ling Lan leaned back on her chair and turned her chair to face Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng placed the file back on the table and contemplated for a while before replying, the waters in the lawless lands are very deep. It's deeper than we expected. You see it too. The corners of Ling Lan's lips moved up slightly. That's because the information you chose is very useful. It's all very scattered, but once you put them together, you'll still be able to notice a link between them. Admiration flashed past Li Lanfeng's eyes. The difficulty has increased, but this is an opportunity for us too. Ling Lan's eyes shone brightly. At first, she thought that she would need at least 8 to 10 years to complete her goal, but from the looks of it, if she planned her steps properly, she might be able to reach her goal faster. Li Lanfeng said, diverting attention. Ling Lan said, substituting one for another. The two of them came up with their opinions simultaneously. When they heard each other's words, they exchanged a glance and smiled. Their plans were different, but they knew that the result was the same. Recently, the entire Rainbow Palace was very busy, from the top all the way to the bottom. Whether it was the authoritative figures of the Rainbow Palace, or the maids, all of them very extremely busy. During this time, the biggest change was the life of the maids. At the start, they always lowered their heads in fear, but now, they were able to look straight into anyone's eyes. Anyone, including the men under the other 13 lords or the authoritative figures in the Rainbow Palace, felt their hearts shaking if they laid their eyes on these maids. The maids were able to be so confident. Yes, and it was all because they were the personal guards of Lord Zhen's wives. That's right, those maids who didn't have any pride, the maids that could be bullied by anyone in the past, were gathered by the 2 wives of Lord Zhen. Out of boredom, they gathered the maids to train them into their personal guards. The 2 wives even set a rule. The maids had to come to training every morning. All their work would be shifted to the afternoon. No one was supposed to disturb them during their training. What? What about those team leaders, managers, or guardians who didn't have anyone serving them? Nothing would happen. If they couldn't accept this, they could find Lord Zhen for their maids. This was the oppressive reply the 2 wives gave them. Such actions undoubtedly ignited people's anger. So unsurprisingly, the infuriated group of guardians and managers went to look for Lord Zhen to give them an answer. They looked for a long time and finally found their Lord Zhen in the kitchen. When they saw him, they were all dumbstruck. The powerful Lord Zhen in their memory was raising a kitchen knife and gesturing the knife at a fish on the chopping board. He seemed to be considering how he should cut the fist. He looked, a little disheveled. When Lord Jen saw them, he asked calmly, "What's the matter?" When he found out what they were here for, he replied with a question. "Don't you have hands? So, you go make your own breakfast. Do you understand?" Lord Jen growled furiously at them. He looked like a malevolent devil coming from the depths of hell. No one dared to protest anymore. After everyone calmed down and analyzed the situation, they instantly understood that the malicious gaze from their Lord Jen was because he was too hungry. 1387 Wanted do. Ling Lan laid lazily on her soft couch. She felt like she received a new life. At the side, there were no leftovers on the plates. A pair of slender and beautiful hands were tidying the table carefully. "I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good." Ling Lan was in a good mood. Her eyes were curved upwards like the beautiful crescent moon. This scene was entirely different from Ling Lan's usual cold and proper image. Somehow, it was still mesmerizing. At the rare sight, Li Lanfeng's hands trembled slightly. The plates he was holding almost slid off his trembling hands. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. He exerted force on his fingers, managing to nip the plate between his fingers. Luckily, he didn't embarrass himself in front of Ling Lan. "In the past, I lived alone, so if I want to eat something, I have to figure it out myself," Li Lanfeng replied calmly. He wouldn't tell Ling Lan that in order to win his heart over, he secretly learned many new techniques. Cooking skills was ranked the #1 technique you had to know when chasing someone, so he definitely learned it well. This was the kind of person Li Lanfeng was. If he decided to do something, he would do it to perfection. His hard work finally paid off. Li Lanfeng waited for a long time to show off his cooking skills, and the chance came. When he knew that Ling Lan was figuring out how to cook in the kitchen, Li Lanfeng prepared an elaborate breakfast for him. However, he didn't send the food over directly, instead he waited until Ling Lan almost exploded in anger because of her hunger. Then, he would swoop in like an angel descending from heaven, gracing Ling Lan with food that could save her life. As expected, Ling Lan was extremely touched. Li Lanfeng was indeed very scheming. He loved Ling Lan crazily, but when he should be composed, he remained calm and calculated how he could get the most out of this serving of breakfast. "You're really impressive. I tried to learn how to cook many times but I kept failing." Ling Lan looked at Li Lanfeng in admiration. She had already realized that her talent in cooking was close to nil. She reckoned she inherited this gene from her mother. Luckily, her father's cooking skills were amazing. "You don't have to worry about such small matters. It's a waste of your effort." Li Lanfeng smiled. "In the future, I can be in charge of your breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That'd be great. Thank you as always, Lanfeng." Ling Lan smiled in satisfaction. This would really solve her greatest difficulty. These past few days, she was really very hungry. Mind you, she had a huge appetite ever since she was young. If you stopped her from eating, she would really turn berserk. She didn't know how Luo Chao and Han Shuya came up with the idea to train the maids. Ling Lan couldn't help but recalled what happened a few days ago. "Boss." Luo Chao and Han Shuya rushed into her study room excitedly. "What the matter?" Ling Lan put down the things she was doing and asked them with her raised head. "We thought of what to do," Han Shuya shouted happily. For the past 3 months, they could only stay in Ling Lan's room. If they wanted to go out, they had to make ample preparations. Ling Lan had to send a few powerful guardians to protect them or send Xiao Jun or Luo Lang to do it. There were just too many dangers in the lawless lands. No one knew what would happen if they went out. Plus, Ling Lan was still reorganizing the various factions in Lord Zhen's territory. Where there was suppression, there would be resistance. At places where they couldn't see with their eyes, the battles never stopped. Ling Lan had to be careful. 1 or 2 days were easy to bear, but once they stayed here longer, Han Shuya and Luo Chao got bored. Of course, they were people who were able to restrain themselves. They knew they shouldn't create trouble for boss at this time, so they didn't say anything to her. However, Ling Lan was always concerned about her 2 younger sisters, so she soon realized their boredom. Thus, she asked them to look for meaningful things to do in the Rainbow Palace. Her younger sisters were very obedient. They decided on the spot that they should go back and think about this carefully. They thought deeply for more than 10 days. They took so long that Ling Lan wanted to give them things to do. But, the 2 of them finally found an answer. Ling Lan allowed them to think of a fun activity to do because she wanted to train them. She wanted them to learn how to quickly find their position in a new environment. This was how Xie was trained in the past. Fine, tell me what you have thought of. After all, you have thought for a really long time. Ling Lan put down the documents in her hands and teased them. Luo Chao glanced at Han Shuya. Han Shuya opened her mouth and said, "Boss, we have been studying the ranking system of the lawless lands. This is a place where strength determines your status. Powerful people will have a better life. In an organization, they will be able to sit in high positions and enjoy more authority and benefit. Just like the nations in the central region, ladies are at the bottom of the social status. Their lives are probably worse than the ladies living in the central nations. In the lawless lands, the lowest beings, the maids, are women. Women can be sold and killed whenever people want. They are treated like animals." Luo Chao's expression was sorrowful and furious. This place was a woman's hell. Unless they met a good husband, no one would have a good ending. The women that had better lives were the maids of the 13 lords. No wonder the women in the lawless lands turned crazy in order to be placed on the waiting list when the 13 lords choose their maids every year. Those parents who loved their daughter were willing to spend a huge sum of money to buy a waiting list position. Those without money would kill to get a position. But, in actual fact, the women in the lawless lands are not as weak as the people from the central regions. After Brother Shiyu's experiments, we realized that the special climate and environment of the lawless lands caused a rise in people's physical constitutions here. This doesn't just apply to men. It applies to women too, Luo Chao continued speaking. It looks like you really did your homework. You even bother our extremely busy military doctor. Ling Lan smiled mysteriously at Luo Chao. Only she was able to ask Li Shiyu for a favor. If you asked who's the person who doted on Luo Chao the most in Ling Tian, it wasn't her. It wasn't Luo Chao's blood-related brother, Luo Lang either. Instead, it was their military doctor, Li Shiyu. He had always loved her like his blood-related younger sister. I didn't. Brother Shiyu was already analyzing the special environment of the lawless lands. He knew that I needed it, so he gave me the result of his research, Luo Chao replied hurriedly. She just went to find Brother Shiyu and coincidentally, the thing he was researching on was what she needed. I'll believe whatever you say then. Ling Lan shrugged. What else could she do? This was her beloved younger sister. She couldn't expose her, right? Boss, Luo Chao and Han Shuya said simultaneously. Fine, fine, fine. Ling Lan quickly raised her hands to surrender in front of the whining Luo Chao and Han Shuya. Continue speaking. Her younger sister's whining skills were really powerful. Even though she was a woman, she couldn't handle it. Ling Lan really felt worried about the men who liked her younger sisters. 1388 Very shameless. We performed an examination on the physical constitutions of the maids in the palace, and we found out that most of them have physical constitutions that are as strong as the both of us. Some even have better physiques than us. Han Shuya's eyes lit up as she recounted their findings, as this finding made them exceptionally exhilarated. So, Ling Lan seemed to understand what they wanted to do. So, we decided to train these maids to let them understand that women can take charge of their own lives too, and that they are not inferior to anyone, not even to their male counterparts. Han Shuya clenched his fist as she spoke excitedly. In the past, we were able to form an all-female combat team in Lingtian. Today, we will form an army of capable women that will strike fear into whoever hears of their name. Luo Chao took a step forward as she puffed up her chest confidently. Her face was already red in excitement and her eyes were sparkling brightly as she envisioned the future of her successful army. Have you formulated a plan for your goal? Ling Lan thought for a moment and asked. We've already done it. Boss, please take a look at it. Han Shuya quickly took out the proposal they prepared and passed it to Ling Lan. Looking at the nervous and anticipating faces of Han Shuya and Luo Chao, Ling Lan let out a wide smile like a proud mom would and said, You really made ample preparations. You even have the proposal ready. Han Shuya scratched her head and smiled foolishly in reply. Ling Lan carefully read through the carefully written and well thought out words and snickered a little. It looks like you didn't just use my military doctor. You even brought in my strategist. Ling Lan smiled ambiguously at Luo Chao and Han Shuya again. No, we did not. We really didn't. Lanfeng just felt that our idea is very good but is lacking in some aspects, so he kindly offered us some pointers to improve on the plan. Han Shuya wiped away the cold sweat off her forehead. In reality, they really did use boss's name to ask many of her loyal subordinates to help come up with this meticulous plan. It's fine. Anyways, the proposal is very detailed. The timeline is thoroughly planned out and segmented well too. If you can persist with this plan, you might really see some great results. Every aspect of the proposal was written clearly, and issues that might come up were already geared up with contingency plans to resolve them. If they followed the proposal, there would be no problem. But, even still, it was quite unexpected for Li Lanfeng to help them with their proposal. What was even more surprising was that she could tell he had spent a significant amount of effort to write this proposal. Ling Lan knew Li Lanfeng well enough to tell that he wasn't a person who would do tasks that were of no benefit to him unless she was the one who ordered him to. Without her direct order, Li Lanfeng would reject anyone who required his expertise. Even if he couldn't coldly reject the person entirely because of their relationship, he would just come up with some half-assed plans and be done with it. At that time, Ling Lan didn't actually understand why Li Lanfeng would help Han Shuya and Luo Chao so much. Now, after satiating her hunger, it was as if a hemorrhage in her brain had been unblocked. Ideas of why Li Lanfeng would help them surfaced in her mind until only one idea persisted. Were you the one who gave Luo Chao and Shuya the idea to train the maids? Ling Lan immediately sat up straight from the sofa. Her eyes narrowed as she thought, so this is the fellow who caused me to be hungry for so many days. Why did I even feel grateful towards him in the first place? Not really, Li Lanfeng said with an innocent face. However, his innocent baby face didn't work on Ling Lan as she smiled coldly. If it wasn't you, who suggested the idea then? Anyways, why would you be so kind as to help them write up an entire proposal in the first place? Humph, are you trying to fool me? Don't you know I understand you the best? What a sneaky guy. HNNG. It is a long story. Li Lanfeng gently and meticulously wiped the coffee table as he replied calmly, when I came back, I kept noticing them sighing every day. I can't bear to see them like this, so I asked them what happened. So, you gave them this stupid idea? Ling Lan asked in frustration. No, Li Lanfeng gave a wrong puppy-eyed look. After hearing their concerns, I suggested Luo Chao and Shuya to return to the Jialan ship. After all, they are the captain and vice-captain of the ship. They can go back and train their little soldiers to pass time. Luo Lang will also be able to come back. Plus, I think Luo Lang is more suited to stay here. But, they can't go back now. The Jialan ship was now kept under tight surveillance from all the factions in the lawless lands. Luckily, everyone thought that Luo Lang was the captain of the Jialan ship. With him being a titled domain formidable warrior and having an ace mecha clan at his beck and call, were enough to deter any more from doing any shady business. If they revealed Luo Chao and Han Shuya as the true captains of the ship, trouble would come right on their doorsteps the very next day. Ling Lan wasn't afraid of those direct confrontations, but she was very afraid of the secret schemes they could cook up to mess with the two ladies. So, even though it pained her seeing her sisters so sad, she had to keep Luo Chao and Han Shuya in her room. I know, so I asked them to cultivate whenever they have the time to improve their personal strength. Only when they have the capability to protect themselves and the people around them, can they be released. Li Lanfeng smiled. He appeared as if he was really thinking for his younger sisters. Hadn't they been doing that for the past 3 months? Ling Lan glared at Li Lanfeng angrily. What he said achieved nothing but confused her in a giant loop. In the end, wasn't he saying the same thing? Yes. I just said it would be more tolerable if there are people training with them. Li Lanfeng shrugged. His expression was extremely innocent. I just said this sentence at the end. Huh, so you're saying Luo Chao and Han Shuya were enlightened by your words and decided to train the maids? Ling Lan scoffed. Do you think I'm so easy to fool? No. I might be able to fool anyone else, but I can't fool you, Ling Lan. Li Lanfeng sighed. Aren't you the one who understands me the most? Ling Lan just looked at him coldly. Fine, I concede. I did say something else. Li Lanfeng raised his hands to surrender. He felt bitter in his heart. How frustrating. Why can't I hide anything from him? Rabbit really understood him very well. He might be unable to escape from his grasp in his entire life. I told them I missed the Lingtian Independent Army. If we were there, they would be able to lead their army of females to challenge the other battle teams for some fun. They won't be so bored there. Li Lanfeng finally told her the truth. I knew the root of the problem lies in you. Ling Lan felt strange that Han Shuya and Luo Chao would suddenly have the idea of training the maids in the palace when they never thought about this for the past 3 months. Now, she found the culprit who foiled her breakfast and lunch in the past few days. But, why did you suggest such a bad idea? Ling Lan felt speechless. The maids all went to train, leaving no one behind to cook until it was late afternoon. If Li Lanfeng didn't help with her breakfast and lunch, she would have to resort to using her non-existent cooking skills. Ling Lan felt her heart clogging just thinking about it. I didn't expect you to agree. Li Lanfeng pulled a long face. He looked as if he really did mention it casually. You've already written such a good proposal. How can I not agree to it? Ling Lan felt even more frustrated. If you didn't want it to happen, why would you write such a thorough proposal? She couldn't even find a reason to reject them. That's because you will be looking at it. Li Lanfeng appeared even more innocent. If I didn't write it properly, you might think that my skills have decreased. I will feel very wronged if you really think that. Huh? Your skills are decreasing. I'll thank you if you stop being so good at shamelessly scheming against people. Ling Lan rolled her eyes at Li Lanfeng with an annoyed expression. His words were too fake. He obviously created this mess but he shamelessly denied it. Thank you for your compliment. Ling Lan was completely defeated by Li Lanfeng's proud look when he complimented his shamelessness. 1389 reliable. Li Lanfeng's smile broke a little when he noticed that Ling Lan's expression was still frosty. He conceded in the end, fine, it's my fault. I'm willing to make up for my mistake. I'll take care of all your meals from now on, is that all right? At least, you're smart when it comes to appeasing me, Ling Lan replied in satisfaction. If Li Lanfeng didn't dare to admit his mistake, she would definitely drag him to the training room next door and teach him a good lesson. Her attitude must be too good recently. All of them were starting to rebel. Li Lanfeng laughed softly when he heard this. He carried a pile of plates and chopsticks and left Ling Lan's room. The moment he stepped out of the door, Li Lanfeng's smile curled up even higher. He appeared a little arrogant. His immaculate scheme allowed his plan of pursuit to finally go on full gear. First, he gave Han Shuya and Luo Chao some work to do so they didn't have to stay with Ling Lan all the time. Now, without them constantly reminding him that Ling Lan had 2 fiancées, he would be able to imprint himself deeper into Ling Lan's heart without interruption. He now had more time to spend with Ling Lan with him being in charge of Ling Lan's 3 meals. Li Lanfeng never thought of just making breakfast and lunch for Ling Lan. He was so greedy that he wanted to take care of her dinner too. He wanted Ling Lan to fall in love with his cooking. It would be the best if Ling Lan got addicted to his cooking. That way, Ling Lan wouldn't be able to leave him for his entire life. Since he had already decided to chase a husband that had a difficulty grade of SSS+, Li Lanfeng knew that he had to use all kinds of methods while using a multi-pronged approach to break down the defenses in Ling Lan's heart. Li Lanfeng never thought that he would fail. To win or die trying. He would either live a loving life with Ling Lan or die. Ling Lan didn't know that the strategist she trusted the most actually had such evil thoughts towards her. She didn't have much experience with romantic relationships, so she didn't notice the bad intentions behind Li Lanfeng's current actions. After half a year of reorganization, Ling Lan finally took control of most of Lord Zhen's territory. She took care of all those people and factions that had evil underlying intentions. Of course, this kind of reorganization resulted in a series of bloodbath. The people that acted were mostly Luo Lang, Zhao Jun, Tang Ningyu, and Mu Chaoran. Their methods when executing these bloodbaths were merciless and vicious. Soon, their feared names started to spread across the lawless lands, and soon they were deemed as the 4 heavenly kings. No one knew the names of these executioners, so they were given titles that used their individual unique appearance to differentiate them. They were, Pretty Heavenly King, Luo Lang, Violent Heavenly King, Zhao Jun, Cold Heavenly King, Tang Ningyu, and Smiling Heavenly King, Mu Chaoran. All the leaders of the various factions in the lawless lands knew about the 4 heavenly kings. They were Lord Zhen's most trusted confidants. Although there were 10 guardians at the Rainbow Palace, they belonged to the previous Lord Zhen, so they obviously would need some time to win over the trust of the new Lord Zhen. The only guardian that the current Lord Zhen trusted more was Ji Ming. Even Yu Shangfei, who accepted the new Lord Zhen right at the start, lost to Ji Ming in terms of the trust given to them by Lord Zhen. Everyone thought that Yu Shangfei would be unwilling to accept this unfair treatment and would argue for his fair share of trust, but unexpectedly, Yu Shangfei voluntarily took a step back and listened to Ji Ming like a subordinate would. The other guardians of the Rainbow Palace were extremely astounded when they saw such a scene. It should be known that when they were still following the previous Lord Zhen, Yu Shangfei was the right-hand man while Ji Ming was more on the sidelines. They didn't know that the reason Yu Shangfei suppressed his unhappiness was because he didn't have any confidence to outperform Ji Ming, who told him to turn his coat on Ling Lan so early on. Although the new Lord Zhen had told him to redeem himself by good service and didn't really punish him, the initial wrong move caused him to lose Ling Lan's trust. If he wanted to turn the tides around, he needed to perform well in the future. During such a situation where his position was unstable, how would he dare to create any trouble? He had to tuck his tail between his legs and keep a low profile. The old and new of the Rainbow Palace had a harmonious relationship with each other. Surprisingly, they actually didn't engage in internal strife, and it was all because the new Lord Zhen didn't discriminate against the followers of the previous Lord General. Although he didn't really trust them, he still allowed them to remain in their positions while building a few new powerful teams to let his close confidants be the leaders. When distributing miscellaneous missions, he still used the old guards. When he needed to strike hard and suppress those restless factions, he would use his confidants. Since the 4 heavenly kings were really young, everyone including the other 12 lords, were waiting to see them make a laughing stock out of themselves. They wanted to see Ling Lan failing and embarrassing himself. However, although these 4 young men were young, their strength were on par with titled domain realm formidable warriors like them. Not only did they complete the missions Ling Lan assigned to them, they also earned a feared name for themselves. The people that didn't take the new Lord Zhen to heart didn't dare to underestimate him anymore after seeing the performance of these 4 young men. But, in the lawless lands, peace was only temporary, and soon, Ling Lan and her men welcomed their first problem. Are you saying that the goods that we transported back this time were snatched by Lord Li's men? Ling Lan was shocked when she heard the emergency report by Ji Ming. Ji Ming nodded. Based on the timeline, it's time for a battle royale. Hearing the term, Ling Lan remembered the information she tidied up a few days ago. She raised her eyebrows and said, a scuffle every 3 months, a battle every 6 months, and battle royale every year? Yes. In the past few months, because of your new position, our people suppressed themselves very much. Hence, the scuffle didn't happen, Ji Ming replied. So, will it be a battle or battle royale? Ling Lan needed to ask clearly. There was a difference between a battle and battle royale. If she didn't know which one it was, she might make the wrong decision. Based on their movements, it should be a battle royale. However, you just succeeded the throne, so I don't know what the other lords are thinking. Ji Ming wasn't very clear on the procedures when it came to the matters of a new lord, since there had not been a change in the 13 lords since he came here. A battle is a fight with one party, while battle royale is an all-for-nothing brawl with everyone involved. Ling Lan knocked on the handle of the ice throne and quickly started thinking of a solution. Let's discuss our plans on the basis that it will be a battle royale. At this moment, a gentle voice suggested behind her. It was Li Lanfeng who came in to send her lunch. Okay, let's do that. Ling Lan felt that this was the safer option. She nodded and said with a cold expression, Ji Ming, immediately bring 4 guardians and the battle teams under them to the battlefield at the borders. Let them enjoy a good fight with Lord Li's men. Yes, Lord Zhen, Ji Ming said excitedly. Without a doubt, this order meant that Lord Zhen trusted him completely. Lord Zhen gave him the right to command all the battle teams. Only a confidant could do this. Li Lanfeng looked at Ji Ming's back as he left the palace happily. Then, he retracted his gaze and turned to look at Ling Lan. He asked, is he reliable? Li Lanfeng left the lawless lands for a long time, so he didn't have a clear understanding of the old guards like Ji Ming and Yu Shangfei. Plus, Li Lanfeng was also a very suspicious person. Besides Ling Lan, he would suspect anyone else, much less trust them. You can give him about 60% of your trust. That's enough, Ling Lan replied indifferently. This was Ling Lan. She never totally trusted anyone. She just knew how to put them to good use. 1390 Collaboration. I think the likelihood of it being a battle is slim. It is much more likely for them to start a battle royale. Ling Lan raised her chopsticks and ate a few mouthfuls of her lunch before she continued. Yes. If they really did wish to start a battle royale, they will look for you. During this period, Li Lanfeng had formed his own secret intelligence team. It was in charge of gathering all kinds of information from the territories of the other lords. Ling Lan nodded and stopped talking. She focused on filling up her stomach. Li Lanfeng sat at the side and looked quietly at Ling Lan. Whenever he looked at Ling Lan, he wondered how good it would be if he could just continue staring at him for his entire life. Suddenly, Ling Lan hastened the speed of her chopsticks and finished the last bit of food. The moment she put down her chopsticks, a man in a purple gown appeared before her. What has happened for Lord Jin to grace my palace with his presence? Ling Lan calmly took the towel that Li Lanfeng passed over and wiped her hands slowly. Did Lord Li snatch your goods? Lord Jin smiled and asked. Yes. I want to know if this is a battle or the battle royale. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. In order to create the impression that the lawless lands were in chaos, the 13 lords collaborated with each other to create many games that were built on top of numerous corpses and pools of blood. As long as they were able to achieve the results they wanted, they didn't care how many injuries or casualties were caused. When Ling Lan realized this, she felt pity for the lowest dregs of the lawless lands as their fates were being in the hands of these cruel lords. However, now, she needed to be involved with those cruel lords. She really hated this feeling of helplessness. She felt contempt towards the 13 lords as well as those who feared the potential of the lawless lands. You're indeed a smart person. The other lords were wondering if we should inform you, but Lord Qian and Lord Kun said that you would have known about it already, so we don't need to make the extra effort, Lord Jin lamented. I'm just surprised. Since the 13 lords are already basically on the same side, why don't you just form an alliance and develop the lawless lands properly? Ling Lan asked. Her clear and transparent eyes made Lord Jin unsure if Ling Lan was testing him or if she was really curious about it. He contemplated for a moment before answering slowly, humans are hard to predict. No one can know when they will be backstabbed if they form an alliance. I see. None of you completely trust one another. Ling Lan nodded. Ling Lan's straightforward and direct answer stabbed right into Lord Jin's heart. Could we still have a friendly conversation? Do you trust us? Lord Jin refuted. Ling Lan pondered carefully before replying, I really can't. Lord Jin felt frustrated by the reply again. This fellow wasn't even willing to pretend to be friendly. He was really bad. Did you come because I am collaborating with you for this battle royale? Ling Lan noticed that Lord Jin didn't have the interest to chat further, so she went straight to the point and asked for his purpose of his visit. Clever. You understood everything without any explanations from me. Lord Jin gathered his composure. Maybe this youth was still young, so he hadn't learned how to be slick in his speech. He shouldn't make people feel so stifled when talking to him. Who is our opponent? Ling Lan asked curiously. She wanted to know how the 13 lords choose their enemies for a battle royale. This time, Lord Li and Lord Demon are on the same side, Lord Jin replied. This time? Ling Lan immediately caught the main point. Lord Jin looked at Ling Lan meaningfully. During all their conversations, this youth was able to catch the main point of his sentence every time. This sharpness was rarely seen among the younger generations he knew. Lord Jin already didn't plan to hide, so he nodded and said, we drew lots. And you chose me? Ling Lan smiled ambiguously. It looked like the other 12 lords admitted her identity as Lord Jen on the surface, but deep down, they still discriminated against outsiders. They didn't even call her during such an event and just let her fate be decided by random lots. Actually, as long as 6 lords have gathered, we can start drawing lots, Lord Jin explained why she wasn't invited. Ling Lan didn't know if he was speaking the truth or not. Is it a 2 versus 2 battle royale? The documents kept in the Rainbow Palace didn't explain the battle royale clearly. Thus, Ling Lan still had many questions regarding it. Since she had the chance to clarify her doubts now, she wouldn't miss it. She would ask everything she needed to ask. Not really. There would be 6 teams. Besides the team which had been decided right from the start to be our enemies, we can still form other relationships with the other teams, Lord Jin replied. Form relationships, they can be your enemies or your friends, right? Once again, Ling Lan detected the hidden meaning behind Lord Jin's words. Lord Jin was speechless. He was already so obscure with his words, but the other party was still able to accurately catch the important point. I understand. How do you want to fight? Ling Lan replied. Together. Lord Jin gave a helpless look. If it wasn't for this, why did he come here? I mean, are we splitting up to fight with one opponent each, or are we doing it together? Ling Lan felt helpless too. In Ling Tian, she didn't even need to talk. One look was enough for her comrades, whether it was Han Jijian or Li Lanfeng, even people like Qi Long, Zhao Jun, and Xie Yi were able to understand her intention and made the necessary arrangements. She didn't need to go into so much detail. Of course it's together. Based on Lord Li's temper, he won't likely split up. Lord Jin understood the other lords very well. Lord Li had a fiery temper. He liked to gather together and attack his opponent with all his might. As for Lord Demon, she didn't like to make any decisions, so normally, she would listen to what her partner preferred. Is Lord Li very bossy? Ling Lan asked when she noticed that Lord Jin only mentioned Lord Li but said nothing about Lord Demon. He's a little bossy, but that's because Lord Demon doesn't care about anything. Lord Jin smiled as he explained the reason. Really, Ling Lan was dumbfounded. She met Lord Demon before. That time, the impression that Lord Demon gave her wasn't that of a person who was easy to talk to. However, Lord Jin had known Lord Demon for more than 10 years. He would have a much deeper understanding of her, so Ling Lan decided to listen to Lord Jin's opinion temporarily. As for whether Lord Demon was really like what Lord Jin said, Ling Lan felt that she had the time to assess it personally. Oh, right. Whether it's the battle or the battle royale, the 13 lords never show their faces. When Lord Jin was leaving, he reminded Ling Lan. They don't show their faces. Ling Lan frowned. She felt worried about letting her comrades go onto the battlefield alone without her overlooking them. After all, the men under the various lords, whether it was their techniques or their physical skills, were all much stronger than her comrades. Ling Lan, no one can be 100% certain of what will happen on the battlefield. You need to let go when you should. If not, they won't have the chance to grow up. Li Lanfeng suddenly opened his mouth and said. You're right. Ling Lan's gaze turned cold instantly. She wanted to protect the people she loved, but she never thought of pampering or spoiling them. Ask Luo Lang, Mu Chaoran, and Tang Ningyu to lead their teams for battle. Let Zhao Jun lead the elite mecha battle team and follow behind them. Ling Lan gave her first battle command coldly. Yes. Li Lanfeng's expression turned stern too. He quickly changed into his subordinate mode and prepared to leave to inform his other comrades. Ling Lan abruptly stopped him and said, tell them that we don't do unfavorable trades. Li Lanfeng smiled immediately. I understand. As expected, Rabbit was still that cunning rabbit. He would never do anything that was unfavorable. Lord Li, you better take care of yourself. 1391 resolve it myself. Hey, what's your name? Luo Lang, who arrived at the battlefield and was still looking at his surroundings curiously, heard a voice ringing by his ears. Luo Lang turned around and saw a young man clad in purple clothing, looking at him with a smile on his face. Luo Lang stared at him indifferently. He didn't answer and continued to look at his surroundings. That proud, huh? The young man had an amused look on his face. In the past, as long as he flirted with a girl, that girl would be pleasantly surprised and become shy. They wouldn't be as cold as this one in front of him. Tang Ningyu nudged Mu Chaoran lightly with his elbow. Looks like someone doesn't want to live anymore. Oh, indeed. Mu Chaoran smiled as his eyes looked over with interest. Should we intervene? Asked Tang Ningyu as he looked at Luo Lang's impatient expression after being bothered by the young man clad in purple. Mu Chaoran gestured to Tang Ningyu to look at Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun didn't even do anything, so why are you in a hurry to do something? In the Rainbow Palace, possibly because knowing their agenda for coming here was not simple, Luo Lang and Zhao Jun weren't on the best of terms with Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran. They wouldn't even talk to each other unless there was business to be taken care of. Mu Chaoran was originally not a compassionate person. If they didn't bother him, then he wouldn't bother them. The only person who could make him bow down was probably Ling Lan. In contrast, despite Tang Ningyu's cold appearance, in reality, as long as things were not done too over the top, Tang Ningyu wouldn't take it to heart. He was much more friendly than Mu Chaoran. Zhao Jun heard Mu Chaoran's words, turned around and replied, it's fine. For this type of problem, Luo Lang is quite proficient in handling it. In Ling Tian, the leaders always dealt with their own business. Others would rarely lend a helping hand unless one person actually requested for help. This was a way of showing their trust in their comrades. After being harassed for quite a while, Luo Lang's patience was completely depleted, and in that instant, Luo Lang made a move. Bam! That young man was instantly slammed to the ground. Drive Master. From afar, a group of men clad in purple pounced towards Luo Lang. Humph. Luo Lang only snorted coldly, and those men were instantly sent flying into the air. They fell to the ground stack on top of each other, moaning and groaning in pain. In that moment, there actually wasn't one person who could stand up. The commotion alerted the other people from Lord Jin's group. After seeing Luo Lang beating down on the young man clad in purple, their expressions instantly changed. "You're taking this too far," a purple-cloaked elder suddenly appeared in front of Luo Lang and spoke in a cold voice. "I hate it when people bother me after I already refused to talk several times," Luo Lang replied without any fear in his voice. "Who are you?" asked the purple-cloaked elder cautiously when he sensed Luo Lang's force of presence being not much weaker than his own. "I work under Lord Jen," said Luo Lang calmly as he stood up. The purple-cloaked elder gestured to his subordinates to get Drive Master away from Luo Lang. Luo Lang didn't stop them from doing so. He even stepped back to make it easier for them to take Drive Master away. Lord Jen really has many amazing individuals working under him. I was just speaking to Guardian G about this matter. I didn't think that I would be able to see someone as strong as you this early on, said the purple-cloaked elder as he smiled. He used this opportunity to use Ji Ming's name to show that they held similar positions in each of their respective factions. However, his words didn't change Luo Lang's attitude towards him. He was still cold as ice. "Thank you for your compliment. However, even though we are cooperating, you still have to give us an explanation as to why you attacked Drive Master with no reason at all." Luo Lang's expression of indifference made the elder become fraught with anger. The tone of his voice clearly turned somewhat passive-aggressive. 1392 Sowing Seeds. Explanation. Luo Lang raised his eyebrows and laughed his heart out. The ethereal sight brightened up the eyes of everyone who was lucky enough to see it. In their eyes, the entire world suddenly turned radiant and bright. Suddenly, Luo Lang flicked his right hand out of everyone's vision. Following that, a dazzling white gleam flashed by the eyes of the spectators. The purple-cloaked elder, who was the target of the dazzling white gleam, quickly backed up a few meters in one step. Suddenly, a purple cloth slowly drifted down to the ground. Looking at the cloth, it was obvious the source of the cloth was from the elder. At that moment, Luo Lang was already holding an unsheathed sword in his right hand, the sword that had cut the elder's sleeve. The purple-cloaked elder narrowed his eyes when he saw his sleeve on the ground. He slowly raised his head with a cold look in his eyes. The four heavenly kings. He was one of the enforcers working under Lord Jen. Before he came here, Lord Jen had already informed him to be wary of the four heavenly kings working under Lord Jen. They and the guardians of the past Lord Jen were familiar with each other and they all knew each other's bottom lines, so rarely would there be any quarrels. However, they had never met the new four heavenly kings. Although they had heard from their subordinates about their appearances, the images they had in their minds were still blurry, not to mention knowing their temperaments or bottoms lines. Lord Jen was telling them to be wary because he was afraid they might make a mistake and cause a scene with these four. After all, in this battle royale, they were allies. If there were any quarrels, it wouldn't be beneficial for either of them. They were quite cautious in the beginning. However, no matter how cautious they wouldn't know that among the four heavenly kings working under Lord Jen, there would be someone who actually had the appearance of a young woman. It was even his dumb grandson who disturbed that person. One mistake could perhaps spiral into creating a rift between the two groups. Why was the purple-cloaked elder so sure of Luo Lang's identity? Individuals at their level could easily sense the strength of someone just from that one move. The purple-cloaked elder knew very well that this ethereal beauty standing before him wasn't any weaker than himself. Being a stranger who was no weaker than him, along with the fact that he was part of the four heavenly kings, the name, handsome heavenly king, floated into his mind clearly. "How's that for an explanation?" asked Luo Lang as he smiled beautifully. The purple-cloaked elder's eyes twitched. That beautiful smile invoked the feeling of fear within him. It was clearly a pure smile, but he could sense danger, much danger. "I'm sorry, it's our fault." In the end, the purple-cloaked elder decided to concede to not blow up this misunderstanding. Plus, Lord Jen had already told him to not mess with them. In reality, a big part of the reason why he was being so much like a doormat was because being around handsome heavenly king made him feel uneasy. If that's the case, then all is good. As he said that, Luo Lang's right hand shook slightly, and the sharp sword in his hand disappeared like smoke. A glint of fury flashed past the purple-cloaked elder's eyes. In the end, he chose to suppress his anger that was caused by Luo Lang's flippant behavior and turned around to leave. "It's fine. It is fine. There is still a lot of time for my revenge in the future. There is no need to be in a hurry." Luo Lang watched as the purple-cloaked elder left in a calm manner. Then, he calmly turned his head to the left. Just as he did that, a figure appeared beside him. Zhao Jun. You offended him, Zhao Jun spoke of the obvious fact. Why would that matter? Luo Lang glanced at him indifferently. Being totally not cute. In the past, you were never this temperamental. Zhao Jun shrugged. In the past? Did I even have the chance to show this side of me? Luo Lang snorted coldly. It was all handled by Xie. After saying that name, Luo Lang felt his heart ache. That was the truth. In the past, he would just focus on training while those annoying matters around him would be given to Xie to handle. After being saved by boss in the military academy, it seemed that he wasn't put in any troublesome situation because of his looks. Even if there were, Xie would have resolved it for him before he could say a thing. Back then, he felt Xie was just being a good brother. He knew what he hated and helped him resolve it beforehand. Now that he thought about it. Were those only just things a brother would do? Luo Lang felt his thoughts were in chaos. Ever since Xie said he liked him in his last moments, it turned Luo Lang's world upside down. Now whenever he thought back to how they spent time together in the past, the things he took for granted now felt as if there was something more to them. Forget it, if I can't make heads or tails of it, then I just won't think about it. Luo Lang shook his head and tossed aside those messy thoughts. I'll wait until Xie returns and clears up everything. Ever since he returned to the lawless lands, Boss had been hinting that there was a possibility that Xie might not have died. This possibility definitely brightened up Luo Lang's dark and gloomy mind. Although Ling Lan also said after that it hadn't been confirmed yet, Luo Lang still completely trusted Ling Lan's words. He was sure that Xie was alive and would definitely come back to them. You're right, Zhao Jun thought of the Xie, who was always around Luo Lang, and nodded in agreement. It was just that he never expected them to ever be so helpless in a situation, so much so that Xie had to sacrifice himself to turn the situation around. Luckily, Boss told them that Xie should be fine, otherwise, he would have wanted to return to the Federation, barge into the military headquarters and force them to give him an explanation. Zhao Jun wanted to say some more, but a sudden energy burst alerted him. He and Luo Lang looked at each other and vanished almost simultaneously. Similarly, Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran followed suit. In the next second, the four of them stepped onto the front lines of the battlefield simultaneously. They stood in a fan-shaped formation behind Ji Ming and the other guardians. In front of them, 12 other people stood on the opposite side of them while staring at them with emotionless gazes. The 12 people were seemingly split into two groups of people, as two distinctly different colored uniforms were within the group. One group donned themselves in all black, while the other group wore some mildly blinding rainbow-colored uniforms. Knowing that the four of them weren't familiar with the lawless lands, Ji Ming quietly explained it to them. The group in all black were 6 out of the 12 magistrates working under Lord Li, while the blindingly colorful ones were 6 out of the 12 succubi working under Lord Demon. 6 succubi. After hearing those words, the four of them couldn't contain their wry expressions. Just think about it. 6 men, wearing such bright-colored clothing and calling themselves succubi. It indeed could make people shudder at the thought. Are they only sending these 12? Tang Ningyu was still the best at controlling his wandering thoughts and was the first to ask Ji Ming about the battle. Who knows? Ji Ming shook his head. It's possible that it's just a smokescreen for their real plans. Or it could be just the 12 of them. Actually, the problem isn't that. Look behind the 12 of them. Ji Ming pointed behind the colorful group of people. They saw many human-like figures standing motionless there. Despite it being far away from them, they were still able to see them clear. Those are mechas. Zhao Jun's eyes froze for a moment. With his calculation, he guessed that there were probably no less than 5,000 mechas. Yeah, you actually thought this battle royale would involve us, said Ji Ming. It's still mostly based on the mecha battle. We are just here to supervise those mechas. At the same time, it will be convenient for us to resolve any issues with others. Only 5,000 mechas? The combined force of 2 lords only amounted to this much. For Zhao Jun, who had experienced many battles with each of them involving hundreds of thousands or millions of mechas, this wasn't anything worth his while. This is just to probe the power of each side. Ji Ming looked at Zhao Jun annoyedly. The rules only allow for 5,000 mechas to fight. If a real battle royale actually starts, how could there be only this little mechas? Plus, these 5,000 mechas are all chosen by the 2 lords and all elite operators. Their proficiency with mechas topped all of their peers. There are actually rules for how many mechas are allowed. Zhao Jun felt that this type of battle was just like playing a game. It didn't feel real at all. The rush of bloodshed and slaughter wasn't there for him. It is the promise made between the 13 lords, and it must be followed. Other than that, everything else is real, Ji Ming said calmly. When he first entered the lawless lands in the past, he also believed this was just a game or show. However, after experiencing countless battles and seeing countless people bleed and die, he realized that it was only considered a game for the 13 lords. However, for those working for them, each battle was fought with their lives on the line. No one knew who was going to return alive. After seemingly understanding the meaning behind Ji Ming's words, Zhao Jun, who was originally nonchalant, had a more serious look on his face. I just don't understand. If the 13 lords are in a harmonious relationship with each other, why do they need to start a battle royale every year and needlessly waste their subordinates' lives? Tang Ningyu, who was listening from the side, asked as he frowned. He couldn't accept this way of governing. It was as though other than the 13 lords, everyone else were no different than ants. Ji Ming didn't answer. As a spy, he knew very well why that was the case. They were doing it to make a show for the other nations. However, whether these shows were for the benefit of the lawless lands or for something else, he didn't know. It's probably to sow seeds, Mu Chaoran thought for a moment and replied. Sowing seeds? Luo Lang looked towards Mu Chaoran with a perplexed look on his face. Although being cut off from the rest of the universe, basically stunting its growth, it still managed to ensure outsiders from taking over. Mu Chaoran spoke out what he was thinking. We're born into uncertainty and die in peace. These words, although don't fit the situation on the lawless lands, it still has merit to it. Without outside danger, people would devolve into something like cattle, causing people in the lawless lands to lose their savagery and terrifying battle potential. Aren't the nations in the center of the galaxy most afraid of the lawless lands' battle potential? Once they lose that, the lawless lands will lose everything. Without pressure from the outside, in order to maintain the battle strength, they could only start these needless battles between themselves. Mu Chaoran's words also enlightened Tang Ningyu. Tang Ningyu then followed up, through periodic battles, the battle strength of the people of the lawless lands could be preserved. It could also let them evolve and advance in the battlefield, eliminating the weak and preserving the stronger. Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu's words shocked Luo Lang. Was that the truth behind it all? The 13 lords started many wars not only to put on a show for the nations in the center of the galaxy. They were also doing this to sharpen the fangs of the lawless lands. That explanation makes sense, Zhao Jun said plainly. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain it. But, in the end, aren't they just killing each other? Asked Luo Lang. Was that actually a good reason for these battles? Luo Lang, who always followed his own instincts, wasn't comfortable with the decision the 13 lords had made. Yeah, no matter how good the reason, it's still fighting and killing amongst themselves. Mu Chaoran's expression was somewhat ice-cold. When those in power make such decisions, they would usually do it without any remorse. 1393 Uninvited Goose. While they were speaking, the mecha group on the opponent's side suddenly had someone roar at the top of their lungs. At the same time, the mecha group on their side also did the same in response. Ji Ming's eyes narrowed. The mecha battle has begun. As Ji Ming's word left his mouth, the mecha group behind them suddenly moved out. The opposing side also did the same. It began just like that. Luo Lang was stunned. He thought that the guardians, enforcers, magistrates and devils would fight first and then the mecha battle would start. Then how do you want it go? Ji Ming said helplessly. A mecha battle with 10,000 mechas. We can't do anything in such a large-scale fight. They have their own way of battling, after all. I know, but don't wars require strategy? Staring just like this, even Luo Lang, who didn't like to use his brain, felt this way of fighting was too crude. These are our best mecha operators. They don't need to show any strategy, they just need to show their power, explained Ji Ming. As for strategy, we leave that to the other mecha armies. Where are they? Tang Ningyu looked around them. Other than their group, along with the mecha army that had already met up with their opponents, he didn't see anyone else. The battlefield for strategy isn't here. Ji Ming pointed towards a tall mountain towards their left. Behind that mountain, there is an extremely large field. Mecha armies from our side are all within that battlefield. What they need to do there is to survive for 3 days, which is quite a difficult goal. Luckily, it's Nameless who is leading the army. He's one of the 12 guardians. He reached this position not because of his physical skills, but because of his mecha piloting. He's the best at piloting among the 12 of us and has reached Imperial level. Imperial level? Can't he already fight on par with Imperial realm formidable warriors with some of the 13 lords? If he is that strong, why doesn't he just create his own organization? Mu Chaoran said in surprise. Why would such a strong person willingly stay under Lord Gen's faction? It didn't make sense. You really think an Imperial operator could fight against an Imperial realm formidable warrior? Ji Ming laughed coldly. I watched with my own eyes an Imperial operator getting insta-killed against an Imperial realm formidable warrior. It's because of the mechas. Zhao Jun could guess the reason why. Correct. The mechas in the lawless lands are essentially crap. The true source of an Imperial operator's strength is their mecha. Without their mecha, they are just an empty husk. Plus, for an Imperial mecha to fight on par with an Imperial realm formidable warrior, they would need a top-class Imperial mecha. Fighting without one, would just be a matter of how long can they hold for. Ji Ming sighed. The other three finally understood the meaning behind Ji Ming's earlier words. On an equal playing field, the two could indeed fight on par. However, in the lawless lands, it was impossible. This was why the 13 lords could sit calmly on their thrones. Even if a mecha operator was strong, without mechas to facilitate them, they still wouldn't be able to stand on the same level as the 13 lords. This explained why this nameless Imperial operator was among the 12 guardians of the Rainbow Palace. It wasn't because he didn't want to leave, but rather he didn't dare to leave. Especially after having a new Lord General, they still didn't know Ling Lan's real personality. None of them knew whether she was a merciless individual who would rather destroy them than to give them their freedom. While they were speaking, the mixture of magistrates and succubi finally couldn't wait anymore. Blind bitch G, come out. A 40-year-old or so black-cloaked man with a cold expression on his face suddenly called out Ji Ming. Ji Ming immediately raised his head and instantly laughed. Oh hey, it's Black *T. I previously said one of these days I will take your life, and I'm telling you now that that day has come. Come out and die. The black-cloaked man named Black Dirt had a huge grudge against Ji Ming. From the way they called each other nicknames, it showed that they were already unable to handle each other's presence. It was just that in the past, when the 13 lords were in good relations, they didn't have the chance to resolve this grudge. However, today, as enemies, they finally could start this life-or-death battle. Heh, I can say the same to you, Ji Ming's eyes narrowed. He stepped forward and reached the center area. Black Dirt flashed forward and appeared in front of Ji Ming. Their killing intent is very strong. Zhao Jun frowned. Are they really fighting to the death? Of course. They wouldn't stop until one side dies. Yu Shangfei, who had been silent for the entire time, began explaining it for them. I always thought the numbers of guardians, enforcers, magistrates, succubi and others are always set in stone. They would fight and at one point, they would stop. After all, you all are considered the most trusted subordinates of the lords. They wouldn't let you die easily, Luo Lang was surprised. Indeed, the amount of guardians doesn't change. If someone dies, there would just be someone new to replace them. There are so many capable and strong people below us who are all wishing that we would die sooner, said Yu Shangfei. This was the real situation with working under the 13 lords. No one knew when they would die in the battlefield. Even the 12 guardians couldn't escape an outcome like that. Luo Lang and the others could feel the mercilessness of the lawless lands from Yu Shangfei's words. If these people were in the central galaxy, with their capabilities, even if they couldn't become leaders of an organization, they would still become esteemed guests of such organizations. They would enjoy the privileges of the elites. Even if they were unlucky, they would still be able to live peacefully somewhere until they grow old. However, in the lawless lands, these people didn't know how many tomorrows they had. Perhaps, today was their last day in this world. Although Luo Lang and the others wanted to get more information about the lawless lands, their opponents didn't allow them to as they invited them to fight to the death. They would fight until they could no longer fight. Of course, if someone was so weak, then they deserved to die. At that moment, in the Leaf Fire Palace thousands of miles away, an uninvited guest appeared. This uninvited guest entered without being asked to go in. Lord Li, who was lying on his bed with his eyes closed while enjoying the service of his female servants, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked towards the empty hall and said coldly, "Since you are here, then why don't you show yourself?" After those words were said, a silhouette slowly condensed out of the air. He wore a bright red cloak around him, but had a cold aura around him. The two extremes were actually oddly a good blend. When paired with that face, which was the epitome of human beauty, even rarely seen in books, it made Lord Li feel that the colors of the world solely existed for that one person. 1394 Naive. Lord Li stood up from his seat with wary eyes. Lord Gen. He had never seen the new Lord Gen before, but Lord Li was certain that this unfamiliar guest was Lord Gen. Lord Li, I've heard much about you, Ling Lan said indifferently. Why did Lord Gen come to visit me? Lord Li signaled for the maids beside him to leave. Then, he continued, we are enemies now. Isn't it a little rash of you to come without any warning? That is precisely the reason why I am here. A majestic ice throne slowly condensed behind Ling Lan. She flicked back her gown and sat down cross-legged on the throne, giving off the impression that she was the owner of this palace. Her sudden movement did shock Lord Li a little, but after he realized what she was implying by her actions, he felt a little infuriated and humiliated. He really abhorred those who didn't have manners. Once the battle royale starts, the result will be decided on the battlefield. Even if you come and find me now, I can't do anything. Lord Li suppressed the anger in his heart and spoke with an unfriendly tone. If he had a choice, he wanted to kick this impolite brat out of his palace. I have no interest in this matter, Ling Lan replied coldly. I came because I want to ask you when you're planning to return my goods to me. Lord Li was stunned. In a blink of an eye, he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Lan Xiao, don't you know that once the battle royale starts, everything you take becomes your spoils of war? I honestly didn't know that, Ling Lan answered calmly. Now that you know, you can leave. Pardon me for not sending you out. Lord Li stood up and waved his sleeve nonchalantly. There's no need to hurry. Ling Lan completely ignored Lord Li. What else do you want? Lord Li replied furiously, I've already made myself clear. Plus, I don't welcome you here. Didn't you say that once the battle starts, everything you take is your spoils of war? Ling Lan smiled. Her smile caused the entire palace to lit up. I'm sure you have pretty good stuff locked up here. Lord Li was in a daze. He didn't expect such a cold and unfriendly person to be so mesmerizing when he smiled. Fortunately, he liked women. If not, he might not be able to control himself. Even so, Lord Li was still affected by the smile, slowing him down by a beat. After calming down, he finally realized that Lord Gen wanted to rob him. At this realization, Lord Li exploded in anger. He curbed himself to the best of his ability because he didn't want to fight with the other party. Every single move made by an Imperial Realm formidable warrior was lethal and terrifying. If two such individuals fought, carnage and destruction would follow. While he was furious out of his mind, he was still confused. He and Lan Xiao weren't life-or-death enemies. Nothing could be gained if they beat each other up. Plus, as someone who had been one of the 13 lords for a long time, Lord Li treasured his life. How could he take the risk of dying? However, even though he feared the possibility of death, he couldn't possibly let Lan Xiao step all over him like that. When need be, he would fight to the tooth and nail. Ha ha ha. You are pretty confident, huh? Lord Li looked up at the sky and laughed heartily. Suddenly, he lowered his head to equal that of Ling Lan as he glared at Ling Lan sinisterly with a vicious gaze. Don't think that just because you killed the previous Lord Gen, you are able to do whatever you want in the lawless lands. Ling Lan softly yawned as her eyes stared into Lord Li nonchalantly. There weren't any fluctuations in her emotions when she heard what Lord Li said. It felt as though everything Lord Li said was bullshit. 1395 You, Re-Dreaming. The atmosphere between Lord Li and Ling Lan turned viscous. It seemed a huge fight was imminent. Suddenly, both of them jumped up from their thrones simultaneously. A long whip appeared in both of their right hands and they slashed the whip at each other viciously. One red and one blue. Two long whips with two different colors cracked at each other forcefully in midair. Smack! A loud ear-piercing sound was let out. Sparks of two different colors could be seen as the whips slashed along each other. Seeing that their initial attack was a failure, the owners of the two whips flew back and landed on the ground. Ling Lan twisted her waist and her neck to let out some tension in her body. She flicked her right wrist and the blue whip cracked in the air once again, rushing towards Lord Li ferociously. Seeing the vicious whip, Lord Li just snorted in derision. He shook his wrist and his red long whip welcomed the blue whip. Smack! This time, an even higher pitched sound pierced their eardrums, and more sparks filled up their vision. Ling Lan stretched her right hand out and caught the long whip that bounced back right in her hand. Then, she did a spin, spinning her red robe as well. She did this spin to counteract the force coming back from the whip. Lord Li grabbed a hold of his whip too, but he chose to take 2 steps back to eliminate the force. Ling Lan stabilized her body and looked at Lord Li in a composed manner. She said, "Maybe that can make you change your mind." A red light flashed past Lord Li's face. His gaze turned sharp and killing intent exploded from his body. In the face of the overwhelming killing intent, Ling Lan's expression still remained indifferent. She already had facial paralysis for more than 20 years of her life. If Lord Li was planning to affect her with that little amount of killing intent, well, it would be quite difficult. Lord Li frowned when he saw Ling Lan's ever-unchanged expression and gaze. The next second, the killing intent disappeared. "You want to continue this farce?" Lord Li asked coldly. "That'll depend on your decision. If you want to fight," Ling Lan's gaze turned sharp and icy. "I'll fight." She spoke firmly without any hesitation. Fighting spirit exuded from her body in an instant. This showed her resolution. A disheveled look appeared on Lord Li's face for a split second. He didn't expect that Lan Xiao would disregard his own life and take such a huge risk just to get his goods back. How unlucky. Lord Li cursed. He had no choice but to soften his attitude. "What do you want?" "What you stole from me," Ling Lan said slowly. When he heard this, Lord Li felt that he could still accept it. Just as he was about to agree, he heard the rest of Ling Lan's sentence. "But 5 times more. You're dreaming." Lord Li shouted angrily. "If you don't agree, I don't mind. I really do want to know how strong Lord Li of the 13 Lords is." Ling Lan lifted her left hand and an ice tri-edged trench knife slowly formed in the air. Ling Lan wrapped her fingers around the icy handle. As for the blue long whip in her right hand, the flowing water started condensing before turning into a transparent tangdao with a cold aura. The chilling sword caused Lord Li's face to twitch. He clenched the fire elemental whip in his hand. Should he fight or not? There were only 2 paths in front of Lord Li. If he didn't fight, he needed to give the other party 5 times the goods he snatched. This young and hot-blooded brat would definitely not give in if he didn't satisfy his criteria. If he chose to fight, there was a possibility of death. No one could know what the end result of an Imperial Realm battle could be. 2 times. Lord Li gritted his teeth. He decided to take a step back, but he would never agree to repay 5 times the amount. Ling Lan looked at him indifferently. Obviously, she wasn't satisfied with the number Lord Li gave. 1396 I am not a b asterisk tch. 3 times. "Don't get too carried away with yourself," Lord Li said with a furious expression. If Lord Zhen still wasn't satisfied with this, he would fight even if he didn't want to. In reality, the amount of goods Ling Lan brought back was really huge. If he was really going to pay 5 times more, he would probably die of heartache. As such, he would never agree to her radical request. "Fine. Since we're both members of the 13 Lords, I'll give you some leeway." Looking at Lord Li's heartbroken expression, Ling Lan knew that she was close to his bottom line. This was the only reason why she agreed to settle for 3 times the amount. Actually, Ling Lan didn't care how much compensation he gave. After all, there were 2 huge powers behind her helping her to gather her supplies. The only issue on her hand was time. The reason why she wanted 5 times the amount of compensation was to make an example out of Lord Li. If she didn't punish Lord Li for what he did, the other lords might think of her like a doormat who they could steal off of with no repercussions. Even if she really did tolerate Lord Li's actions, the same thing would happen a second time, a third time, and multiple times in the future if she didn't nip the problem off the bud immediately. Plus, as a person of her caliber, she could never allow this to happen, as this would undermine her legitimacy as a representative of the Soul Society. Another reason was that ever since she was young, Ling Lan had always been the bully, and in the lawless lands, this wouldn't change. Her image mustn't fall. "When the battle royale ends, please pay me what you owe." After resolving the issue, Ling Lan gently opened her hands, letting the tangdao and the tri-edged trench knife fall to the floor before dissipating them into a ball of cold mist. "Don't worry. I will not forget my promise." Lord Li squinted. The fire whip in his hand also disappeared. "However, my promise won't stand if you lose the battle royale. The battlefield will decide everything. If you lose, you will concede your invaded territories and have to cough up everything you snatched." Lord Li said coldly, "Lord Zhen, don't go against this rule." Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. The battlefield will resolve itself. It has nothing to do with me. Then, why did you still ask me for compensation? Lord Li asked angrily. This was his rightful gains from the battle royale. Why was this fellow shameless enough to ask for it back? Ling Lan tidied her gown and looked up. She sneered. Because I'm not *tch. After she finished speaking, her body slowly merged with the background and disappeared. Only Lord Li was left in the palace. Lord Li stood still for a moment. Then, he went back to his bedroom to lay on his bed. He crawled onto his bed, placed her hands above his stomach and shut his eyes. More than 10 seconds later, Lord Li suddenly snorted and laughed. That fellow is really not afraid of anything. He actually became an example to warn the other lords. This fact infuriated Lord Li. However, there was nothing he could do, unless he was willing to risk his life just like the other party and accept the battle. But, he was too old to take such risk anymore. Plus, life just became more valuable the more you lived it. He really didn't want to risk his life just over some stolen goods unless there was no other choice. Let's wait and see. Let me see if you can still be so arrogant after the battle royale ends, Lord Li thought to himself furiously. On the other side, Zhao Jun brought his mecha clan and entered the Komoda district. This was the section the 13 lords segregated for mecha battles. This area amounted to 50 acres, making the surface area as wide as the main territory of a lord. This piece of land would be given to the lord that won the battle royale last year. Lord Zhen lost terribly last year, so he didn't have the home ground advantage. He could only attack from the outside. Fortunately, the Komoda district was very big. They could attack the district from all directions. Even if the owner of this land wanted to ambush them, he couldn't do it unless he had reliable information regarding their offensive plans. However, the lord who lost would be guarding against this leak of information too. To counteract this problem, he would give the leader of the mecha clan the luxury of choosing where to attack from several preset options. This act stopped any chances of them getting exposed and being ambushed. And as battle royales got more figured out, no one had the interest to do such an arduous and fruitless job anymore. 1397 Blood Path. This time, honestly speaking, Zhao Jun's mecha clan only had about 2,000 people. Among the tens of thousands of mecha operators on the battlefield, his mecha clan didn't seem significant at all. Hence, when the mecha clan Zhao Jun led disappeared secretly from the waiting zone of the battle royale, no one noticed their disappearance, including Lord Zhen's subordinates who were supposed to be in the same group as them. Maybe Lord Zhen's subordinates just ignored them because they didn't think Zhao Jun's 2,000 mechas could affect the results of the battle royale. The Komoda district consists of a bunch of various environments, simulating various environments an army might encounter which they should get used to, making it a perfect battlefield to train the people of the lawless lands. The area consisted of flatland, highlands, deserts, grasslands, a jungle, an endless swamp, a lake thousands of square kilometers wide, and, of course, a continuous stretch of mountains. With the known fact that fights frequent the area, the citizens of the lawless lands never really settle in the area. Only people who were driven into a corner and with no place to go back to would take the risk and live here, hoping for a slim chance of survival. Regiment Commander, there's a mecha clan in front of us with more than 10,000 mechas. The leader of the scout team reported his newest findings. Zhao Jun asked, do you know who they belong to? We saw the symbol on their chest. It's a lightning bolt. They should be under Lord Zhen. Soon, the team leader sent the video clip they recorded to Zhao Jun. Ignore them. We'll go around them, Zhao Jun ordered calmly. Yes, Regiment Commander. The leader of the scout team ordered his men to change their scouting areas. After some time, they met another group of people, but this time, they met their own people. The mechas they met had a symbol of a 7-colored scorpion on their chest. It was a 10,000 mecha squad under Lord Zhen. Zhao Jun still chose to evade them. He didn't choose to gather with the main army. Zhao Jun knew that although the addition of their 2,000 mechas would increase the combat potential of that mecha squad, who would be the one in command? If the other person's commanding ability was on par with boss, fine, let's not make things difficult for the other party. If the person's commanding ability was on par with him, he didn't mind listening to them. However, from the video clips taken by the scout team, it was obvious that the commander didn't know what tactics were. His mecha squad was flying above a piece of flatland extremely obviously. To Zhao Jun, they were basically calling to be targets. Even if they wanted to commit suicide, they shouldn't do it so obviously. Of course, Zhao Jun wouldn't be a busybody and remind the other commander kindly. Maybe his kind reminder might be viewed as a provocation instead. If the situation wasn't handled carefully, disputes could happen easily. After all, he was the new Lord Gen's men. The new and old guards already had a grudge, and he didn't want to magnify it. Actually, Zhao Jun didn't understand why Boss didn't take bold and drastic measures to reorganize the confidants left behind by the previous Lord Gen but instead, left them alone. To prevent them from being discontented, he didn't interfere with them at all. The new guards only formed a new clique by themselves, separating themselves entirely from the old Lord Gen's clique. They were like two parallel lines, no one would meddle with each other. Based on Boss's usual brutal and cold-hearted methods, he would definitely create a huge bloodbath in order to be able to control the entire Lord Gen's territory. Zhao Jun was already eagerly waiting to fight with Boss. But, unexpectedly, Boss's attitude towards them changed 180 degrees, turning into a gentle lord before them. If he didn't understand Boss well, he would have suspected if the ruthless version of Boss was an illusion from his nightmare. But, his puzzled mind was soon resolved when Li Lanfeng came to pass him Boss's order before they left. Based on this order, Zhao Jun knew that the cold and vicious Boss was still there. He just hid his intentions well, only revealing his fangs when it was the right time. Zhao Jun appeared rash and impatient, but he was actually an extremely calm and calculating person. Just like what Li Lanfeng said, Zhao Jun was the best at protecting himself. If his interest wasn't affected, he would choose to be a bystander. You could say that he was cold-blooded. It was this trait that allowed him to have a good relationship with all the brigade leaders, now, they were all regiment commanders, of Ling Tian. Even Li Yingjie, who didn't have a good reputation, had a good relationship with him. Thus, even though he knew that this mecha clan might suffer heavy losses when they would eventually get ambushed, he still ordered his mecha clan to move away from them as far as possible. He wasn't interested in becoming a life savior, especially when he still had to carry out the important mission Boss gave him. He mustn't make such a dumb mistake at this critical juncture. The 2,000 mecha operators slowly moved away from the flatlands and entered the jungle zone. Most wouldn't choose to enter this zone, as everyone was well aware that a jungle with a lot of trees was the easiest place to lay an ambush. If you entered recklessly, you were looking for death. However, to Zhao Jun's mecha clan, the jungle wasn't really dangerous to them. They only needed to have good mecha piloting skills to maintain their speed as they passed through the forest. That was because to increase their chances of success, Qi Long sent over the most powerful batch of modified mechas. All the specs of these mechas had reached the fundamental requirements for Imperial mechas. Moreover, they were all equipped with the chameleon system. They were able to get the chameleon system all thanks to Boss. When he was still the commander of Ling Tian, he forced the chief of staff, He Shuyang, to give him these systems. It was said after that, He Shuyang ran to find General Ling Xiao because he wanted to retire from his position. But, in the end, he got persuaded to stay by General Ling Xiao. As for how General Ling Xiao persuaded him, this had always been one of the secrets of the 23rd Division. Interested parties could search for the answer themselves. The moment the mecha team entered Komoda, they activated their chameleon system and maintained a steady speed which suppressed the noises of their mechas. Regiment Commander, the two mecha clans we met all had around 10,000 people. I feel that in this place, the default for a mecha clan is 10,000 people. The secondary commander, Pan Dongyu's voice sounded on Zhao Jun's team channel. Yes. That should be right. Zhao Jun had the same thought too. Once we meet our opponent, it will be a little tough for 2,000 of us to fight with 10,000 of them. Pan Dongyu frowned slightly. Although he believed in the abilities of his clan members and felt that they could fight with 3 opponents at once, fighting with 5 opponents was still too frightening. Once there was too much pressure on his clan members, they might not be able to perform to their best, and this could cause a huge number of casualties. It was a consequence both he and Zhao Jun couldn't handle. If we don't even have the courage to do this, why are we here? Zhao Jun replied calmly. A part of his mecha clan consisted of his original team members but most of them were experienced mecha operators moved over from the other mecha brigades. Moreover, they were the most powerful batch of mecha operators that moved over. Many of them were veteran mecha operators from the original 250 mecha clan. They knew that Boss was in trouble so they voluntarily agreed to be moved. Some were the mecha operators who used to be stationed at Base 013. They managed to survive due to the protection from Boss. Yen 3 was a public figure so he couldn't move here. If not, he might have fought with Zhao Jun for the position of regiment commander. All in all, Zhao Jun went through a whole series of struggles and fights in order to clear a blood path to come to the lawless lands. Facebook Twitter more. 1398 Hate Fighting. In the conference room of the Rainbow Palace, Li Lanfeng, Luo Chao and Han Shuya were busy with their work. Ling Lan sat in the main seat of the room, holding her head with her eyes closed. Han Shuya, who was using the newly invented optical supercomputer to receive signals, had a look of joy on her face as she received a signal. She immediately deciphered the signal and walked beside Ling Lan after organizing the information. "Boss, this is the first battle report from the battlefield on the front lines." Han Shuya handed over the document in her hands. Ling Lan opened her eyes and took the document. She looked at it and her mouth instantly pouted. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Li Lanfeng, who was sitting beside her, was studying the map of the area of Komoda. Even though he was not looking at Ling Lan, he could sense the change in pressure coming out from Ling Lan's body, so he immediately raised his head to ask her what was wrong. "Yeah, Zhao Jun and one of Lord Li's mecha teams encountered each other." Ling Lan handed the document in her hand to Li Lanfeng. He decided to face them head-on. Zhao Jun always fights like that. Plus, if they've already encountered each other, if they don't fight head-on, it will make us look weak. Li Lanfeng smiled as he gave an explanation for his friend. "He's in the jungle area." Ling Lan sent a side glance at Li Lanfeng. It was as though she wanted to see just how much Li Lanfeng could make the situation sound better. Li Lanfeng's smile instantly froze. Luckily, he was someone who was adept at being shameless. It's because of the mindset of everyone in the jungle that gives him an inherent advantage. While everyone is setting up ambushes in the dark, he would crush them through brute force in broad daylight. Perhaps there will be a surprise. Okay, I'll wait to see that surprise you mentioned. Ling Lan didn't expose Li Lanfeng for forcing the fact. Although she was somewhat unsatisfied with Zhao Jun's decision, she still decided to not do anything about it. The most she would do was to drag him back into the training room after he comes back to sharpen him. As for whether he would be hanging near death's door, it would depend on Ling Lan's mood at the time. Li Lanfeng could only give Ling Lan a faint smile. What could he do? Zhao Jun was his friend. Even if he knew that the decision Zhao Jun made wasn't optimal, shouldn't he, as his friend, back him up? Ling Lan stopped talking about this topic. After all, Zhao Jun was the only one who knew the real reason why he made such a decision. She couldn't just sit here and make a judgment for him. If she did, why did she even delegate her powers in the first place? Ling Lan decided that afterwards, when Zhao Jun would send her the complete report, she would analyze it again. Ling Lan went into deep thought. While doing so, her fingers rhythmically tapped the table. This finger-tapping thing was a habit she had inherited from her father, and it would show itself when she was deep in thought. When the sounds of tapping entered everyone's ears, everyone subconsciously softened their steps. They were afraid of making any noise that might affect Boss's train of thought. Suddenly, Ling Lan raised her head and looked towards Luo Chao, who held the secretary position, and asked, "Luo Chao, does Zhao Jun have enough medics and medicinal agents with him?" Department Head Li equipped Regiment Commander Zhao with S-level equipment. "As long as they don't go over the top, it should be enough to hold until the battle royale finishes," replied Luo Chao. S-level. That's 2 Manhwa agents for every mecha operator. Ling Lan nodded and then turned towards Li Lanfeng. "Lanfeng, you know Zhao Jun best. Do you think Zhao Jun would go too over the top in this battle royale?" Ling Lan put more emphasis on too. It was clear that Ling Lan knew that Zhao Jun would do something over the top, but she didn't just to what extent. Zhao Jun. When he's calm, he's very calm. When he needs to go crazy, he goes really crazy. So, I can't really give you a definite answer. Li Lanfeng frowned. He and Qi Long, once they go into battle mode, they're both hot-blooded and even insane. However, the source of their hot-bloodedness and insanity are completely different from each other. Qi Long honestly enjoys the thrill that a fight brings him. Watching Qi Long fight, no matter how crazy or difficult it is, we are able to sense the excitement and exhilaration from Qi Long. Additionally, his special physical constitution and innate talent makes him very suitable for prolonged fights, and the longer he fights the higher the chance of him getting an epiphany to become stronger. After saying all that, a look of envy fell upon Li Lanfeng's eyes. That special physical constitution was something everyone looked towards with jealousy. But Zhao Jun isn't like that. His hot-bloodedness and insanity are forced onto himself. It could even be said that he hates fighting, despite giving people the impression that he loves to fight. Li Lanfeng's gaze was stern. After knowing Zhao Jun for so many years and being his friend for more than 10 years, Li Lanfeng, who was naturally good at digging deeper into things, of course saw through what was hidden within Zhao Jun's heart. Li Lanfeng's shocking words stunned Luo Lang and Han Xia, and their stunned state was not without reason. In Ling Tian, if anyone was asked which regiment commander liked to fight the most, they would rank Qi Long, Zhao Jun and Luo Lang as the top 3 candidates. However, Li Lanfeng's words completely shattered their perception of Zhao Jun. However, Ling Lan wasn't surprised by this. I've sensed this in the past. It's just that it's Zhao Jun's personal matter and I shouldn't talk about it. All in all, it's still because of his family background. The identity of a commoner caused his starting point to be extremely low, but luckily, his outstanding talents shine through, causing his family to put all their hope onto him. Additionally, being in a poor third-rate planet forced Zhao Jun to depend on himself and climb up the ranks one by one. While under immense pressure, in order to become stronger, sometimes he could only go towards danger, explained Li Lanfeng. After hearing the explanation, Luo Chao's eyes brightened. That's why he does the same thing as elder brother Qi Long. He forces himself to fight in order to get stronger. Li Lanfeng nodded. Yes. Many times Zhao Jun would force himself towards his limit in the hopes of finding a way to become stronger, whether it is improving his sense of combat or his proficiency in mecha piloting. He isn't like Qi Long who enjoys fighting because of the thrill. It was instead reality forcing him to fight. Luo Chao had a sad look on her face. The image of a lonely child appeared in her mind. A child had nothing and could only fight, bleed, in order to strengthen himself until he finally got accepted into the first men's military academy. This is the reason why he couldn't control his title domain level technique yet. Forcing himself to fight would in the end become the devil in his heart, Ling Lan said calmly. Perhaps this battle royale will give Zhao Jun a chance to rid himself of that problem. Li Lanfeng's eyes instantly brightened. Really? Ling Lan nodded. There are opportunities. I protected you guys too much in the past. Although you guys were safe, it also decreased your chances of growing on your own. When Zhao Jun understands the burden of bearing the responsibility of the lives of thousands of people on his own shoulders, the problem with the way he does things will be resolved. 1399 Judging. Zhao Jun held the control stick tightly in his hand. Sweat was coming out of his hand continuously before evaporating in an instant. Zhao Jun was nervous. There seemed to be a huge problem weighing down on his heart. At first, he thought that there was nothing he was frightened of. However, when he had to give the order for his team to fight with a mecha clan that vastly outnumbered them, Zhao Jun suddenly realized he wasn't as fearless as he thought. Although he had been through countless torturous battles and had fearlessly led his mecha team to fight on the first line of offense, he realized he could do all those war godlike acts because he had comrades he could trust behind him, and at any time he was no longer able to withhold any longer, his trusty comrades would lead reinforcements to save him. Because he had this confidence, he didn't feel any pressure. He just needed to focus on fighting. However, now, in this unfamiliar Komoda district, where he had no reinforcements, he could feel the chilling wind blowing behind him. Moreover, in the past battles, boss or the strategists would be the ones giving the direction. He was just an executor. Yet, at this moment, he had to measure all the possibilities and make a decision with no one helping him. Whether it was right or wrong, it was his decision to make. If it was right, everything would be still alright. If he made the wrong judgment, the entire mecha team would be annihilated. Zhao Jun finally understood what responsibilities a regiment commander had to endure. Would they really be able to fight against 5 enemies each? Zhao Jun hesitated. Regiment commander, our enemy is already less than 5 kilometers away from us. The leader of the scout team hastily reported. Should we fight or not? Cold sweat formed on Zhao Jun's forehead. Was he able to handle the trust of these 2,000 mecha masters? The pressure of failure was rapidly creeping up on him. Regiment commander, they're already 4 kilometers away. Mecha moved at a very fast speed. Within a short time, they had shortened the distance by 1 kilometer. Zhao Jun, don't be nervous. Think about boss. What would he do? Zhao Jun violently grabbed his control stick with his left hand, but his right hand was still trembling. I don't create trouble, but that doesn't mean that I'm afraid of trouble. Since some people aren't afraid of death and have come to offend us, let's kill them all. In his mind, Ling Lan's indifferent voice flooded his mind. Boss was never afraid. Since there has to be a fight, let's not think about how to evade it. What I should think about is how to exterminate the other party and eliminate all future troubles. Yes, boss never backed down. He liked to solve their problems once and for all. He wouldn't forgive their enemies. The chance of us winning is more than 50%. Why not take the bet? That's right, boss was a decisive person. No matter how bad their situation was, he would be able to lead everyone and clear a path for themselves. Zhao Jun, I believed you. The voice of boss when he was passing the leadership of the Mecha clan to him came up in his mind. This was what he said. Yes, boss always believed in them. Even if they made a huge mistake, even if he punished them heavily, the trust he had in them never diminished. That's right, since boss trusts me, Zhao Jun, why don't you trust yourself? Zhao Jun suddenly smiled brightly. Deep down in his heart, he hated this kind of endless battle. However, as long as his comrades were fighting, as long as everyone needed him, he wouldn't retreat from the front lines. Since boss trusts me, Zhao Jun, why can't you trust them? The first half of the sentence was the same as before, but the last part was different. The former was him judging himself while the latter was him questioning himself. Everyone, split up and cooperate with each other for an ambush. A glimmer of decisiveness showed Zhao Jun's eyes. He gave the order to fight without hesitation. Yes. The leaders of all the teams received his command. Soon, the mechas started splitting up. Each team went to search for the best ambush location. To facilitate their ambush, the chameleon system would be constantly activated. In the far corner, Lord Li's 10,000-men mecha clan was rushing in their direction quickly. On the way here, they didn't sense anything amiss here. Anything up front? Every mecha clan had a team of scouts scouting the situation in front of them. Lord Li's army placed high importance on their frontline scouting. Every kilometer they moved, the strategist of the regiment commander would ask the scouts about any changes up front. No enemy mecha clans have been discovered currently. Although the jungle zone was known to have a lot of ambushes, their radar and other reconnaissance equipment all showed that it was safe. Everyone, be careful. Based on the news given by the command center, we should be meeting an army from Lord Zhen or Lord Zhen if we head in this direction. The voice of their regiment commander appeared in their channel to remind them. I sure hope those two teams won't work together. One of the team leaders was a little worried as he said. It shouldn't be possible. Lord Zhen and Lord Zhen's relationship isn't good, so the relationships of their subordinates are bad too. It's rare to see them getting along harmoniously, someone refuted. That's in the past. I heard that Lord Zhen supported the new Lord Zhen in taking over the new position. One of the team leaders seemed to have some ways of getting secret intel. That's impossible, right? How can our lordly watch Lord Zhen expand his influence without doing anything? Another team leader refuted the idea again. Their relationship with Lord Zhen was quite bad. Although it wasn't as bad as the relationship with the old Lord Zhen, it wasn't any better either. As for why Lord Li and Lord Zhen had such a bad relationship, we have to talk about their domain concept. The latter had the lightning element while the former had the fire element. Both of them wished for the title of the most powerful offense domain concept. The two lords wouldn't bow down to each other, so after a few altercations, the relationship turned sour. Stop talking nonsense. Even if their relationship is good, they might not cooperate. They are for sure guarded against each other. One of the team leaders saw through the lords. There might be alliances formed during a battle royale, but everyone knew your ally this year might be your enemy the next year. No one would maintain a working relationship partner whom they collaborated with for only a few days. Everyone just appeared harmonious on the surface. Sometimes, for the sake of benefits, they would play dirty with one another. As long as they don't cooperate, we are not afraid of anyone, another team leader said arrogantly. He was boasting. In these few years, Lord Li had always owned the territory of Komoda because he was always on the winning side of the battle royale. Their mecha clan might not be the first among all of Lord Li's mecha clan, but they were among the top 3. He had never lost for the past few years. It was understandable that they felt proud of themselves. Okay, stop chatting. Even if there's no situation reported up front, everyone still has to be careful. The regiment commander appeared and ended this conversation. At this moment, a portion of the mechas had already entered Zhao Jun's ambush zone. Leader. After seeing so many mechas coming over, the team members that were hiding in front started feeling restless. There's no need to hurry. Let them leave. Their leader was very calm. Only a small portion of the mechas had entered their trap. If they revealed their fangs now, they wouldn't be able to achieve the greatest result. They needed to bear with it for a while longer. In Ling Tian, once you got on the battlefield, all the mecha operators would have to listen to their team leaders unconditionally. The ranking system must be abided strictly. Anyone that dared to break the rule would be punished. The punishment was enough to ensure that they lived in hell every day in the future. The mecha operators knew this, so after their team leader spoke, no one said anything else. They controlled their impatience and waited silently. 1400 A heaven-defying cheat code. After lying prone, they're waiting patiently until their bones were about to creak from exhaustion. Finally, most of the opposing mecha army had entered their trap. Seeing that none of them had been discovered yet, the team leader let out a minute sigh of relief. The sigh of relief coming out of his body was like a burden on his heart being slowly lifted. It felt as though he had been liberated and was ready to fight to the bitter end. With his whole heart and soul being all geared up to fight, he let out a magnified roar that traveled through the whole jungle. As his roar died out, shadows started raining down on the unsuspecting mecha army. While they were raining down the air, silver sheens of light were falling along with them. To prevent their opponents from discovering them from using infrared equipment, they didn't bring any heat-generating weapons, which meant they were executing this ambush with only cold weapons. Before long, a scene of massacre and desolation followed with the descent of the silver sheens. In the back of their minds, they knew this day might possibly be their end, but they did not agree with that notion, so they would fight and fight until they were the only ones left standing. Regiment commander's orders: once the Manhwa agents are finished, we will retreat from the front lines. As the gruesome fight carried on, it naturally would get more intense, and as such it was inevitable that mecha operators on Zhao Jun's side would get hurt in the process. Once someone sustained any life-threatening injuries, they would be sent back to the medics to be injected with the life-saving Manhwa agent, and after a few minutes of rest, they would jump right back on their feet and continue to fight. However, even with such a powerful lifeline, it was still limited in supply, and thus it was why Zhao Jun ordered his men to stop when they ran out of such powerful medicinal agents. Although Zhao Jun's mecha clan was outnumbered by the enemy by 5 times the amount, they still managed to grasp the overall tempo of the fight as they were able to get the jump on the enemy first. Moreover, with their powerful combat ability and with the help of the Manhwa agent, they continued controlling the tempo of the fight within a tight grasp, and thus the situation started tilting in Zhao Jun's favor. With their unrelenting spirit and seemingly undying status, the feeling of fear started to spread across the whole army. As the number of comrades on their side got fewer and fewer, that feeling of fear took over their already erratic mind. Before the commander could even order a retreat, a portion of the mecha operators already had a mental breakdown. They actually started running away. Once one mecha operator started to flee in fear, it caused a domino effect within the others as they all started slowly taking steps back before fully running in a mad dash. Soon, Zhao Jun's mecha clan started to wake up from their semi-blood-crazed state. As they looked around the jungle, they realized the ground was littered with corpses and dyed with blood. They look around their vicinity, but not a single enemy in sight. They were seething that the enemy would take the fun away from them. Zhao Jun did try and chase after the fleeing enemies, but when he realized that they were going towards the flatlands, he decisively called back his mecha operators and hid back in the jungle. Zhao Jun won this battle, but the number of agents on his hands were severely depleted. The more saddening fact was that casualties were sustained. Although only 3 mecha operators had died, it was enough to sadden their comrades. Although the Manhwa agent was able to save a person's life even if they were at the brink of death, if you were unlucky enough to get hit in a fatal spot, you would die immediately. No amount of Manhwa agent would be able to save your life. This was the situation the 3 casualties faced. However, these mecha operators grew up on the battlefield. They were used to saying farewell to their comrades. After they grieved for a while, they recovered from their grief and started clearing up the battlefield. They sharpened the weapons and started searching for any survivors from their enemy's side. Based on the rules of the lawless lands, if these survivors weren't saved by their surviving comrades or some sort of reinforcement, once the battle ended, they would become slaves of the winner. Zhao Jun and his men knew clearly that boss lacked everything, including men. The more capable slaves they captured, the better it was for boss. Of course, to ensure their safety, these slaves were chased away from Zhao Jun's mecha clan by some of his men to be locked up in a temporary location. There would be a small mecha team stationed there watching over them. Regiment commander, how are we going to act after this? The team leaders couldn't wait for their next fight after they tasted their first success. Zhao Jun pondered for a while. He said, control this jungle first. Close all entry and exits. Huh. We're not fighting anymore. The team leaders were a little disappointed. I've thought about this carefully. I don't think that boss sent 2,000 of us into Komoda to fight on the front line. Zhao Jun said, that was the mission of the Mecha army directly under the previous Lord Zhen and Lord Shen. Then what do we do? Be an onlooker? One of the team leaders asked curiously. No, we're going to completely crush our defeated enemy. Zhao Jun smiled. I see. Anyone that was able to become a team leader wasn't stupid. Hence, the team leaders instantly understood Zhao Jun's ambiguous words. When both sides suffer heavy losses, it will be the time we act. Excitement was seen in Zhao Jun's eyes. Fortunately, he got enlightened just in time. If not, he might have died to pay for his mistake. Boss, news finally came back from Zhao Jun's side. Han Shuya, who had always been waiting for the result of the fight, jumped up in excitement immediately when she received a report back from Zhao Jun. Li Lanfeng, who had always been calm and composed, couldn't control himself either. He stood up and shouted, hurry up and say it. We won completely. We destroyed more than 4,200 enemy mechas and gained a total of 4,577 prisoners. 2,800 mechas escaped. But, 3 mecha operators on our side died. When she read the last past, Han Shuya's voice sounded slightly dejected. However, she regained her composure quickly. Compared to what they had gained, these deaths were negligible. Luo Chao, who was worried at the start, gave a bright smile when Han Shuya read the result of the fight. It looks like Zhao Jun didn't fight with his opponent directly. He at least used tactics, Li Lanfeng smiled as he said. Based on Zhao Jun's intelligence, he should have thought about using tactics, but there was still the possibility of Zhao Jun going crazy and ordering his men to fight the enemy head-on. But, luckily, that didn't happen. The only person that remained indifferent was Ling Lan. When she heard the result, there was no change in her emotion. She just asked calmly, ask Zhao Jun what he plans to do after this. Han Shuya immediately sent Ling Lan's inquiry over to Zhao Jun. Within 1 second, Zhao Jun gave his reply. Wait and see. Bear the fruits of other people's labor. After hearing Zhao Jun's reply, Ling Lan gave a light smile. It looked like Zhao Jun had understood how to become an outstanding regiment commander. Very good. Li Lanfeng. Ling Lan shifted her cold gaze towards Li Lanfeng. This was the look of a person who had been accustomed to hold a bunch of power and authority. Li Lanfeng stood up straight. Yes. Immediately lead 2 medical battle teams to reinforce Zhao Jun. Ling Lan knew clearly that Zhao Jun lacked all kinds of medical agents at this moment, especially the Nuwa agent. Nuwa agents must be the main reason why there were so few casualties. Without the Nuwa agent, at least half of Zhao Jun's mecha clan might have died in order to take down a 10,000-men mecha army. A fight was tough, especially when you wanted to fight against an enemy that had overwhelming numbers. If he didn't have those agents, the price he had to pay for a victory would be expensive and tragic. At this thought, Ling Lan was glad that she decisively took Li Shiyu under her wing. This decision allowed Ling Tian, as well as her, to have the most heaven-defying cheat code, more lives. Ling Lan felt that this cheat code was on par with Little Four, maybe even more useful than him. With the Nuwa agent in hand, she could own the entire world. Little Four cried sadly. You can't just throw me into the dusty corner just because I'm in a coma. No, I must wake up immediately to prove that I'm the most useful and heaven-defying cheat code. Li Shiyu, you bastard. Move to the side. Sob, I understand it now. Li Shiyu must be my natural enemy. He wants to take away my position as the most important underling to boss. How irritating. Yes. The moment Li Lanfeng replied, he disappeared from the spot. The medical teams had already finished their preparations. They were just waiting for Ling Lan's order. Luo Chao and Han Shuya left the meeting room and started getting busy with their work. When Ling Lan was left alone, she slowly opened her hands, revealing her completely wet palm. It turns out that I'm still afraid. Ling Lan remained silent for a few seconds before mocking herself. The Battle of Twilight caused her to almost lose her father and her brother, Xie Yi. This event had truly scarred Ling Lan's heart, and with that scar, there was now a weak point in her heart. But, the situation and the circumstances around her didn't allow her to be weak. She had no choice but to force herself to be calmer and stronger than everyone around her. After entering the lawless lands, Ling Lan knew that a series of bloodbaths were waiting for her. She knew that the number of deaths on her side would only increase, and she was truthfully prepared for it. However, when reality hit, Ling Lan realized that she was still afraid of losing any more than what she already had lost. It was especially apparent when she heard Zhao Jun decided to launch a frontal attack, her heart scrunched up tightly. Fortunately, the more she cared about something, the more indifferent she would appear on the surface, which meant that no one knew what she was afraid of when they were looking at her. I really am not a qualified king. Ling Lan's gaze darkened slightly. Her entire body became dull and gloomy. However, the next second, she opened her eyes wide and a powerful force of presence was released. Although it only lasted for an instant, everyone in the Rainbow Palace was instantaneously plastered to the floor. Luckily, the force of presence was gone almost instantly, so it didn't hurt anyone in the Rainbow Palace. But, the people here still felt frightened. They didn't know if their Lord Zhen suddenly lost control of his anger or was it because another Imperial Realm formidable warrior passed by and decided to perform another show. If I can't do it, I won't. I'll just do what I want. The Tao that Ling Lan chose, although she named it the Dominance Tao, it wasn't what it meant literally. It didn't mean that she would be vicious and selfish. What she meant was a Tao of a free heart. The former meaning was being selfish and the latter was proving her heart. They seemed similar but there was actually a huge difference in them. Based on what number 1 said, Ling Lan's Freedom Tao was a few tiers higher than the normal Dominance Tao and Killing Tao, and with that, the difficulty of cultivating such Tao skyrocketed. Other Taos were considered the minor way while Ling Lan's Tao was a Tao to the main origin. The minor way might be weaker but because it was small, it was hard to go wrong, as such the rate of success of cultivating such Tao was higher too. However, Ling Lan's Tao on the other hand crossovered with too many other paths, which made it difficult to make every step right on this path. Plus, since this was a unique path she chose herself, she didn't have any prior experiences she could take as reference. Ling Lan had to rely on herself. This made the difficulty of this path even harder to measure. At this moment, her profound insight, which had been limiting her enlightenment all these while, suddenly crossed its bottleneck and a new series of enlightenments appeared in Ling Lan's mind. Ling Lan was pleasantly surprised. She hurriedly closed her eyes and carefully felt this new series of enlightenments. It was a few hours later that she opened her eyes again. She let out a deep sigh. So that is the case. I almost made a grave mistake. The Dominance Tao was never truly her. When she forced herself to change to fit her Tao, she was twisting her true nature. Fortunately, she realized this early enough. If she really walked on the Dominance Tao, she believed that she would definitely regret it at the end. Ling Lan smiled. Her heavy heart lightened up instantly and she felt more relaxed. In the learning space, a few of the instructors stopped what they were doing in unplanned unison and looked up at the virtual sky. A rare smile appeared on number 9's cold and stern face. It was a very faint smile but it was beautiful. Number 5 was stunned. He gave a sly smile and said, "This is exciting. Is this luck or is it something else? This is worth analyzing." Number 4 gave a relieved smile. Suddenly, she realized something. Ah, does this mean that I have to wait longer? This is infuriating. She was only able to appear if Ling Lan met some obstacles or had a hole in her soul. Number 4 felt frustrated. The relieved feeling she had when Ling Lan walked back on the right path disappeared in an instant. She wished that time would move backward to the moment when Ling Lan achieved the enlightenment. If she had the power to, she would definitely mess up Ling Lan's enlightened state. Number 3 proudly raised his head towards the sky and laughed loudly as he sat in his own space. Ha ha ha. As expected of my beloved disciple. Number 2 slowly came out of the darkness and looked at the dark skies. He said softly, "This is good." Then, he went back into the darkness. Number 1 opened his eyes slightly and looked into the empty space. After a while, he closed his eyes again. In that slight time window when he opened and closed his eyes, there seemed to be a faint, almost unnoticeable smile on his face. Before Ling Lan was able to finish feeling happy for the fact that she managed to correct her mistake in time, a sudden realization almost made her expressionless face turn hideous. In the past, she never took note of this matter because little Four had always reminded her about it. Her mother, Lan Luofeng, would also contact her to remind her when the time came. Thus, no such problem happened in the past 20 years. However, now, little Four was in a coma and she was far away in the lawless lands, causing her mother, Lan Luofeng, to not be able to contact her. This small matter that she had disregarded for 1 year now came to find her for trouble. Was this extreme joy turning into sadness? Ling Lan stared at the patch of watermark on her seat. She didn't need to see it to know that it would be red in color. This had never came for 20 years, so Ling Lan almost forgot that her body still had this ability. But now, her old friend came to have a heart-to-heart talk with her. She felt like cursing biology. Ask Luo Chao and Han Shuya if they know whether there are any hormone suppressors among the goods. Ling Lan could only seek help from Luo Chao and Han Shuya now. When Luo Chao and Han Shuya knew this, they were dumbfounded. They went into a daze. Fine, they knew that boss was a lady, but Ling Lan's powerful and dominant image was ingrained too deeply in their minds. Sometimes, they would forget that Ling Lan was a lady unconsciously and treat her as a man. They took a while to clean up for Ling Lan. After doing so, they quickly went to check on the cargo. However, there was no good news, as Luo Chao and Han Shuya was told that they didn't have the hormone suppressor that boss needed. They were still in shock when they heard the reason why. The people in the cargo they asked told them that Li Shiyu felt that forcefully changing a person's natural body hormones might seem harmless on the surface, but deep down, it might not be the case. He hadn't researched the implications, but it was better to not mess with anything that they weren't sure about. Plus, there were more men than women in the Lingtian Independent Army, especially among their comrades. They only had 2 younger sisters, Luo Chao and Han Shuya. They just wanted to dote on them, so how could they bear to let them fight on the front line? Thus, their younger sisters wouldn't need to use this kind of thing. This was the reason why Luo Chao and Han Shuya didn't need to undergo any hormone suppressor treatment like most of the female soldiers did before entering the battlefield. They had the luxury to bring along the monthly necessity that they needed to use. I wonder if Li Shiyu brought any hormone suppressors with him. Ling Lan didn't think that the possibility was high, but to make things easier, it was better to ask Li Shiyu about it. Shuya and I can go and ask him. Luo Chao knew that Ling Lan didn't want to expose her real gender, so she volunteered to probe Li Shiyu about it to see if they could get anything out of him. After some time, the 2 of them came back with a helpless expression. It looked like they didn't get anything. What happened? Asked Ling Lan. When Brother Shiyu heard that we wanted hormone suppressors, he scolded us before we can finish our sentence. Han Shuya wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. This was the first time she realized how scary a good-tempered person could be when they got angry. Brother Shiyu thought that we wanted it for ourselves. He's worried that we want to use it. Luo Chao spoke up for Li Shiyu in a soft voice. Boss, if you don't have to use that thing, don't use it. Luo Chao was worried about Ling Lan's body. She had been using hormone suppressors to control her natural bodily function for more than 20 years. She was scared that it could maybe permanently harm Ling Lan's body. She seemed alright now, but what Li Shiyu said made sense too. There had to be a price to pay when you defied nature. Luo Chao was frightened that the price Ling Lan had to pay in the future would be too big for her to handle. Ling Lan had been Luo Chao's male idol ever since she was young. Even though she was a lady now, she was still her male idol. She really hoped that Ling Lan would have a good life, a life filled with no regrets. We will be going through a lot of tough battles soon. Once this thing comes, my ability will drop. So, we need to think of a way to solve this. Ling Lan could already feel her body was showing her signs of getting weaker. If this happened during a battle, it wouldn't be good. Luo Chao knew that Ling Lan was right. They weren't at a safe place. This was the lawless lands where danger was found everywhere. No one knew what would happen tomorrow. Boss had the ambition of unifying the lawless lands. If every month there would be a time window when she would be weak, it would be quite frustrating. But, where can we get hormone suppressors if Brother Shiyu doesn't want to help us? Han Shuya scratched her head. She couldn't think of another way out. Ah! The 3 people in the room all wore a helpless expression on their faces as they stared at each other. They didn't know what to do. Luo Chao and Han Shuya laughed when they saw their cold and indifferent boss showing the same helpless expression as them. They felt that their relationship with Ling Lan seemed to have gotten closer than before. I'll look for Li Shiyu personally. Ling Lan gritted her teeth. She prepared to use her status as boss to suppress him if need be. Of course, that was if Li Shiyu did have hormone suppressors. Li Shiyu was in his laboratory, analyzing and researching on all the plants he had gathered from the lawless lands. He wanted to use these plants to make useful agents. When he knew that they had to stay at the Rainbow Palace for a long time, the first thing Li Shiyu did was to move his research equipment and devices to the Rainbow Palace. Then, he put in 100% of his enthusiasm to start his agent factory. Li Shiyu knew that just based on transporting goods, even if the Jialan ship went back and forth non-stop, it would be unable to satisfy the huge amount of agents boss required. The only way to get a large amount of agents in reserves was to use the local resources to create agents. To hasten the speed of production, Li Shiyu started with the agents that had already existed on the lawless lands and was proven to be effective. Within a short time, he was able to analyze the various ingredients needed to make these agents. However, the agent-making procedures on the lawless lands were very outdated. The original recipe had many flaws too, so the agent it created wasn't the best. It couldn't meet Li Shiyu's expectations. Now, he was combing through all the permutations and combinations of ingredients and concentration that could make the best treatment agent. Once he succeeded, they would be able to be self-sufficient in creating these treatment agents, which had the highest demand. That way, the Jelan ship would be able to take back more raw ingredients for the Nuwa agent, and he would be able to make more of this life-saving agent to prepare for their future battles. Just as he was focused on his research, he suddenly felt an intense glare shooting daggers at his back. He hurriedly turned his head and saw Ling Lan standing at one side and looking at him silently. "Boss, why do you have the time to come here?" Li Shiyu was surprised. Ling Lan was the boss, but he respected all his comrades like peers. Once they started working, he would rarely disturb them. For instance, once Li Shiyu entered the laboratory, Ling Lan wouldn't disturb him even if something huge happened. Did something bad happen? This was Li Shiyu's first reaction. His expression changed as he quickly asked Ling Lan this question before she could reply to his last. Ling Lan answered in a hesitant tone. "The problem is not big. Are you free?" Li Shiyu knew that Ling Lan was asking if he had the time to chat. If he wasn't free, Ling Lan would leave and wait for him to be free. "I can do my research later." "Boss, what is the matter?" Li Shiyu decisively put down his research. Although boss said that it wasn't an important affair, it still must be something big for him to come here personally. Unexpectedly, Ling Lan didn't reply instantly. Instead, she remained silent for a moment as if she was having difficulty saying it. She placed her fist in front of her mouth and coughed lightly. Just now. Luo Chao and Shuya came to find you." Ling Lan felt that this thing was a little hard to talk about. Li Shiyu was surprised. She didn't know why boss mentioned Luo Chao and Han Shuya. After all, they came for hormone suppressors. When Luo Chao asked him about it, she was extremely shy too. Did she go and look for Ling Lan out of unhappiness because she didn't get it from him? Li Shiyu shook his head. He felt that based on how embarrassed Luo Chao was when she came, she wouldn't dare to talk about such private matters in front of boss. If he thought carefully about it, Han Shuya had more hope of doing this. "Boss, did Han Shuya tell you everything?" Li Shiyu probed Ling Lan carefully. He realized that it was really awkward when two men were talking about the private matters of a woman. Not only that, he had to probe boss to make sure that he got the correct intention. "They told me some things. That thing is very important to them. If you can, help them with it." Ling Lan didn't explain further. Did this mean that they said or they didn't say it? Li Shiyu started pondering in his heart. Did Luo Chao and Han Shuya find an alternative to the hormone suppressor, or did they really tell boss that they needed the hormone suppressor? Li Shiyu decided that he should just wait and see first. If they didn't tell boss about the hormone suppressor directly, he would make boss feel awkward if he mentioned it first. At the same time, Luo Chao and Han Shuya would feel awkward in front of boss too. That thing will do nothing good for their body. I think it's better for them to not use it. Since boss didn't say what it was, he wouldn't either. This was the safest way. But, after some time, when I start my plan, there will be countless battles. Without that thing, it will be dangerous for them to enter the battlefield. Ling Lan didn't say what she needed explicitly.